Ready for the gamble. I keep have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track. Too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off our rocket. Grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking. Amazed, dazed by the centigrade. Come now, don't be phased. Follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames. Burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree. I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1. Ready for the gamble.
Keep feeding the flame, faith in the flame. This whole world never be enough for me. It run through my veins, I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, when we got you can handle. No freedom, no stand, no doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble now. Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, top out, lights out, lights out.
Cruising all the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising all the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know
hungry for attention. You're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride. I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings out of guard. You say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks. I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the world you fought. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense. You say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else. Hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. I do spy you broke your pinky and I promise that's karma. Turning black and blue from the world you fight. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Do it so effortless. Don't try to mess with it. They try to reference it. Wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist. Trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk. Walk away, walk away, walk away. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing. But no, never know. Guess I got it simple. I'm not like the people you know. People you know. I make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah, nah. I'm making a name, nah, nah. Winning bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a lighter. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Yes, I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. I make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
Let's raise the roof, yeah. I wanna make it louder. Shake it up. ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, DHL, and 1xBet.
Dallas will forever be a special spot for CS. This is the city where we had our first ever ESL Impact LAN. Since then, since 2022, we were bringing 8 teams from around the globe for them to prove that they're not just the best in their region, but also that they are the best in the world. On the first LAN, everybody wanted to play against CLG Red. But since then, it is Imperial Valkyries that have been unstoppable. Can anyone stop the rain? Well, that's the question on everyone's mind. Everybody, let's start the show, and let's start ESL Impact Dallas 2025. Yeehaw!
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome to ESL Impact Season 7 Finals, coming to you live from Dallas. My name is Tech Girl. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 4 days as we get to celebrate some of the best women's Counter-Strike players in the world. This is a platform, it is a way to raise them up and to move them onto the big stages, and we had an opportunity to do just that this year, and we'll get into all of that in a bit. But first, let me introduce you to some of the other people who will be bringing you all of the action. MacMate has returned. You were in Stockholm last year, your first ESL Impact.
Yeah.
And apparently we can't get rid of you now.
No, look, I'm stuck here. I'm having too much fun. It was some great Counter-Strike last season, and we brought in some even bigger guns for this season too.
Yeah, we got a pro on the desk. You're not at LAN, Hank. I think it's the first time I haven't seen you behind the PC, but we put you behind the desk. A little bit of a different one, right?
It feels great. I have goosebumps right now because of this everything to be honest, but I feel so hyped, guys. I can't wait to work with you right now.
Are you a little bit sad that you're not there? Do you think you'll feel that when you start seeing the games?
Yeah, like the little videos behind the scenes kind of hit me hard, but I love to see it. Like, this is my passion, this is my love basically, so like I couldn't be happier in the end.
And you can be a bit spicy on the desk. You have
Of course I will.
Yeah, there we go. We're ready for that. We've also got someone who's been on many an ESL Impact final. He does the regular season. He brings you a lot of stats and information. You'll know him. It's a familiar face and name. Newt is in studio with us to bring us all that big brain analysis. And they gave you your own little jungle setting there.
Feeling very nice at home in the jungle. Even though Penguin's not really in the jungle, but I'm in the jungle because these are mystical creatures, and I may be in the jungle here, maybe prehistoric, but I've got upgrades as well. I've got a whole TV that I get to play with. I went from a chalkboard to a whiteboard. Now I've got this cool TV. So what's next? A hologram, probably?
I mean, I think the TV's pretty impressive, French. You get to draw on it even.
Yeah.
Like, we've really upgraded. I mean, we're talking like this isn't a thing you should have had access to from the get-go, but there you go. We're excited to hear what you have to say. And you've got some incredible voices bringing you all the action in game. New talents as well as iconic legends. Bardov, Naori, you've been following the regular season. How are you feeling about these grand finals?
I feel like I speak for both of us a little bit when I just say so excited, so unbelievably excited, because it's some of the old faces and a whole lot of new faces as well.
Yeah, some new lineups. I'm excited to see what they can do. I think maybe we might have a new champion. There's always a chance of a new champion, but I think we have the best one yet in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to see if that's true or not.
Ooh. I'm interested to see if you're right, because there is always a chance, and at some point the queens do have to fall from their thrones. That's just how Counter-Strike works. Will it be this time with Imperial Valkyries? Who knows? It is a conversation we have to have, though. Imperial Valkyries, obviously, we know the VRS system is a little bit scuffed, but because of that, they then had an opportunity to make their way to IEM Katowice. We saw them on some big LAN tournaments. And Mac, I mean, obviously, when it comes to how the results, maybe not the best, but such a good opportunity for them to bring that experience back to the Impact League.
Yeah, experience was crazy, and if you remember back to that first game that they had against Na'Vi as well, like that was crazy. That gave everyone a lot of hope. From there, things got a little bit more rocky, which was unfortunate, but it's great to see the girls on the international stage playing in the open leagues and just showing exactly what is capable, what everyone's capable of in this scene.
Hanka, for you, what does it mean as a player when you got to see Imperial Valkyries going to those events?
Like, even for me, I never competed on like this type of big tournament. Like, for me, it's like I feel so proud because of them. Like, it just makes me deeply proud that because it's the goal of like every girl, and it should be the goal. And they broke that barrier that we created. Like, it's just crazy. Like, big shout out to them for sure for that.
Big shout outs to them and big shout out to you for supporting Women's Counter-Strike, being here to watch ESL Impact, these season finals. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be competing all from around the world coming here right now. Of course, we've mentioned Imperial Valkyries. Hanka, they are without a doubt the favorites. Who else do you have your eye on?
Of course, that they are the queens right now. But again, like Furia coming super strong to this tournament. We saw them playing against each other many times. Scores were like really like different in my opinion, because once Furia won, once Imperial won. So in the end, we gonna see really big battle right there, I think.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, there are like a lot of up-and-coming individuals who we need to keep our eyes on today, because there are some players here who it is their first LAN and like a first finals as well. So there is a lot going on. Look, Averona is a name that we're going to get to see in that first game of the day. But for me, I keep getting sold on Danny. I've heard a lot about her, and I'm keen to see exactly what she does later today.
Why are you sold on her? Give us
I just got told she was real damn good.
Okay.
17-year-old coming out with crazy reflexes, crazy reaction times. You love to see up-and-comers that are that young.
Like, she's for sure one of the best current prodigies we have out there, and it's just so good to observe her, how she grows. Now she has even better team to like compete with, like really experienced players, so I cannot wait to see her play on the big stage.
Do you remember the first time you got to play at an ESL Impact LAN finals?
Yeah, like it's just crazy experience. Like first LAN, like in the end I don't remember much because it was so stressful for me. But in the end, damn, like it's just such a great memories, and I'm happy that more girls are able to feel it and like go through it, because it's just life-changing experience, in my opinion.
Very nervous though, like you mentioned.
Very nervous and
remember
stressed out there, yeah.
And what was your performance like? Because this is a question that I'm always interested in. Is first time on LAN, do you rise to the occasion, or do the nerves get to you and maybe you don't play as well as you'd like?
It's really up to the person, in my opinion. Like, I think in my situation, it was really easy because I had really good teammates. Like, I know that these people were my really best friends, so like environment I was in, it was perfect to like performance even like on the top level. But with MIBR, I think is the same for Dani right now. They seem to be really stick together, and it helped them to perform good.
Interesting takes there from Hanka, speaking about her experience on the stage. And now we get to hear from the ladies that are in Dallas. They're sharing what their experiences they presume will be like as we move into the tournament.
Our expectations for this tournament is to make playoff. I think we have the place, to come on top of the group, our second. That's our goal. I'm always telling myself to like the objective too big, but to dream big,
Definitely our top one goals would be like lifting the trophy. It's one of mine, and about the team, it's like our primary goal. But also I try to think about other things, of course, like taking the most out of it, like the experience. So I would say that, and just no regrets,
Play the CS we know to play, and for me to enjoy it and don't overthink too much. Feel that the people around us just support us, and they really want us to play here, just be in the right place. That's what I really want to expect.
Not get freaked out about everything that's happening here and just play our own game. And, Sheikha said, like, we need to think about the Impact teams here is like just another online team, and now like ESEA season or something like that.
I expect that it's going to be a bit of a different ending than last time. I think Furia are going to play really well. I mean, they beat Imperial not so long ago, so I think we're going to see some surprises.
I think the state of mind that our team has is basically expect anything, be real, and aim for the stars.
I always come into a tournament with a winning mentality, like I just want to win and that's it. Like I don't care what's going on.
We just want to win. Makes complete sense. I mean, that's what every competitive Counter-Strike player wants. And obviously, if you do win, you get your lion's share of the prize money that you can see on your screen right now. But for me, Mac, mate, the bigger conversation and the bigger prize is if you get into the finals, you are part of the curtain raiser for IEM Dallas, right? The regular circuit, big finale. We are finally going to see the ESL Impact Finals raising the curtain there. That's a big one, right, for anyone.
Yeah, down at the Kai Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center in Dallas, playing before the IEM Dallas Grand Final. There's going to be a lot of eyes on you, and arguably the biggest stage that ESL Impact has been a part of as well. So that is going to be a huge win for everyone involved in the two teams that do make it. So you really want to be up on that stage. And look, you're talking about nerves in your first LAN. Imagine if some of these newcomers managed to be in those shoes.
I love this before, which you don't get to see obviously behind the scenes, but I'm going to share a little bit with you because we're like all friends here, is MacMate was insistent that we give the proper name of the convention center, and I just wanted to call it the convention center. And now that you've given us the proper name, you have to say that 5 times fast at some point during the course of the next 4 days to see if you can do it.
That's not really a tongue twister, it's just long.
It's long and you have to say it fast. I just want to enjoy that experience for me, but that's not going to happen right now. Instead, what we're going to do is take a look at the groups. Obviously, we start today with the group stages. If you've watched ESL Impact, you know how this goes. If you don't, I'll walk you through it. Today and tomorrow are the group stages. Group A, Group B there. Best of ones throughout the course of today. We'll get into that in a little bit, but first, I'm curious, Hanka, 2 groups here. Is there one that is more stacked than the other, in your opinion?
Like, of course, Group B is like pretty stacked. We see best teams right there, but Group A also have some, I think, underdogs who can mess a bit around, but for sure Group B gonna be really stacked, and there's gonna be, in my opinion, in this group that we have winners of the whole tournament.
You're in agreement, Group B, the stacked one?
Yeah, it's looking stacked mostly because BBN's in there, of course, even though, look, she hasn't had a great season so far. It's LAN where she performs, and I'll keep bleeding that bias. But of course, Imperial Valkyries here. You got NIP, you got MIBR, who have been doing some great job down in South America, and I'm keen to see how it all sort of comes together. That's the good thing about these finals, is a lot of these female teams getting to go up against one another, and it only happens once every 6 months. So you get to see all the changes that have happened. And speaking of changes, like you're looking at Zerance, that team didn't even exist 6 months ago.
That's the thing, right? And obviously the Aussie buy is coming in strong. We'll touch on that a little bit later as well, I guess. But now you can see your schedule there. You got 6 best of ones today. Best of ones. Hanka, you have a strong opinion about this. I share it with you, but how do we feel about this particular format?
I'm here for one reason only, just to prove that best of ones are totally not needed right now. It's just crazy to play them. I mean, it is what it is. We need to work around. It also showed like the strength of a team who can win easily best of ones, because you cannot let basically nerves kick in. You don't have time for it. So best of ones are for sure not the best format right now, but like, yeah, with time I'm gonna explain more, right?
Best of ones are always a little bit rough, and unfortunately that is what you have to play through, and if you want to be the top team, you got to suck it up and deal with it. It's time to get into the action though. I know that you want to see the Counter-Strike, so let's get ready for our first matchup.
So, yeah, we're playing against DMS. They are the first time here, as it was my first time last year, so I won't ever underestimate or overestimate a team, and that's the thing we always say in our team. So I hope it could be a very good match to play it.
One of the favorites coming into this, you've heard us speak about them already. Furia is expected to make the grand finals, but could DMS be the team that puts a speed bump in their way? We're about to find out as they raise the curtain on the finals today. That's the second time I've said curtain raiser in this segment. There you go. Let's find out how that goes. That's a crutch, right? Why is Furia a team that we speak about with this sort of hype around them, Mac?
Because if you look at the qualification to get here, in the top 6 players, all 5 of the Furia players are up there. They just punch down in the South American region. When they come here, they are making grand finals. There are some very skilled individuals on that team, and they just do the Brazilian CS thing, which we all like to watch. It's very entertaining and aggressive.
Hanke, what do you think about this Furia lineup? What is it like to play against them?
Yeah, like from my experience, Furia is always hard opponent to play, especially in like opening match, because as I said, like best of 1 is like pretty hard to like get comfortable in it. So for the girls, it's gonna be super hard. From like DMS girls, it's gonna be pretty tough. But Furia as an opponent, like you need to expect everything basically. Like these girls come to a match with super focused mentality, ready to play everything what it comes, and they know every of your movement. Like they are super prepared.
I tell you what, let's do this. Let's deep dive a little bit into the Furia game plan and how they play. I do believe, Nut, you've got some information for us which could be pretty useful for us to better understand what to expect.
Well, whenever Furia plays, it's absolute cinema. You know that meme all the time. It's absolute cinema. But what is the name of this movie? It's the Fast and the Furia, of course, because the reason why is because they close out rounds in a blink of an eye. 0 to 60 within 1 second. 72.6 seconds, every round is closed out for Furia. It's absolutely mind-boggling how fast they are. Imperial are actually close behind them at 73 seconds, while Supernova Comets trail even further behind at 76 seconds. But what this kind of tells us is that DMS are going to kind of struggle here, because 3 of their players have never played on this LAN stage before, so they are going to be a little bit rusty, and they're going to be hoping to kind of ramp up into the tournament, maybe keep up their pace, see how it goes. But Furia, they're going to be relentless. They're going to keep this pace going and hopefully go shooting all the way to the grand finals. So to be honest, I hope this is not a quick one, but DMS, you got a lot to work for. Hopefully you can control the pace of Furia.
Damn, everyone here feeling very strongly that DMS is going to be climbing an absolute mountain. I'll tell you what, let's find out how they're feeling coming into this matchup.
I'm Jamie from Team DMS. Well, first of all, we were free from ex-Team Spirit, and after that we decided to take Blood 2 from ex-K27. It's a new team, but we from the start had a synergy, like a good synergy, good moody. We are all good friends. We already like a family. Well, we are very excited actually. The whole way we were on bootcamp, the whole season this group stage, and it was very hard. And yeah, we trained a lot, and we cannot wait to finally play here. Being this final ESL Impact Dallas, it's a dream for my team. The time will show how we're gonna play and what we're gonna achieve here. So I don't want to say that we're gonna win everyone here. No, I'm not that person, but yeah, we just want to do our best.
Okay, Hanke, let me ask you a question as a player. You mentioned there that they mentioned in their interview about they're such a good group of friends.
Yeah.
How does that translate into a server though when you start losing against another team?
Of course, it's great to have friends on board in the team, but in the end, it's not the most important thing that creates the scores, right? Like in the end, it's about CS and how well prepared team is basically. But of course, the bond is like really important. But in the end, I wouldn't say that it's gonna be a factor of a win right now.
Okay, well, there you go. We've heard from the analysts. They all believe that Furia is going to what was it? Fast and furious through this. Let's find out if that is the case. Bardolph and Nauri are ready to kickstart our season finals.
Thank you so much, Sam and the desk. James, it's finally here. It's finally happening. And what a phenomenal match to kick things off with. I have a lot of hope for DMS, but I feel like Furia as their very first matchup has kind of tempered that a lot.
It doesn't bode well for any team when you've got Furia first, but in DMS's advantage, they have a best of one. The longer the match is drawn out, the more maps there are versus Furia, the more likely you are to lose. So if they can have maybe they don't need a stroke of fortune, maybe it will help them. If they can break the economy in the right round, then there will always be a chance, and they can certainly make that chance better. So we will see. Again, it's nigh on impossible to not heavily favor Furia in the vacuum of this match, but by no means is this a done deal. By no means whatsoever. DMS being a relatively new team, of course, means that there is uncertainty. Now, Furia are a team, we've covered a lot of South America leading up to these lands, and Furia are a team where if you come at them with the hard strats, the hard counters, they will absorb that information and they will respond to that very quickly. It's a different scenario here where you have a new team and you don't know what to expect. You don't know what their habits are as a team. And it will be Anubis as well, which is a very curious one for a best of one. We know how difficult it can be on that CT side to make aggressive plays and so on. So this gets very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I actually have some questions about that Anubis being allowed to slip all the way through, because it's not one that DMS have played a whole lot of. And Furia, I mean, they've been looking incredibly good on it throughout the regular season. So a lot of question marks here, but DMS have beaten some incredible odds to make it here today. They got through their regular season. They had to go into that decider matchup. They had to beat Big Equipa to finalize that slot for themselves, and well, they certainly have a point to prove. So first match of ESL Impact Season 7 finals here, Furia versus DMS.
Right then, looks like we are going to have a charge from the T side of Furia straight in towards the B bomb site. Start as they mean to go on, headshots ringing through, and it will be a retake situation for what remains of DMS. 3 on 5. Bomb not planted just yet. Furia making sure they have secured the area. And now that bomb has been planted. CTs are here though, and that's 2 very quick from Averona. And there's more work for the rest of the team to do. She will get dropped as Furia will have some angles. Maybe a bait set up outside the bomb site as well, if only Kara is showing. And it's just Sosia now. Last woman standing for DMS, and she won't make it into that bomb site. Furia starts off well.
And Averona is definitely someone that I was keeping an eye out for, but that first round just really speaks to exactly what Newt was talking about earlier on. The Fast and the Furia instantly cracking in onto that site, getting those first couple of kills instantly, and then that retake scenario is so difficult. I think that Averona getting those 2 kills certainly opened up possibility for them, but they're all kind of funneling in from the same direction, and unfortunately that pistol round does not go the way that they wanted. So next round should be a bit of a foregone conclusion, and hopefully we can pick things up as we head into the rifle round in the next.
Those pistol rounds become oh so more crucial when you have these best of one scenario, especially when you lose it on the CT side as well. Hell of a setback. That'll be an interesting thing to track as this tournament goes on as well. The pistol round wins can really put you in a good spot. There are some shenanigans for DMS. However, Furia have opened the correct door. Now we can see there's minimal investment here from the CTs. You don't want to give them rifles if you can help it. Shooting gallery then for Furia. Very promising start from them. Very quick 2-0 indeed. 4K for Lily Tens. She'll be warming up very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't mention standout players without talking about Lily Tens. So she had a phenomenal time during the regular season. She's someone that we've really been highlighting for quite a long time. Just has been such an impressive player from start to finish. So a great way for her to kick off her very first matchup here at the finals.
I'll tell you something, that's not a great way to kick off your first buy round on the CT side. Of course, hey, we've got the new and improved Pyjamas, not the French gun it used to be, so we'll see what Sosia is able to do with it. The MP9, the MP9 as well is, you know, implemented in the right way, can be hyper dangerous. They've got good utility. Furia ready for the trade frag should it be required. It won't be on this occasion, and Jammy's got to try and buy time for her team. She needs to try and hold some semblance of map control for her squad here. She has been isolated very quickly indeed. Desperately hiding behind the smoke, and again that pacing from Furia. Never desperate, always measured. ready for you to make a play. But with the lack of angles they have on this bomb site, how do they find their way back in? Oh, Bazina close, but not quite. Ulyss will stay alive to help her teammates. Who goes in first, though? Ulyss at 48 HP. All around the bomb site. Lulaten showing some skin. Distracting, fragging, destroying. 3-0 for Furia then.
Yeah, when you're playing up against a team like Furia, if you're not 100% sure what you need to be doing, realistically, to deal with that pressure, you're either playing really proactive and trying to maybe get around them so that you can encircle a bit more, or you're just kind of playing retake. To slow down their momentum is going to be such a huge task. And if you've never played against this type of aggression, this type of like insane speed, I wouldn't recommend going for that straight off the bat. So hopefully we'll see some adaptations. Unlikely to happen in this round. Maybe we'll get a couple of consolations here.
Well, close up 5-7, had some promise, but again, we're hoping for scraps here at the moment for DMs. On the plus side, their next buy will be a full buy. But again, that doesn't mean Furia will allow them to set the pace, take control of anything, make any plays. See how quick that decision was from Furia? Before anybody shows skin through that smoke, they abort the plan, head elsewhere. Oh, Averona got something nice from there. Is she able to escape though? She's got to stand her ground here. Caught from the side by Gabs. Plenty of time for Furia. They may be able to dispose of the weapon if they wish to as well. There'll be some information here for DMs, but I don't know how much they can do about it. Now, this position could be quite dangerous. Kitsuna, can she get more than one? Absolutely she can. It could be a stroke of fortune here for DMs then. As look at the remainder of Furia, 2 versus 2. If the CTs end up rotating, oh, this could have gone Furia's way, but still DMs are fighting. Now, Bazina will have some space, but she will have to be really quick on that trigger finger. With only 42 HP in that rotation, DMs will no doubt pick up some rifles as well. They've got to go for this. 2 together. Second one better be ready to trade. Do they go in quietly? I don't believe they have a kit. So surely Swastika goes in first. Low health player. Take a bullet for the rest of the squad. Will they be able to trade? Swastika is that information woman. She's found that information, but now can Ulyss deliver the goods with it? That clock continues to tick. Do you go for the round? Do you save the rifle? It might be too late. She's got that last kill. She's made it expensive, but she will have to fall back.
DMS have been pretty impressive, even on eco rounds. You know, thinking back to kind of the regular season, one of the things I noted about them was how well they do with limited utility on these like low buy rounds. They usually manage to get quite a bit done, and this is kind of a similar situation. It certainly felt like maybe Furia get a little bit overconfident, maybe swinging out without the proper support there. It is a little bit crazy that you get that 2K with the 5-7. Like, that's a little bit outrageous just on its own. And slowly from there, you're able to claw it in and make it expensive. However, no round win despite that. And we're getting to a point now where it's starting to become a little bit stressful, and I think that's why we're taking this time out now and allowing the coach to step in and give them a little bit of insight here, because again, it's that speed. It's allowing Furia to constantly dictate the pace, and for DMS, really the win condition here is finding a way to slow that down, and I think they've already managed to put some of the pieces together to figure out how to kind of force them to have to rotate, to force them to have to rethink their plan. Now we need to just see that convert.
Even if you're not the tactical type of coach, there's still that sports psychology. You made them all have to buy weapons again. Oh, the patience from Lula10s again. It is so difficult. There's so much to talk about right now. It's so difficult to find those CT aggressions in your N04, and surely you've got to feel that urgency to try and take the game away from Furia, but they've got the pacing. They've got the understanding. They know what you want to do before you know in this scenario. So they've got all day to wait for you to make that play and punish. 5 versus 4 almost immediately. Now they can do absolutely whatever they want.
I lost a lot of map control early on DMS, and that's a bit of an unfortunate one because they had presence towards A. They kind of bought into this B thing, so now they've heavily reinforced the B site, which means A is likely to get overrun.
Yeah, and this might just be like if their A player goes down here, that's going to be the round. Swastika has to just try and hold and keep the door open, quite literally, for her team to be able to come back in. But if they're rotating through mid once again with these smokes up, that's going to be absolutely brutal, at least in theory. Maybe they can find a way. They might need a miracle to retake this bomb site. Averona holding the angles, and in they come. Gabs making Saucy look one way, but Furia are ready from the other directions as well. And surely the trades will continue to go in Furia's favor. Card delivers one straight to the face of Averona, and they had no chance once that bomb had been planted.
And we put so much pressure, or sorry, not pressure, so much emphasis on Furia's ability to be like hard and fast and crazy aggressive, but they can adapt. They can be like, all right, cool, let's take it slow this round. We'll kind of push and pull a little bit, see if they show themselves, and then pivot off of that. So it's not like they're a one-dimensional team, and that's what makes this Furia squad so incredibly scary. A round that maybe DMS could have had a chance in, and it's just yoinked away at the final moment.
As you pointed out in that previous round, that was some textbook counter-strike we saw from Furia. Got to pick towards the B bomb site, expected reinforcements, went to the weak point, and that was A. Very simple, very effective. Now we see a wild round from DMs as they have the space to try and catch Furia unawares, but again, they are such a strong team. One of the hardest ones to take by surprise. Very ready with their T-side pacing. MP9 though, getting some work done. Saucy looking for a third. She's got an opportunity if she can deliver the goods. Maybe waiting for a trade fragger that never came, and somehow she squeezes 3 frags out of that. There's still a minute on the clock though. That's a big headshot for Gabs. She's got a reasonable amount of HP left, picks up the bomb. And again, 50 seconds. There is time for her to decide where to go, but Ulyss is in a good position to get those sound cues. So it seems she may have to jump. Down to a 1v1. And it looks like she has picked the correct door, Gabs. If no one challenges her on the bomb, then she can go anywhere, and she's made that a really nasty plant also. There is the kit in the hands of Ulyss, but she has to find where Gabs will be hiding. And with that open plant, she could be in all kinds of directions. This will be a difficult one. Gabs can play the beeps. No need to face, just needs to listen. Don't think there'll be any util, any stray smoke grenade to make this a little more difficult for Gabs either. She's playing it very well so far, just double checking. Very nice indeed. There's the clutch from Furia when it is required. Again, that's the kind of round you're not going to replicate against Furia, even if you win that. That's not really an indicator of success, but Furia don't allow it to happen.
Well, the important thing about that round is how much money they managed to farm off of the MP9, because now Kitsuna can get an AWP on board. They've got a really strong buy, so ultimately they got what they wanted out of that round. It's just heartbreaking that it's another round that gets so devastating close to a 1v1, and they can't clutch it out. Furia already up to 6 rounds makes things terrifying, but maybe Kitsuna's AWP can be the difference maker.
This is a nuisance smoke grenade, which does threaten that a CT could be around the other side of it. And this does slow down Furia. This is one of those things that stops them from playing their game. Even if Lulitens is identified that no one is there, that doesn't mean that no one can head there in the next few. So this is something that forces Furia to respect what DMs are doing. They try to set the pace in this round, but again, they are denied, and there are immediate problems on the B bomb site. And they're already surrounded by Furia. This has got to be a big green light for them. Flames all over the shop. And that smoke will divide the bomb site for now. Lulitens rounds the corner, but the numbers are still far greater for Furia. Gabs waiting for that rotation to come through. Masterful from Furia once again. There's nothing else that DMs can do in this round.
I think one of the big issues is losing that map control so early on, and they've got the right ideas, but it's following up on that. You know, they give over so much space for Furia to be able to split their way onto a site, and they divide the attention. So, you know, you're pulling a little bit of attention towards main, meanwhile somebody's pulling up through dark, and you kind of got too many people focusing in one area, nobody really focusing everywhere that needs to be looked at, and they take full advantage of that.
The way they seize opportunity is really difficult to deal with. Oh! And she somehow saves it. Well, that's something. Even on a half-buy round, like having an AWP can always win you a round. So we'll see what part that has to play in the next one. But again, for the teams who are going to be facing Furia in the future, whether Furia win or lose this game, this just shows you how tight the ship they run is. Again, if you hard counter them, as we saw in the online season, they will adapt, they will absorb, they will adapt, they will adjust very quickly indeed. If they're in the right position, their calls are fast. They understand the weakness from a frag in a certain position, and they will just seize the opportunity. They do not give you time to react. You saw the numbers and the speedometer from Newt, and that is being demonstrated time and time again in this game.
And it really does highlight the importance of, you know, competent isn't a strong enough word. Like a really great IGL. And the fact that they don't need to keep taking pauses, they don't need to keep bringing the coach in. Between the 5 of them, they're picking up on what the pacing is and they're making those adaptations on the fly. And that's really what makes this team so incredibly terrifying. Now with just a few, 5 rounds left in the half, yeah, DMS, they've still got money, they've still got AWP in hand, and they have an opener.
Finally, a 5v4 for the CTs. I think Averona may have seen that smoke grenade being dropped to the side. Allowed her to visualize the frag a little quicker, a little snappier. There is time to recover something from this half for DMS, excuse me. I was waiting for myself to do that. Let's see if it starts now. Jamie's there to offer utility. You can see Sosia is in position for a very quick rotation. If support is required, support they will get. And definitely support is required on this bomb site. Averona with 2 more. Put out of her misery by Carr, who's got a lot of work to do here. She won't be doing much of that. Luluten's in the clutch now. 2 more players to go. Does she expect to play here? Almost showing some shoulder, but there is no pull of the trigger. Eula starts to creep now. And you wonder if she saw Luluten's there. If she was just waiting for some more skin to be shown. On the other side is the AWP. 30 seconds. Things become more urgent. Can she bait a shot? You can see she's trying to show some shoulder. And absolutely she does. There's the headshot. 20 seconds to go. Will she ever suspect the last player to come in from the back? 15 seconds. Got to be real careful about these angles. Oh, she spotted her and still alive. 46 HP. Can she really clutch this? Luluten's trying to pre-fire. She hears the footsteps, sees her close, but Ulyss will finally get something for that CT side. First round on the board, but boy, was that tense.
I was about to say she had the fanciest footwork in the West, but unfortunately at that final moment, can't make that 1v1 clutch happen. And this is one of numerous rounds that have come down to a 1v1. And what's so important is that I think that this is a bit of a confidence builder to be like, yes, we can actually do this. 1 versus 1, we can make this happen. The rounds have been incredibly close so consistently. We just need to tighten up a little bit, and it's not too late. There is still a lot of opportunity for them, but they have to convert that into momentum. If they stop here, that could just kind of be the end of the map. So we need to see a little bit more out of that. Keep clawing their way into these rounds and get that confidence back. Know that you can win those fights.
Luluten's is devastating in the clutch. Oof. Close, but not quite on that occasion. Is there momentum to be had in the dying rounds of the first half here for DMS? Trailing by 6. We see Furia looking for victims in this mid position. They've won and lost duels here before. And this is important for DMS to be able to rotate in from site to site. So this takeoff mid is a massive problem because only 2 of the 5 are on the A bomb site, and they are desperately trying to hold things down. But Jamie's already down to the pistol, and she'll get smoked by Bazina. This time Gabs won't cut off that rotation, but they will eliminate the lurkers. That molly will be real important, and Izza knows there's more to come behind that incendiary. 3 players remaining. Carr on 2 HP. Walking into a flick from Kitsuna. This might be a second for DMS. Luluten still standing though, full health with heavy lifting to be done. Izza's only got 20 HP, she's gone now, and it's Luluten's once again in the clutch. She's got 2 more to collect, trying to isolate these fights, and we know she knows how to do that. We've seen it before, dropping a HE into the smoke, spotting the trade fragger and collecting them both. Beautiful work, yet another highlight for Luluten.
It's outrageous. It's just unfair. The fact that the HE does so much damage onto the diffuser, then she's able to get the backup player who's like just elevated above the smoke, and they know that she's there, and it doesn't matter. She still just gets both of those kills. It's out. She's sitting on 16 and 4 at the moment. Like, it's literally just unfair. And I was talking about the confidence building and how that needed to be that round for DMS, and unfortunately, I think right now you just kind of fall straight back into the dumps.
In the clutch, she is... Oh, never mind. There's no time to even talk about that because we have the W key stuck on the keyboard as it is a full send into this A bomb site. Of course, they'll still be holding any rotations around the back. But the heat map is as hot as an oven door on this A bomb site. That's a nice frag from Averona with the scout, no less. But how much more can be done? Double scout from the CT side as the charge came in to this A bomb site. Do they shoot from the hip? How do they try and solve this? It only gets harder versus Furia. Car trying to deny access, but I think she'll need to get her gun back out. Another scout frag is here, but there aren't kits on these last two CTs. Death by paper cuts for DMS in round 10. As that bomb will be absolutely secure and Furia will make their exit.
And again, another round that is just so incredibly close in terms of actual eliminations. But DMS can't close it out. They can't get those final kills. They didn't have the kit on board. And even if they had in a 1 versus 2, I mean, they've consistently been losing the 1v1s. They lost a 3v1. Like, it's just... It's becoming the unclimbable mountain, the undoable. And now at 9-1, 2 rounds left. If Furia nab these next 2, this feels like the last stand for DMS. They need these next 2 rounds. If they lose this round, it's back to broken econ, more or less. I mean, Ulysses got some cash, but more or less busted. And I think that's kind of it.
Murder, She Wrote is the story of this first half. Lulaten's fishing for more. Maybe she's trying to get to 20 in this first half. Starting to creep into the site. Bomb in tow as well. That is confidence. But as Lulaten's is dropped, so will the bomb go soon after. Furia clearly committed to this one. And only 2 remain. Gabs and Car. 2 on 2 as Ulysses dropped. Sosia coming in from the back now, but she'll be heard and spotted and swatted by Gabs. And Kitsuno will follow. Looking for the second one, rounding the pillar, but won't do much more. 10-1 for Furia.
That was quite a gamble from Averona because she's just like standing in a Molotov and she's like, I'm going to get mine. And she does, which is absolutely ridiculous. She does manage to get a kill as she's burning alive. And that's kind of the thought process there. Like, I'm probably going to die anyway. Let me at least try and get one. If she backs away, maybe she lives a bit longer, but they've given up too much space. So a major gamble from them. And again, it keeps the round close, but no cigar. Now into this round, this final one, there is a little bit of cash still just to tide them over, but will one round be enough to survive, for them to survive a bit longer in this best of 1?
Aggressive and prompt map control we're seeing from Furia. How will DMS choose to use their utility? No mollies left, it'll be hard to retake. So they've got presence at the front of A. The side of B. Very difficult if you're the CT squad to know where you put that third player. And they've pulled a short straw on many an occasion in this first half. So again, it's going to be a 5-on-2 on this A bomb site. Sosia is gone. Jammy next on the barbecue, unless holds for now. But again, that rotation being caught by Car, who's just going hunting, looking for the transfer as well. Ulyss and Jammy versus 3. There is a kit. And now it's on the floor. Ulyss, with all the work to do, has to run through a smoke grenade and hope for the best. But at the end of the half, it will be 11-1. A landslide, an avalanche for Furia so far. We'll see how long the second half goes after the break.
Excuse me, senor. One moment, please. Yeah, Disculpa, I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. 2 huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se
Lulaten's in the clutch, as nasty as salty licorice. Definitely left a bad taste in the mouth of DMS, and they'll be absolutely parched after an arid half with only 1 round from 12. But there is still a chance. It is a long shot, but it's a shot no less. There is a long shot in the face of Bizina, but with a Glock, you're gonna have to do more. Moving through now, safety in numbers as they tease the A-bomb side. There is a lurker round the other side. They'll be smoked off. Heading towards that B-bomb site, which Furia have somewhat abandoned. Lost some position now. Lulaten's next one to eat a headshot, but still be standing. And Sosia's the first one to fall. The Julies are out in the hands of Gabs. The bomb is planted, and DMS have more to do. Furia coming for the retake now, still with 5 players standing. Lulaten's and Bizina will be the pinatas for this. Surely they've got to go first, take a bullet, create that space, move those crosshairs away from their teammates. But it's not Lulaten who takes it first. She's not the one you want in the clutch, but she will be dealt with, leaving Kara in a 1v3. And I think it may be too late. DM's passed the first test in the second half, but there are many more tests to come.
Yeah, like it's hard to feel like this is it, you know, like that was the bare minimum that they needed. If they didn't get that, I mean, that's kind of GG. So it's the first step of many, the first step of a 1,000-mile journey to get themselves to a somewhat contendable situation. The really key thing here, I think, is the fact that it's done on their T side. So they come into this next round with a full buy, and Furia not opting to get cheeky about this, don't spend, but that is very scary for the next round.
They know exactly what they want to do, and on this occasion, it is create chaos. A fast eco round is a good eco round, and we'll thank Furia for a fast eco round. They sent it in mid. They did get some frags, which again does help relieve the pressure. We didn't really have time to say that in the first half in that round where DMs managed to take down all the Furia players. It does relieve the pressure if you do win a buy round later on, because there's just less full buys in the hole for the T side. And that pressure game is really important when you're on that T side. Anyway, it'll be a solid buy with all the primary weapons for Furia, spending absolute 0 in that round prior. And I think they only had the one flash. But again, on a map where it's very difficult to make plays on your CT side and very costly, might not be the worst thing in the world. Hold on a second. I see on the radar Lulaten's very close to the entrance of B, and they are going to pop out dry and be rewarded for it as well. Only seeing one player, instant molly on the other side. They respond so fast, it is unbelievable. DMs may feel like their choice has been taken away though. In parts, it might have felt like Furia were forcing them to go in now, otherwise things are only going to get worse. But again, there's smokes in there. Incendiary start to come through, and Furia to stop DMs from doing anything they want to.
And they still have so much of that map control as well. Like, Furia just not over-rotating, not making any silly decisions. They're standing their ground.
They are pulling DMs from pillar to post. And this is, again, this is like a warning for every other team in this tournament. Furia are dictating the pace without leaving, well, I mean, slightly leaving the bomb sites, but DMs haven't been able to really do anything just yet. There are 30 seconds left. Finally, they get a kill, and the CTs are just coming for them. Lulaten's eventually trading. She could run distraction as Bazina is at the back of the side. The Molotov is up, and she's going to have to start moving. Car and Lulaten's now. Lulaten's on 2 HP. Furia getting hyper aggressive in this one, and they choose to cut their losses. So that should have been a Furia round, I think it's fair to say. Again, the presence of mind, the idea as to what the opponent is doing, and then denying everything DMs thought they should do. Furia then denied them to do that afterwards, but somehow DMs still come out with the round.
I think a large part of it is the kind of solo peeking that we see towards Dark and Water. So that first kill comes through, the two players in Dark are like, all right, there's someone just around the corner. Then there's like a single swing, and that player goes down as well. And then eventually Lulaten's takes down, I can't remember who it was that was tucked into the corner there, but it takes 3 players to finally get her down, which was a bit of a... The first one, which was like all the way in Narnia, you've got your late lurk player coming through. That kind of makes sense. And then to have the next player go down, bit of a misstep there. But well done, of course, to DMS for taking full advantage of that. Like, you know what, you're going to give that to us on a silver platter? Thank you very kindly. That's a free round.
Yeah, I think the action around E-Box, Connector, Dart, whichever one you call it, swung things in DM's favor a little more as well. Now, after an expensive round like that, have they earned some respect from Furia? Because Furia are one of those teams who are saying, give us a reason to respect you. That's a promising start then from DMs. Oh my god, what a snap from Bazina. We haven't even had a chance to really mention Bazina just yet, with Lulaten's going nuclear in that first half. Furia always dangerous, not to be counted out when they've got 5-7s in a round such as this. And Izza might be the bait for Car to deliver afterwards, but it seems that DMs might just be ready for them. Jammy delivering the goods. Gabs and Bazina remain 2 versus 4. Lots of utility. Jammy knows her angles. Jammy in English is slang for lucky, but there's no luck required with Jammy checking those angles. That is pure training and spatial awareness.
This is a great resurgence for DMS. I wasn't sure that they'd be able to do it with, you know, one round at the half. And there is still a lot to get done, but obviously the shining kind of star in this is the fact that even in a rifle round, they were able to do it. And obviously this was like a save or an eco round for Furia, and Gabs managing to steal away one of those AKs will certainly help them into the next round and possibly, you know, the next rounds, the following rounds. But they did actually win a full rifle, and that gives signs of hope. It hasn't been a case of like grand heroics that somehow magically gave them something to do. It came down to them actually playing the round really well and utilizing those advantages. So that gives me a little bit of hope here. A 6-round deficit, it certainly feels like it can be done, but they don't really have any buffer, and that's the scary part. Losing one round here could be the absolute snowball into decimation.
As DMs keep collecting rounds, Furia have to play more carefully. Run a tight ship. Seen some wild swings so far on the CT side, but they may have to rein it in somewhat. Holding on to a lot of utility are Furia. Cheeky peek. Zina gets away with her head. She'll have to concede the position. Now, how will Furia respond to that? Rotation through CT for Bazina. As she goes back and forth, you can read in her movement the communication that Furia are doing in response to the util DMs are throwing. DMS, excuse me. Bomb being collected now as there is somewhat of a retake around that A-bomb site. Again, crucial time to thwart the potential intentions of DMS here and also get information. Sub 40-second mark, that's where things start to get warmer. And again, Bazina trying to figure out which site to go on and look for flanks towards mid, which is uncontested. And now DMS are in a very good position to split the bomb site. They've got the numbers to trade, and Car is on an island looking to deliver in multiple directions. Doesn't know where to look. They have been split by DMS. How many more CTs will they throw at this? The bomb site's been lost. It's a 3v2. This could be more pricey, but that is an important frag. Izza now in the clutch, 1 versus 2. She's got half the information, but she can't catch the bomb planter unawares. And DMS will collect another round.
I was a little bit worried about how that kicks off because they use quite a lot of utility to kind of keep the pacing, slow things down, because they're playing very slow in that round. But they're not really gaining much ground. They're not gaining a whole hell of a lot of traction. They're still way outside A main. They haven't really made any movements in towards mid. And I'm like, all right, you're burning all of your utility. What are you going to use on the exec? And Furia almost play scared, it feels like. Maybe not scared, but very hesitant. They don't push in. They're like, all right, when's the next barrage of utility going to come through? And when they eventually do push in, well, by that point, they've already pincered their way in towards the site, and the retake is nigh on impossible. So that was a really good round from DMS, but I'm curious to see if Furia find a way to kind of flip that on its head, right? Because we're starting to see telltale signs. DMS play this really slow game. They kind of play a little bit of push and pull, but they use a lot of their utility early on. So how do Furia respond to that? In this round, well, Car's got an AWP, so I suppose anything's possible.
That is absolutely true. There are sound cues for the CTs as well. Car, I think, oh, wow. Never mind, no time to talk because DMS have got the W key in their possession now, and that is a lightning fast round. I was going to say, you could see the communication for Car with the T's running off the bridge into the water. She fell back to a position where she could kind of reset, and then she just got popped. That was nasty.
Flying
We've got a
Jammy.
real game on our hands here.
Yeah, obviously at the end of that half, I think we were all just kind of like, all right, cool, pack it in, folks. But this is the comeback. This is where it happens. Furia have yet to pick up a round in this half. They've just been kind of run over. And as the queens of aggression, as we've kind of called them throughout the regular season, this is a really weird look for them, and they're looking really uncomfortable.
That's their turn to play. Where are they? DMS setting the pace finally, feeling control of the game. Could see Furia more hesitant to peek out of B on that occasion. They were being waited for. In that sense, they made the right read. The HE later on might have confirmed that. Airstrikes all over the shop. DMS just waiting for, like pre-punishing any shenanigans from Furia. They haven't really caught them yet. They've got 499 HP. And still some smokes to throw. And incendiaries and HEs as well. Furia have a plan of their own. But again, where do you put that third person? Again, the CTs don't really have that mid position. Bazina's going to have a quick look now. She's got a very difficult role in this half. Get information, but also stay alive. If this gets smoked off, then the players on the A bomb site should be screwed. Have a look at that angle. Why was there no frag there? Carl finds a nasty one first instead. This could have really gone the other way. What happened? Suddenly it's Jamie and Kitsuna all alone. 2 on 4. Can't hesitate versus Furia. You will pay for it. Suddenly, Furia win one of those few rounds they need in this second half.
That's exactly what I was saying, man. So that previous round, we see that slow pacing. We see the utility coming out really early on that's trying to dictate and deny Furia space. So Furia take time out. They're like, all right, cool. We'll just wait it out. It'll be fine. Car gets the craziest angle. I don't even know exactly where she was, that she had that just like perfect precision. And I saw the bomb moving towards mid and I thought, okay, well, there's a possibility that they could pivot over towards B instead. But they go for the exact same thing that they did in the previous round, and Furia just waiting, arms wide open. Map point now for them.
Oh, Izza got caught being cheeky. Again, Furia back pressing the big red button, and it's not working in their favor. Heavy losses for the CT side. They've got to call it. Surely, Car and Gabs are not in position. 2v4. Their money is busted as well. They need to find a hidey hole and stay there. Tuck in deep. Yes, they are on match point. But by no means is this match won just yet. DMS have been building confidence with the correct reads, strong plays, pacing. They've taken control of these rounds. They've stopped being a victim to Furia. So nothing is guaranteed at this point.
And this is a really cool change-up, I feel like, for DMS, because I was literally just talking about how they do this, like, slow and steady, like, dictate the pacing. And in this round, they just go, woo, W key, and run straight in towards the site. And Furia are like, wait, what just happened? And you check Luliten's being like, they're probably playing slow, so I'm going to push through this smoke. And I'm going to, like, nah, just instantly shut down. And it's a great read from DMS. And it keeps them alive just that little bit longer. And as you mentioned, with the economy being such a problem right now, that should springboard them to at least another round. And I love, again, that we've got like another timeout coming through here, because as you're getting closer and closer to the end of this map, you've got to make sure that, for one thing, your players aren't getting kind of in their own heads, because that can really happen, right? The underdog team getting like way too hyped could start making mistakes, and the team who should be the favorites start to feel like, hang on, what on earth is going on? So you've got to kind of keep those emotions in check and make sure that the plan is still in place. And I'm loving this. I love the fact that DMS are really showing up here, because I was feeling devastated in that first half, and they've pushed back in a really strong way. But despite what the economy looked like, Furia will still come into this with a bye. There is still a world.
Hold on a second. These teams look like they are sending it straight into the A bomb site, and only Gabs is there running through fire. How long can she survive for? Oh, she's going straight through the smoke, but can she pick the right timing? Trying to flank these T's, but it's not going to work out for her or the rest of the squad. Furia getting slapped by DMS in these rounds. Luliten's in the clutch again. Surely she doesn't go for it. How many highlights does she have in her? We've seen some crazy clutches from her in the past, but I think this one would be too much to ask. This score is getting uncomfortably close for Furia now. They should be in a cafeteria by now.
Like, Luliten's has actually slowed down quite a bit in the second half. She hasn't really had as many opportunities as she did in the first. And the conditioning from DMS, I think that's the big one here. The fact that they play so much of the first bit of the second half really slow, really patient, and suddenly they just hit the accelerator, and Furia just, they're kind of floundering a little bit here, but the crucial part of the fact that they had such a huge lead coming into the second half is the fact that they've had a bit of time now. And there's every possibility that within the next round or two, they'll be able to read into that flow and flip it back around. The problem is now this is where the economy becomes that problem. That previous round was kind of when it needed to happen. So the timing on this is kind of all over the place and they're running out of opportunities. This could be an upset really early on.
Oh, it's a full set from Izza. She's going to catch one, run out of bullets. How much has she got left? Oh, Kitsuna's missed. These rounds Furia win way too often because they just have too much talent on the team. 2 versus 3. This is chaos, but this is still winnable. This is still hyper dangerous for DMS. I've seen so many games won with rounds like this. You just don't know where these CTs are going to be now. It was such a great read the round prior where DMS sent it into that A bomb site. Furia were like, let's bolster mid. Wonderful. But when they just say, let's just go and shoot them in the face wherever they may be, hopped in the taxi, off they went. Now, Furia have been careful, what remains of them, about moving around. No upgrades for the 2 players, but hey, a 5-7's often all you need. Together on B, as DMS clear out the A-bomb site. Utility may give it away before the bomb is planted. There's the smoke.
Bomb has been planted.
Now, this was a half buy from them, so they should all be able to buy regardless in the next round. If they come across an AK or an AWP or something, then maybe they can choose to save. So far away, though. They do have a kit. So it's about getting the abacus out and figuring out, do we have anything to lose if we go for it? Does it make a difference to our buys, etc.?
Abacus, damn. I think they were going for something similar to what we saw from DMS in the first half. And, I mean, pretty standard, right? Try and farm up with the MP9, see if you can get a little bit of extra cash on the board, see if you can kind of get a bit more of an investment into that next round. And they were actually able to recover some of those guns, which is really helpful.
Yeah.
That's going to make their buy a lot easier into this next round. But this is where things are, I would say, really stressful. They've only picked up the 1 round so far. They only needed 2 to close out the whole map. We only managed to pick up 1 thus far. And again, a moment of respite, a moment of conversation, because things have just looked insane.
Saving those rifles as well, depending on how other rounds go, if they have other people saved, may give them a full buy over the odd rifle. So let's see what they choose to do. 2 rounds until they tie then for DMS, who eat some fat grenades on the stairs. How much promise is behind that damage for Furia? Victory feels alien to them at the moment. Lula10s is a big first frag. We know how dangerous she is when a round goes deep. 5-on-4 for DMS then. Plenty of time as well. Plenty of time to allow Furia to make their plays if that's what they want to do. Still assaulting this B bomb site, but they've got a really good spread across the map. They're looking for Furia to try and do something elsewhere. Car creeping with the AWP. Sometimes you just can't stop her. Have a look at that though from Kitsuna. Looks like a good lineup. Nothing doing though. The trades will continue down to a 3-on-3. Just under a minute on the clock. Bomb collected by Sosia. Vizina will need to stay alive. She can buy time for her team to rotate in. Oh, she'll collect both of them. And this might be it for Furia. Sosia now finds herself 1 versus 3. Trade frag is set up, won't be needed though. Gabs delivers the last one and Furia will finally close out their first match.
That's heartbreaking. Those 2 players just line up and you can see what they're trying to do. Get together, swing together, make sure that you can get that player and reinforce yourself in the post plant, but they're just a little bit too close together and both of them end up falling there. But it must be said, this has been a phenomenal effort from DMS. I think a lot of us come into this matchup and we're thinking, right, you know, Furia, one of the favorites to win out the entire season. The fact that DMS were able to push them this far and get this much ground, it really does bode well for them for the rest of the season, because this is one of the toughest matchups they possibly could have had to kick things off. So as the group goes on, there's hope.
Yeah, it's very easy to just focus on the big brand name of Furia, but this shows that DMS came to play. This is probably one of the two, or definitely one of the two toughest draws you can get at the beginning, and to start the second half with 1 round on the board and be able to stay focused and fight past those tests where Furia are swinging wildly at you, deliver the frags you need to, and claw back as much as you can, shows that they came to play. They did not come here to be a victim, to be an also-ran, or anything like that.
Congratulations. The first half was absolutely amazing, so beautiful. Now, on the CT side, were you like rushing to close the map?
Yeah, I think we struggled a little bit with the first time of the round. We lost some info and we wanted to get info when it is not really good. And the problem with the CT side, I think, is they played the rounds with calls very fast, and we choose the wrong thing to do.
But was it a surprise that it was actually Nubis? Because it is a map that you play a lot. And I think, have like only like 1 HLTV demo. Was that a surprise that you actually end up on this map?
Yeah, we knew that we had 3 maps, and Anubis was one of them, so we were prepared. Didn't have a lot of info about him, but we knew it.
And do you like this environment where you actually get to play against the team and they're on the opposite side? You actually kind of can see them and hear them. Do you like this environment?
Yes, it's a good vibe, but unfortunately I'm not Apex. I think I want to be more Apex to scream and say a lot of things, but I'm not that person. And in my team there's no one who's like this. Just Luli, I think, kind of.
Maybe?
Busy, maybe kind of too. But it's really cool. It's really, I think we can yell.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can like fight them on the server and outside of the server.
Yes.
One more time, congratulations. And now it's time for our desk to check out what exactly was happening in the map.
Furia, one of the favorites for this competition, close out their first game 13-10. However, I would argue that maybe DMS saw some chinks in the armor of Furia on their defense, because there was a lot of conversation about playing on Anubis obviously favors Furia, but DMS getting that run in the second half. Mac, do you think that they've pinpointed some things we need to pay attention to later in the tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like maybe it was just getting confident on LAN and sort of feeling out how that first half was going to be played out. We felt like they weren't playing incredibly confidently. They were sort of not playing Anubis how you would really want to play Anubis on the CT side, and that's why it was an 11-1 half. But imagine if they felt just that little bit more confident. We could be seeing that first upset of the tournament already.
Hanka, what was it that DMS was able to capitalize on in that second half to get some more rounds on the board against Furia?
I think in general we saw both really strong T sides on this map. Both teams lacked a lot of movements on CT side. Like, I cannot say that both teams were super uncomfortable to watch, in my opinion. But luckily for Furia, they started T, so they had this like really out of runs in the back, and I think it was the reason they won in the end, because in the end match got really tough and DMS found their way to like counter Furia's aggression, Furia's the decisions basically. So I was pretty surprised, but they found their way, really.
They did find their way. It's a good showing for your first time. Let's talk a little bit about our standout player, though, because we did have a chance in that first half to really see why a lot of teams are probably scared about facing Furia.
Yeah, Lulitense. You know, individually, I just had a quick look. 17 out of the 21 kills were headshots. That's an 80.9% headshot percentage, which is crazy to go through a whole game, get that many kills, and just be shooting heads every single time. You know, winning a couple of clutches in there as well to make it as one-sided as it was. And then also just like a couple of openings, playing on the wings, denying any aggression for DMS, denying any information, and pretty much denying the game, which, look, it almost didn't happen, but look, it was Lulitense, as well as, you know, Gabs and Car, who fired up in the second half to really make that one happen.
What did you think about Lulitense's performance, Hanka?
She always performed great. Like, she's one of the best players I've ever seen, to be honest, because she plays so confident. It's so hard to play against her because she's cold-blooded all the time. She's not scared to make hard decisions, hard risk. And I remember that against her, like at some point nothing was working because she is just really, really good.
Really, really good. It is the first day of our group stages here at ESL Impact. So I just want to remind you, it's best of ones the whole day. What will happen is there will be silence, but I will be back. We've got best of ones the whole day. No teams are going home just yet, but at the end of the day, 2 teams will be fighting to get into the semi-finals. We'll move to our second game right after this.
Me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Treat you like a ghost. Take this man home. Everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need. You're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy. Turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though.
We are going to play the first match against Supernova Comets, and I think it's going to be one of the easier games because we prepared a lot for them, especially for our first game. It's very important for us to go 2-0 in the groups. So yeah, I think that it will be one of the easier games.
There we go. You heard it directly from Astra. This is going to be easy for Zerance, or so she says, up against Supernova Comets. I'm interested to hear what our desk has to say about that, because I was under the impression you were all leaning in the other direction. So, Hanka, how do we feel about Zerance in those comments? Is this an easy matchup for them?
I need to agree with Astra. I think I have the same feelings about this matchup, especially if they prepared, as Astra said. Like, I think they shouldn't have much problems with them. But of course, like on Supernova Comets, we have like 2 brilliant players who already stand out from like Impact League. So it's gonna be about individuals, I think so.
Yeah, individuals for sure. And look, for me, Zerance, I feel like French CS is just doing numbers at the moment, you know, all around the world. And it's good to see a full French lineup coming in for Impact as well.
Also, we saw Rachel last year and I loved her. Like, I got really excited. She said to me that she didn't know if she was going to keep playing. Now she's back with this team. What are our favorite things about Zerance that we've seen in the regular season that we think they'll bring to LAN?
I'd just say the fact that they're all just speaking, you know, their domestic tongue, you know, it allows the communication to be that much smoother, cleaner, and the fact that they've kind of, I wouldn't say ruined another couple of teams, but the fact that some of these French players coming back and playing in France, in Europe, from, you know, NA has kind of debuffed some of the other teams that are here in the finals.
Like, I think language is a huge factor. Like, I can say that playing in like full Polish roster was one of the best experience. So for them, it's gonna be way easier to have like less concepts, you know.
There we go. We're talking a little bit about the language that you're playing, but let's talk about the language of Counter-Strike. Newt, tell me, when we take a look at Zerance, what sets them apart from everyone else?
Well, they are a French team, and what's in France? It's the Louvre. So Zerance have a bit of art up their sleeve. It is the art of utility. They've got like the Mona Lisa, the Picasso when it comes to utility. I know this kind of looks a bit confusing, but let's just break it down a little bit. This is a little scatter graph. So right at the tippy top, you have Zerance right over there. Because this kind of represents where they are in different aspects with utility. So the average utility damage per round and the average utility thrown per round. Both to the max. Constant pressure with utility is super hard to deal with when you're on the opposing side. So when you're getting that utility rained upon you, it is so difficult to counter. So Zerance, in all accounts, are going to be nullifying a lot of the Supernova Comets firepower by just throwing some utility. They don't even need to see Supernova Comets because they're going to be throwing Comets of their own straight in their direction with nades, with mollies, smokes, flashes, you name it. It's utility and it's their art.
Newt, that was really helpful. Thank you. I'm going to have a little game with everyone watching at home. Here's what it is. Just throw some random words out there in the Twitch chat or maybe tweet them to one of us. And I'm going to just give them to Newt and see if we can link them into the conversations that he does with the teams. We're jumping into this particular comment now. And I do think, I mean, Hanke, you can give us some insight here because obviously you see it there. These teams coming from other regions, they consider EU the benchmark, right? They don't care about what's happening in their regular leagues. They want to beat the European teams. What makes the European teams so much stronger here at Impact?
Like, of course, scene in EU is like way more competitive. Like, especially in this season, I feel like teams are developing because we basically play not daily, but like our opponent is Imperials, right? So we are aiming really high. Other regions don't have it, and maybe this is the factor.
Supernova Comets, though, what do they have to do if they want to beat this team? I mean, what is it about their playstyle that will work for them or against them?
Well, in terms of playstyle, I think it's more just about the prep, right? And I know you might have heard this for the last couple of weeks, but they did go to Fragadelphia, so they have, you know, never underestimate Fragadelphia. But it's a place where you can get a lot of LAN experience, and having that up their sleeves coming into the finals like this, that was what, like only a month ago or something like that. Like, that's pretty fresh. They should be feeling pretty good coming into this.
They should be feeling pretty good. Let's find out if they are.
We've got nerves of steel. Everyone is laser focused and we're ready for anything, even if it's on the stage.
We already have LAN experience together, just as a team, all 5 of us. We're gonna play the same game we always do.
We've been preparing a lot, especially over the last few days. We just had our boot camp yesterday. We spent a lot of time looking at the other teams from the other countries. We think that we're really good individually, and if we just bring the next level of everything else, then we can compete with the EU teams. And I think we're gonna get a lot of experience here, whether it ends good or bad, it'll be a good time either way.
We're really excited to play the EU teams. Like, we've been looking forward to it all season. They're obviously very good at what they do, and we hope we can shut them down a little bit.
We've got a chance to make a breakout. I think now is the time. They should definitely be worried.
In a Dream Worlds. It'd be pretty damn cool if a North American team won at Dallas. But we don't live in Dream Worlds. We live in reality. Hanka, you've seen Supernova Comets. What do you think about this lineup?
I think they come really hungry for this win. Like as we saw, they are just there for a wins and for like experience. I'm pretty concerned about the level of CS they're gonna show. Is the only thing which like concerned me because as we said, EU teams just playing differently. Like we cannot say it. Like for them, gonna be super hard to like adapt as fast as we do it, in my opinion.
That's the reality, right?
Yeah.
And look, the reality is we're going to be going back to Anubis again. And we already saw one team, maybe with a slow start on Anubis. We'll see if Supernova Comets are going to have something similar, because you better believe French CS usually has their protocols and utility in order. And that's what was kind of lacking, I'd argue, for both teams there on the CT side of that last game of Anubis. However, it's a blank slate. I'm keen to see what we get.
I'm hoping to see at least good City side, because I was lacking it in the previous match. I'm pretty sure that Astra knows how to play this match, this map, and I'm really looking forward because I know that they're going to be super prepared.
North America up against EU. This is the battle that you're about to see. Bardov, how do we think this is going to play out? Is it Viva la France?
My favourite players in Europe are Vilgar and Hanka. But since Hanka's dodging LAN, Astra has been a player that I have watched on the server in recent matches, and I've been really amazed. I think she's a standout player. I think she's one of the best players in the region by far. I think not only individually, but as an overall asset for the whole team. So I'm expecting the Frenchies to come out on top here, and I'm looking in particular to see a great performance from Astra, because I think she's on an upward trajectory where she's one of the big names we talk about in Impacts.
Absolutely, and more than just her fragging ability, the fact that she's that IGL, so the mid-rounding for this team throughout the regular season was exceptional. But I gotta say, I'm leaning a little bit more towards, you know, what Sam was saying. Rachel, such a fan of her, and when I saw that she wasn't really going to be playing in the previous season, my heart broke. So I'm super glad to see her back in the server. But of course, they're coming up against the current North American queens, because they beat Flyquest in the regular season. This is a team that has just been on a massive upward trajectory, and I don't see them slowing down.
Well, this will certainly be a quick venture into the B bomb site as the T's come charging in. Now, the CTs have managed to stay alive. STX took one in the face, but they have fallen back out of the bomb site for the retake. But look at Astra finding these lurkers. Careful with your positioning now. Oh, they have a plan, and they are executing it very well. The positioning of those two CTs in that con position was so nice. They have clearly worked hard. I mean, we've got minimal information here, but it's the little details that make the difference. And so far, I'm seeing in that very small sample size, I'm seeing very promising things from the Frenchies.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if they can continue with that one. And for anyone who may be looking at this name and maybe you haven't been keeping up, so this is obviously the old prototype Blaze roster. They joined Zerance, so just a little bridge there for anyone who might be confused. And yeah, of course, looking really good off the back of that first pistol round. We come into this one, and it's Mac 10s across the board here. Like, this is, they're looking to make a statement.
Empathy's bought a Deagle, and I really do wonder why. But we'll find out the answer next round. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll find out this round, actually. I was going to say, like, assuming they lose the round, what's her money going to look like? But maybe it doesn't get that far, because they've got a 5-on-3 now as the bomb is urgently planted. The sheer chaos of this round could end up in a round win for the Comets. Send in the pistols first, send in the Mac-10s afterwards, have Empathy, like, almost as the person with the AWP, but it's a Deagle just trying to pop people in the back. There's a world where this works. They've got a smoke also. Oh, man. You could just throw everybody around that bomb. How would you catch all of them? How would you know when you fragged enough of them? Is anybody on the bomb just yet? Oh, so much damage has been done. Because it's kind of come down to the knives. Okay, Empathy will get one in the back of the head. And it'll be 4,000, so a little bit less if there isn't a kill there. I don't know long-term if that's worth it, but, you know, to throw it in there every now and then, who am I to say otherwise? 2-0 for Zerance, or Zerance.
Zerance.
If you're French, Zerance, bonjour.
Manchu. I think that, you know, as you say, long-term, right, big question marks, but in that particular round, certainly paid off. And into this one, they've actually gone for the 2 MP9s. They could have bought a little bit more, but instead they're opting for a bit of a cash farm, and the damage that they've done to Zerance's economy can't be understated. So this could be that pivot point for them. No, they weren't able to reset that economy and bring it to a 1-1, but they've given themselves a lot to potentially springboard off of.
Yeah, with the data we saw from the second round of the CTs in the last game of Anubis, and we saw different options. Furia bought absolutely nothing.
Yep.
They also had the most rifles in the next round. MP9s can absolutely work though, but if you're in a position where you need to rotate, maybe you end up in a weaker position. So anyway, we could talk about that all day, but let's see what the pacing looks like here for Zerance. Hitting the minute mark. The high urgency is always at that sub 40-second mark, but you would want them to have a little more map control before that. Still CT smokes up in that mid position, however. And I think it's Empathy who is keeping an eye on things in that regard, but Emerald will be rewarded for the patience. Very nice work indeed. Now, they don't really have the position to rotate anybody, nothing crazy, so it's essentially like a 4-on-2 on this bomb site. Still with rotations coming through. Rachel needs to deliver this frag, and indeed she will. 27 seconds, and that bomb needs to get planted. STX, last one standing then for the Comets. 1v4, made 3 as that bomb is planted. Will she go for it? Creeping into the site now. Got one, but the trade will be made.
Okay, that was a little bit stressful for sure. Not entirely sure how that might have gone otherwise. I was a bit worried because they throw all of these like CT smokes, and it's almost like they're using that in lieu of map presence. Instead of actually putting bodies there, they're throwing down these smokes to try and slow down potential aggression and space taking. And unfortunately, it doesn't work out. The extremity control from Zerance is great. They get full mid control absolutely for free. And then, of course, they can power in towards that A site totally uncontested.
So it will be a struggle at the beginning of this game. It was I love the bold responses we got in the interview with Astra before the game where, I mean, she basically said this was not going to be much of a challenge. So far, so good. There's much CS to be played, however. But again, she is absolutely one to watch. A very strong player is Astra. Definitely stood out to me in the season. And players I talked to have very positive things to say about her. Again, not the only star on the server. Definitely one to watch if you're asking me. Just a few left then. Oh, some nice damage. You want to keep them spending money. Hold on, we're down to a 2 versus 2. Are they going to go for the full rotation? That means that there are weapons that can be potentially collected here. An M4 and an AK for the CTs. And look at the timing that they'll both get there. Is there going to be a big swing here from Raven? Why not? Nothing doing though. Forks with 11 HP. Do you play the 1v2? Do you give it up? She went for it. Nothing doing for 0.
Another solid, like, economic chipping round, but unfortunately it's turning into a bit of a snowball. Forks getting 2 kills there with the pistols, a little bit outrageous. And you know, we didn't really get to highlight too many of the Supernova Comet players, and she's definitely been a standout. And it's one of our, you know, upstarts, first time on LAN type of vibes, or at least at an ESL Impact LAN. So really cool to see her stepping up in those moments. I think there's a little bit of over-aggression, getting a little bit too hyped up, swinging out 1 by 1 in that final 2 versus 2. And I think that's where the inexperience gap really does come to fruition here. And that'll be Zerance getting themselves up to 4. But Forks now has an AWP. So perhaps this is where they can use that to better advantage. We're actually seeing them take some mid control a bit more often here. So it feels like they're learning from those mistakes.
The Comets have held on to a S-ton of utility. As we head to the minute mark, almost 4 of their players have full util. Incendiaries are being held. They're trying to deny the initial establishment of map control and threat level from this T side. Not only that, but also they threatening to poke out of that B bomb site. They only have 2 players towards A, so they better use this utility well. I'll certainly use the AWP well, but here come the numbers towards that A bomb site. Then the smokes and the flashes are starting to stream in, and that's a huge frag. That's the can opener from Monkey D. Julie, as in they go. 37 seconds to get this bomb planted, and Empathy will find 2. Trying to hold the map control. Ravens come through as well, and the Comets will find their first round.
Damn, that position on at that pillar has just been so strong the last 2 rounds. First, Forks getting a double with a pistol from there. Then Empathy goes ahead and gets a triple in the next round. And it just feels like that site is uncrackable. And I think that so much of that boils down to the fact that it's such a difficult site to retake on. So you don't want to lose that control. And that's something that I feel like the Supernova Comets are really leaning into. They don't want to give up that space if they don't absolutely have to. Now, of course, in the previous round, there was a quick rotation. And that's how things kind of start to fall apart. This time around, they don't give that time over, so they're able to finally get themselves that first round on the board.
We have to credit the Comets for overperforming in the rounds they're supposed to lose.
Yeah.
They've done so much damage that has reaped rewards for them now that they've won a round. Look what it's left Zerance with. Now, on the right maps, with the right strategy, you can close the distance and storm a bomb site with Tech 9s. At that close distance, anything can happen. Anubis might be one of those maps if they can get through the choke point with util. They have a flash in the mollies, so that could be the plan here for Zerance. Rachel teasing that mid position, maybe inviting someone to rotate away from a bomb site. As we can see, they have big intentions to that B area. Forks concedes her position then with a swing and a miss, and the heat is rising in this area. Through the smoke they go though, but they've got nothing to show for their exploits just yet. 30 seconds remain and Rachel is behind enemy lines. What can be done with that? The bomb needs to be collected. It is committed. Monkey D. Julie running distraction, allowing her teammate to come through that smoke as chaos ensues. The threats will be eliminated. No more damage to be done by Rachel. And Comets find a second.
Another huge multi-fragging round for Empathy as well. Great positioning towards the end of that round there. But, you know, similarly, we talk about keeping things expensive and doing perhaps a little bit more than what you should be able to in rounds. And that's one where Zerance do the exact same thing. They keep it very, very close. The fact that Rachel's able to get so much space up towards mid and get all the way behind them, get that first kill. Sure, it's the only one that she's able to get, but it just leans into that more than potentially what they should have been able to get. So very impressive round there from them. But can they keep replicating that? They're doing something very similar to what we saw DMS doing, that slower style, burning a lot of utility early on to try to ensure that there isn't too much crazy aggression happening. And then finally, they'll kind of pull the trigger towards the mid to late round. So I'm hoping to see them kind of pick up the pacing a little bit here, because you've got to keep your opponents on the back foot. You've got to keep them questioning what is that next move gonna be.
Very cheap buy here. I mean, is it a buy? You could throw your Glock away at the last round, you'd spawn with it again. So a frugal round for Zerance. Now, it might be a slow one, because it makes sense even in a game of small edges. Let the CTs dump their util. They're still spending money in that way. Can also be an extended timeout of sorts where you think about the habits of the players you're going against and how you may be able to feed them misinformation your next buy. Nice sprays from Empathy. Already warmed up. Gets to 8 now. T's will try to find a little more damage if they can. It's going to be tough for Emerald with 2 HP though. Just the one frag. And that deficit is being reduced very quickly indeed.
yeah, round 5 can be a huge momentum shifter. You get rifles in your hands. Suddenly, you can very quickly start turning things back in your favor if you're able to get through that, which is, of course, exactly what they've done. And they've turned that into quite a bit of a landslide, but still, you know, still a deficit. Haven't quite managed to even it out yet or garner a lead for themselves. Zerance, with that having been a pistol round, you weren't expecting too much to come out of it. But now, what does the adaptation look like? Heading ourselves over towards that A site, and they have struggled to get positioning here previously, and look how strong this mid presence is now from Supernova Comets, so this could be that little bit more difficult for them to find an opening.
Love the rifle support steps up. It may have been broken though on this occasion. Fox has been good with the AWP thus far. Is able to reset and catch them with that surprise frag once again. Situations like this where you have to painfully discover where the AWP is can be devastating to your push. Perhaps not as easy as they thought it might be. Zerance. 4-on-4 though will favor them. There will be weaknesses in the CT setup. They can cut noise here and just hold position, and eventually the CTs will have to think about the rest of the map, and you can see that second person rotating away over to the other side, but Forks might be enough on her lonesome, down to the Tech-9 and still delivering, still buying time for that rotation. As she falls, Raven will make her way in. The trades will go back and forth, but it's 4-4. The CTs keep on winning.
Forks is like giving Lulitens right now. It's crazy how she's able to get so much done. The flick with the AWP, getting a couple of kills there, pulls out that Tech-9, manages to follow that up even with like 2 players aiming down at her. It's crazy how much space she's continuing to garner. And again, going for that A hit, knowing that the A site is a really tough nut to crack, being a little bit stubborn about it, and once again, not finding any sort of ingress.
Oh, the grenade damage is glorious for the CTs. Got to stand fuse and punish them. Might be one of those fast eco rounds in, although Julie's managed to collect an M4. I'm sure she'll look to do what she can, but they know exactly where she is, and down to 7 HP. Anubis is one of the maps that the Comets have been playing the most of late. They will not be uncomfortable, and it seems that Forks and that AWP is I think maybe her and Empathy are the key factors, at least on this CT side, to having a solid score so far versus what was always going to be a difficult team to play against in Zerance.
I mean, color me impressed. You heard it on the desk. There's a lot of favor for Zerance into this one. And maybe that's a little bit of EU bias. NA has historically really struggled in these lands, but Supernova Comets showing that they have come to play and looking very good so far on the CT side. I'm loving the fundamentals that we're seeing. I'm loving the control. They're really not giving up any space here, dictating a lot of the pacing. We'll see if they can keep that up.
Good spread across the map for the Ts, keeping their options open. Looking for Comets to make a play, but they seem quite content with waiting. Again, the Comets in rounds like this are just sitting on loads of util. Without any challenge, any Ts, any flashes coming in from the T side, they're just holding on to their util. Give us a reason to use it, otherwise we're chilling. We're heading towards that 40-second mark. Look how many smokes there are for the CT squad. Incendiaries and all. This might not... Oh, this is actually becoming very bizarre indeed, where almost a split of the A bomb site is happening. They'll find nobody in there as the CTs have made their way on the outside. This has become incredibly awkward, but that could be some info for Zerance, even with Monkey D. Julie falling there. Very awkward indeed. That bomb needs to get planted. And the CTs have the bomb site surrounded before that bomb's even down. Molly's gone the wrong way. This is looking a bit nervous here for Zerance. 8 seconds on the clock. Oh, Diaz is going to get barbecued! No. Not like this!
There's no way, bro!
Deary me. That was You know, ships passing in the night, the CT's making a play thinking, okay, it's the other side. Grenades come in, they take the bomb site via mid only. Then all the CTs are outside, the other ones rotate in. They've got the bomb site surrounded. Zerance don't know whether to plant the bomb or if the CTs are going to push them while they're doing it. Then there's just this hesitation and nervousness, and then it never quite happens.
That was certainly a round of Counter-Strike of all time. And yet, it further proves the point that the A site is uncrackable, even in crazy situations like that.
That shows some weakness here for Zerance, I think. You know, things are looking a lot tougher. I think this is a nasty surprise for them. 6-4 now in favor of the Comets, who tie up the numbers with that frag onto Astra. Now, I'm sure the CTs, absolutely. I think Raven can hear these Ts rotating elsewhere. This is free information. Look at that punish as well. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, this feels like nervousness for Zerance, what we're seeing here. Free information for the CTs, kind of descending into chaos in favor of the Comets. I don't think they expected much of what's happened in these recent rounds. And it feels like they're falling apart a little.
That's such a crazy concept as well, because you look at the pedigree of some of these players, Rachel, Astra, Cowday, that have been around quite often. Okay, Rachel only played the one LAN, but she's been around the ESL Impact team for a really long time. So there's quite a bit of experience on this roster, and to see them floundering so heavily at the moment, it feels like they just don't have an answer here. And it brings into question just how much prep has gone into this. And maybe it's not even a case of prep. Maybe it's just a case of they rolled up on the day and the nerves set in and everything that they planned has fallen to the wayside and they're struggling to execute it. But it does look concerning for this team. And of course, conversely, the Supernova Comets, I know, like, Affinity is losing her mind. Somewhere on the planet, she's absolutely losing her mind, as well as all of the NACS enjoyers, because this is one of the best performances we've seen out of an NA ESL Impact team in quite some time.
Longevity will certainly help with those moments where you hesitate. You know, the longer you've been together, the more you trust each other, the more you know what to do. I think Furia showed us a good example of that earlier on. The snap decisions they make, they always know what they need to do. But there was certainly some hesitation there, and I think maybe an adrenaline dump afterwards, especially for a best of one. I think, imagine if it's a best of three, it's like, oh, okay, probably less urgent, but it felt like a bit panic stations there. Will this be a faster round then from Zerance with these Mach 10s coming through? Definitely the Comets in charge at the moment. Forks and Empathy tied on 13 frags each, leading that charge. So far, so good. No response possible just yet. Cowday coming through from the side, though. A rare frag for her in this half. Only 4 so far. Dancing around the smokes. Who's ready, though? It is chaos on the B bomb site. And it's Astra in the clutch, but not for long at all. 8 rounds from 12 for the Comets at halftime.
Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You've gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little.
talent predictions potentially in shambles as the Supernova Comets come through the first half with an 8-4 lead. But now they've got to do that all over again on this T side. And honestly, James, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of Zerance were missing on the T side. And it's one thing if you're playing the CT side, and let's say you go B, they always go A, you have got to save, you get fragged, whatever. But on the T side, that is a lot more difficult, especially on Anubis. Anyway, we'll see what they are able to do. Wow.
Okay.
That is a very promising start. I think that's the fastest pistol round that I can remember in a very, very long time. Good for them.
Yeah, fair enough, I suppose.
that was like lightning fast, okay.
You're like, was that a read? Was that just dumb luck? Because you had both teams moving towards each other at the exact same time. And Astra and Monkey D. Julie, who I feel like we haven't really mentioned enough of, just go absolutely nuclear. But Julie's been having an absolute bomb burner of a first map. Even though the team is not doing well, she has been out of this world.
Let's see if they can keep up the good plays as it's the Comets' turn to eat grenades. Trying to make their way through. They've got a 2-woman set up to break. That was the last bullet of Emerald's MP9, dropping that headshot. And 2 will remain for the Comets, 3 for Zerance. The Serendipity starts to make her way into the A-bomb site. She will be dealt with. Empathy clearly favors the Deagle. We'll be going fishing. Carrying the bomb as well. Now, there is a flank, and she will be heard, which is good for Rachel. If she collected that frag, there was a bomb plant in there, but it will be denied. Oh, we've got some pop-offs as well on the camera. That's what they clearly need. After a difficult first half for Zerance, they need that release of energy. They need to energize the whole team and remind them that they came into this with confidence and kind of recapture that.
I do find it very funny that it's another round with the entireties of both teams just find each other at the exact same time. Will that happen a third time? As obviously this is a rough round for the Comets. You know, economy not where it could have been, unfortunately. But for Zerance, a great opportunity here to really close that deficit and perhaps put themselves back in the driving seat.
Empathy is about that Deagle life. I think we should just watch Empathy for the whole round. See what happens with that Deag. Looking to find some chaos, and they might just do that as things become awkward for the CTs, although it is Zerance getting all these frags. Raven finally able to show something. I don't know how many I saw there. I was seeing smokes for the most part, but that is what that type of round is, really. Let's try and take advantage of the chaos. Didn't quite work out for them. Didn't get all the frags they may have wanted. But now the buy rounds can come in.
I'd love to know what the routine or, you know, what was happening during the halftime break, because Zerance have come back with clearly a bone to pick. Now, obviously, a lot of that has come down to what economy looks like, and now we're in a proper buy round. Forks has got an AWP, but so does Astra, and it's Cowday, in fact, who kicks things off.
Shock and awe from Zerance. A very good start for them. 2 players half health, a 5-on-4 rally for the CTs. And it's their turn to sit on utility. Got to be careful though with those positions on B. That could have been very costly indeed. Just the one flash in the hands of the Comets, so it might be the wide swinging. Empathy with 3 HP now. Interesting. CT's almost playing retake on that B bomb site. So not much of a rotation required yet. But Julie's made a... She's repositioned a little closer, just keeping an eye on mid. But they're being patient, they're being calm. Zerance waiting for the play to be made. Empathy will pick up the AWP since she's on 3 HP. Forks is so good with it though. How much of a difference will that make? Oh, the shrapnel will take out Empathy. I'll get the bomb planted though. So Zerance decided to play for that retake. The retake they now have. They've got a smoke for the choke point if Emerald can find an angle for it. And that's Emerald taken down. So they don't have a smoke anymore to, unless they find one on the bomb site, to choke off this point. Forks will be dropped to the AWP. They'll have to do it the hard way, and the hard way they will just go and get all those frags.
Yeah, another round that kind of feels like there was some potential. Okay, they lose that first player very early on, but they take some time. They kind of go into that mid-rounding, and I was saying, you know, their mid-rounding tends to be really good, and they start to garner a little bit of space, but all just kind of starts to fall to the wayside as now we even things out a little bit. I must admit, I questioned the AWP buy for the Supernova Comets. I thought maybe, you know, instead you invest a bit more into your utility and what you can bring into that round, because the AWP really didn't see much action. And I think that if they'd had a bit more utility there, perhaps they've got a few more options. But wasn't the choice they made. Hindsight's 2020. And we move into the next, and it's another really weird buy here. Of course, very little money to splurge with, so it's going to be a bit of a half buy. See what they can make happen. Have yet to pick up a round yet. But bearing in mind, this is exactly what happened in the first half. They lost the first 4 rounds, and then suddenly Resurgence center. The problem is, again, the buy is not great into this one.
I've got to say, in the first half, there were a few people who were completely missing. Rachel was one of them. KOD was one of them as well. But it almost looks like, if you look at the scoreboard, that KOD's got all the frags in this half, because suddenly she's on 11. I think she came into this one with 3. Okay, maybe not all the frags, but many of them. Perhaps I overestimated that. But she's definitely pulled her socks up for this second half and is absolutely present when the team need her. So far to great effect. A hero rifle in the hands of Empathy now, who still, I was going to say still leaves on the scoreboard, but actually Forks has got 16, at least as far as their team is concerned. Now, they appear to be pulling some CTs over towards the A bomb site. However, the bomb is towards B. And now they will quietly rotate. How long do Zerance hold this configuration for? I mean, it seems they are content to go for retakes on that B bomb site. So if this util comes in, they might just fall back. They're kind of passive anyway. They don't want to get picked off with wide swings from these rifles, but it's Tech9's taking the bomb site. That's a bit different. And this might be more of a nervous retake because of just the run and gun that you have with these Tech9s. Let's see how they deal with it. They have more utility on this occasion. And again, this is by design for Zerance, these retakes. A second frag here would be really nice for them. That'll do. Team kill will be absolutely fine. And they are really closing that net methodically to a very good effect. But hold on a second, Fox runs out of bullets. Oh, that Tech9 was causing all kinds of problems. But that is another successful retake by design, again, by Zerance.
Oh, Forks with those pistols has been such a devastating component, but unfortunately...
Stop to smile for the camera.
Love that. Yeah, unfortunately, that time around, a little bit of damage done, but let's face it, at this point, who really cares? They've got so much money to work with. Sure, Emerald's a bit low, but they can spread the love a little bit. Like, it's not a huge issue. This is the round. This is where it can happen for Comets, and it needs to happen if it's going to happen. They have that proper, robust buy, a full belt of utility. This is where it needs to. And if they can't make it happen here, then there's a good chance Zerance just run away with this.
Oh, man, holding a grenade. JFK'd by serendipity and into the bomb site they go. They might call it there, the CTs. They've got a fair amount of money, actually, so... A quick check of the Abacus, and this can be done. Can Astra follow up and get this kill? She knows that she landed a tag there.
All right.
Very nice indeed. 3-on-3 then. Urgency is high. There are kits here for the CT players. Smokes across the site will soon be gone. Empathy dancing around this pillar. Hasn't been caught just yet. Actually got a second one. Absolutely she does. All 3 for Empathy towards the end of the round. Stone Cold Killer here on Anubis.
And that's what I was saying. That was the round where it needed to happen. That was the round where it was the most likely to happen. Exactly what we saw in the first half, okay? It took an extra round because of how that economy had gone. They went for that weird force early on, and it kind of made things a bit wonky. But when they finally had an actual buy behind them, some robust power, they're able to transform that into a round win. But can they turn that into momentum? And that's the big question now, as we head into round number 19, an evened out scoreline, and it's really anybody's game at this point.
Now the CTs all of a sudden have to be much more careful. If last round was with this economy, then I think they call that round. Now if they get broken here, it will be a very urgent problem. Big flash. That was perfect timing for them, but Rachel's been lost elsewhere. 4-on-4 with this time on the clock will be advantage for the Ts. They've still got a good spread with Raven towards B, keeping an eye on any information plays or otherwise from the CTs. And this makes things so nervous, so dire. Well, there's some good timing for KO there. I was going to say, just holding on these bomb sites, you're going to end up in a 2v4 situation where the other two are going to have to rotate through. So they're taking a gamble here, slowly getting closer to that A bomb site. Emerald is utterly committed here. She needs help, and she needs help quickly. How long can she stay alive for? Long enough, it seems. Monkey D. Julie picking up that instant trade frag. Another bomb carrier has to dance. Forks in a very awkward position down to the Tech 9 as Raven tries to creep in. Raven with a very good angle. No, nothing is assumed, though, by Zerance, but this is an awkward position. 14 seconds. Seems to be between two minds. Do you go for the frags or go for the bomb plant? CT's now trying to swing in. Astra with the pistol, trying to lead, trying to find out where these players are. Kode the trade fragger. This is so awkward for them. They just can't make that connection. And Fox again with the AWP. Delivers when she needs to, and the Comets take 10.
That was such an uncomfortable position to try and play around, and credit to Supernova Comets for using the architecture, I suppose, of the environment of the A side to dodge all of those sight lines, tucking in, hugging the wall, and not allowing themselves to be seen for kind of any moment, and then forcing, because they realize it's a retake. They're the ones that have to push into our sight lines, and they finally get themselves back into the lead now. They've broken the economy of Zerance. They've hit double digits, and this is where things get so scary.
Empathy and Forks hard carrying this game for the Comets. So many multi-frags, so many impact frags. Astra and Monkey D on the other side, the big fraggers for their squad. But the next round will have to be huge. Of course, there is a chance here. There is a light buy for the squad. Now, unfortunately for the CT, Serendipity is already beyond this smoke grenade. Now, if she can land a headshot here, who the hell knows? Oh, she does exactly that! Looking for a third. 2 is huge. And the rotation is on. She's made this winnable for her team. They are en route. And the path in which they are taking could pick up some AKs as well. This timing will be very interesting indeed. If they swing through on foot, if they don't stand in the choke point and go together, then we've got some big problems for this T side. Rachel versus Raven. Where is that last player? Oh, there's some utility also. Look at the damage on that grenade. She's found another one. Different direction though. Got to find her quickly, and she does exactly that. They had no right to win that round, but 157 and some great timing opened the door for them, and they seized the opportunity.
Kaude getting 2 is outrageous before she's finally put down. And then they pivot off of that so well. I love the rotation, like you said, right? The pathing that they took allowed them to pick up weapons. The fact that you pick up those HEs, you're able to get so much damage done. And Raven, I feel like, is looking the wrong way And you can hear the footsteps, and maybe there's a bit of like mind games going on, like getting in her own head, thinking like, oh, there's steps there, but maybe it's a fake, maybe she's actually going this way. You're kind of overthinking that scenario, and you just moonwalk right into your opponent, and you hand them that 1v1 just about at such a tough position. And now we've evened out the scoreline around, as you said, that they had absolutely no right winning. They've pulled something magical out of the bag. They've kept this on an even kilter. And now, obviously, the loss streak bonuses will be in tatters, completely gone awry. And economy starts to become a massive issue. And this close to the end of the map, that's going to be a huge potential difference maker in who's going to come out on top of this one. Both teams still able to buy into this, but losing this round here will put either one of them on a knife's edge.
That was a big opportunity. I'm sure they will lament that slipping out of their fingers. Supernova Comets. But there is more to this story. They wanted these European challenges. They're not done just yet. Big execution into A. But there's enough space for the CTs to fight around, hold some off angles. There are so many Ts though. Flash is still coming in. Julie coming back, but getting nothing from it. CT's being forced, they're losing. They're being compromised. Their angles are being lost, but Rachel find a second. She has made this doable, but look how awkward these positions are. Dire for the CTs. Astra figuring out where to deploy the flashbang. So much risk to just make that step forward, and STX collects 2. That's a wrap.
Phenomenal utility usage, it feels like, from the Supernova Comets. And this is, again, the problem. I said this a bit earlier on, but this A site can be so difficult to retake on. And the fact that the flash, it feels like it could have landed, but STX kind of hiding behind the pillar swings out at the perfect time. And another scenario in a different matchup where just 2 players have the right idea, swing together so that you can play off of each other's contact and get that trade. But unfortunately, they just line up.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a swing there was. It kind of just hesitated right on the edge of the choke point where they just got domed together. Someone's got to go in and take the bullets for the president, you know, protect the VIP. So whoever the second person is has to trade that frag. But it's so awkward. Oh, man. What a rough position. The way they were forced back around those smokes as well. I don't know where that flash came from, where Monkey D. Julie fell back, went back down the stairs again, got deleted, then the rest of them stuck behind that smoke, just have to fall back. Just can't get back out again. Again, very tough. And they, you know, that round they weren't supposed to, and they got some bonus money from that, of course, but only 1 player surviving. It could have been a lot more if they carried more rifles into the next round. So we'll see what their buy looks like in that regard, but this really is down to the wire.
Yeah, knife's edge, like I said. So little here, and the problem is losing this round puts you on match point.
Well, it's not lost yet. Oh, that's the rifler then. I don't think she's been spotted. So that's got to be a big rotation towards the other side. No one's even watching for a swing there for the CTs. They need to get over to A as soon as possible, but Astra will get picked off. Mid has been compromised. Emerald can't do really much about it. So they've just been completely outmaneuvered here. And they just don't have the tools to defend. The rifle's been lost, and match point has been secured, more or less, by Supernova Comets here.
I feel like there's certainly still a world, right? Because obviously into this round, so they did buy the 1 rifle, but that's because they had that little bit of extra cash. So into this next round, they've got a little bit of streak bonus. So they can actually come into this next round with something, with a fairly decent buy. And there's a chance, I mean, if they can do what they did on a pistol round, if they can do that with rifles in this next round, you know, you get that first round in the bag, and there's a world in which we go into overtime. I don't know how easy that's going to be. These rounds have been pretty back and forth, and I certainly have been favoring Supernova Comets in most of them. obviously aside from the one kind of crazy breakout round. But it's certainly doable, and this really is going to come down to the mental of the team. How well can they readjust and maintain, keep those emotions in check, and make sure that they're playing perfectly, because that's what it's going to require here. Match point for the Supernova Comets.
Looks like a keep it simple, stupid round. Just go with an execute. Do what we've drilled. Deliver the goods. 2 frags for the CTs. Oh, that was almost a 180 there. Monkey D. Julie keeping her team in the fight, though. Forks and STX remaining. Getting the bomb plant. It won't be the first time that Zerance have gone for the retake here, but of course they have a little less people to do it with on this occasion. Astra eats the grenade. She's got such an awkward angle to deal with, walking into a crossfire as well with an AWP. How do you get that second frag? She has the smoke. She could split the defenses by using it, but there she pull a grenade out. No one's showing just yet. That clock is ticking. She has a kit. Oh, look at the weird bounce off the smoke grenade as well. Nothing going in her favor. Doesn't know what to do, and it is going to be Supernova Comets then who take the victory over Zerance in the best of one.
That's heartbreaking because it felt like they had such a good read on it. They get those opening kills and it's feeling like, all right, well, maybe we're going to get to go to one more round, one more opportunity. But unfortunately, it's just the staying power of the Supernova Comets roster just cannot be denied at this point. And I think that potentially first upset of the Impact Finals in Dallas, maybe, but certainly a very exciting matchup, and I'm glad that it's another close one because again it shows just how much that level continues to improve across the board. Kind of brand new team into our LAN finals, 2 brand new teams more or less, and still kind of going toe-to-toe and showing that there is still so much power, so much talent to unearth.
North American team going up against Europe is a big, big challenge. It's hard to get that level of practice that you have in NA versus what the European teams have the luxury of. So that has got to feel so good for the Comets. And hey, Zerance came into this one with confidence. They thought they could just brush this team by the wayside, and here they are eating a fat L. But that is a huge win for the Comets.
Yeah, Bordov, it's definitely a big W for the Comets. Finally, at an Impact LAN, you managed to succeed. How does it feel?
Really good, great, incredible. I'm very happy with how that game went.
But this is like the first time you actually won a series on an Impact LAN specifically. Do you think like that now you finally have the needed pieces in order to, you know, not just win like a series, but actually go to the playoffs?
Yeah, I've been saying it for a while. I think this team is so good that we're just like incredible even against like any competition. We've been like ready for this for like ever, and I think we expect to do really well.
And could you actually hear your opponents? Because every time they were taking a round, they were yelling. Was that in any kind of way like influencing on the state of the team?
No, I was so locked in. I didn't even realize.
You didn't even hear it.
I wasn't even like, yeah, I was like zoned in. I didn't even know.
All right, then hopefully you'll be able to zone in the same way for the next series. So thank you very much, and one more time, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now let's go back to the desk.
There we go. Obviously, I do think we spoke about this in the pre-game. The fact that Supernova Comets had gone to LAN, they'd gone to Philadelphia, they'd played together as a team there. I think that plays a big role in prepping a team, I'm sure. Hanka, what did you think of what you just saw?
They proved us wrong. They proved everyone wrong, to be honest. I think no one expected that. I'm pretty surprised that they had this match under control all the time. Zerance didn't have answers, didn't have anything, basically. We saw really good city side from the Supernova Comets, which is also happy to see. I'm really happy to see that. Wow, like I'm just really surprised.
Really surprised? I mean, MacMan, what did you think of what we were watching?
I thought that, like, I pretty much didn't do enough prep on watching Prototype plays, honestly. Not Prototype plays, sorry, Supernova Comets. Yeah, Zerance, they just had a very rough T-side. Like, it looked pretty good. It was like 4-4 at that one point. We saw Astra going pretty bloody crazy. But then second half sort of happened and nothing really got going. That CT side was just a little bit lackluster as well. You know, the retake setups looked good, but then there was a couple of shaky moments which could have changed the game in Zerance's favor. Unfortunately, there was just a couple of whiffs in there that were in crucial moments.
TLDR, both of our analysts fell for the best of one trick. Is that you went, European Counter-Strike's got this, but it's a best of one. Anything can happen. That's the thing, right? So you come out with really strong firepower and that can benefit you in some of these rounds.
Yeah, like basically in best of one, the most important part is like winning pistol, then first buy round. Then you can slowly build your economy and like everything. But in this matchup, it was 4-4 and I was like, yeah, Zerance got it, you know? But in the end, Comets were super prepared, super ready to play against them, and like big shout out to them because they prepared good enough for this match.
We spoke a lot about Zerance and their utility, their protocols and their fundamentals. Do you think that that was missing, or do you think it was more a case of some of their players didn't necessarily show up?
Yeah, I think it was individuals not showing up because structure-wise and how they were playing Anubis was, you know, structurally fine. It was just the fact that things weren't necessarily going right. The trade game wasn't necessarily as good as kind of what I was expecting. And look, for NACS, I think it's great that, you know, they've managed to have some early success, but they've still got to win at least one more best of one and then maybe face elimination later on.
Let's take a look now at two of the players that I would argue had the biggest impact here for this particular team. And I do think, I mean, Hanka, you've said it already, but maybe I'll say it as well. These two can kind of carry this team here in these best of ones with what they're able to bring.
Yeah, like Empathy and Fax were in my highlights of this match for sure because they've been proving all season long that they are the fundamental players for this team, and now it popped off. Like if they were not as good as today, this team wouldn't make it. It's just that easy. Like the rest of the players were showing off, but not as much as Fax and Empathy. So like they did the job.
Do you think Zerance was a little bit nervous maybe being on LAN and maybe it's those first day jitters?
I think for them it was for sure stressful, but I think maybe they kind of thought it's gonna be easy, as Astra said on the beginning, and they were like, okay, we got it, but in the end, strong opponents showed up. And
let's talk about Astra though, because even though they lost, she looked really good in the first half. She's moved over to the AWP. Do we like this for her?
I think so. Like sometimes it wasn't really the AWP that was actually doing the impact. Like you look at that pistol round in the second half, she just walks out dry, A-main, gets 2 kills. You know, Supernova Comets had no idea that one was coming. She was obviously feeling really confident, playing incredible Counter-Strike. Just unfortunately, a couple of the individuals around it weren't at her level.
You see there the reaction from Rachel. That was when she had a really good round, but I think it ties really into what we were saying earlier with MacMate saying some of the individuals didn't pop up. I expected more from her, to be honest, and I felt like with her not necessarily having the best game, it kind of showed in the gameplay.
Yeah, like I think Zerance, Rachel and Astra are two main players who should pop up, in my opinion. Today Rachel didn't show it to us. I think she's really upset at herself for sure because she aimed higher for sure. But it is best of one. Like sometimes you just will not pop up. Sometimes you will not get frags because opponent's gonna hit different side. Like it's brutal, but this is how it looks.
This is how it looks, and what's great about the best of ones is if you do lose, you have to fight it out in a best of 3, which actually a lot of players would prefer. We have our next best of 3 here in the group stages coming up. It is, of course, MIBR up against NIP Impact. We'll get to check that out right after the break.
You're so hypnotic, take me for a ride. I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings that I've got, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the world you fought. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense, you say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else, hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. I do spy you broke your pinky and I promise that's karma. Turning black and blue from the world you fight. Feel like I'm dying. Tomorrow we will rise.
The game against NIP, I feel very confident and also very excited because the girls are new and they are young like me, some of them. I've already talked with them outside the game, so I feel that it's gonna be a game really fun for me, and I feel excited because I've never played against NIP.
You can hear it there from Poppins. So many young players in the server for this matchup. And if you'd asked me at the start of the day, I would have said this is probably going to be the closest battle we see. I'm not wrong, because we've already seen some close ones. But here we go, jumping into it. Ninjas in Pyjamas up against MIBR. Let's focus in on the Brazilian stars first. Hanka, you know MIBR well. What is it about this team that makes them, I think, struggle a little bit on land?
I think MIBR is a team that they prepare really well on the beginning. They have strict game plan and they follow it really easily. But with time, opponents adapt to them. It's the time where they're gonna struggle a lot. At least from my experience, it worked like this, and I saw it working like this all the time. So for sure they have big game plan against NIP, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But yeah, it's gonna be about them being ready to adapt to opponents also, not only them on the very beginning.
There's a little bit of youth, inexperience, a little bit of nerves. You don't really know how to adapt quickly on the fly, or maybe everyone's just really nice in the team, MacMate. No one's making the calls that need to be made when things have to change.
Well, who knows? Like this is the first time they're going up against, you know, one of the most experienced women in the whole Impact scene. So this will really put that statement to the test, won't it? You know, NIP, one of these teams that just have a wealth of experience, but then also some young individuals. But then we just saw that we've got a 17 and an 18-year-old there in MIBR as well. So it's just a battle of the youngsters, and also, you know, led with a decent amount of experience, but more on the NIP Impact part.
For sure. Now let's find out a little bit more about MIBR from Newt before we dive into NIP and what they're bringing to the table.
We're going to take a little bit of deep dive in the new kid on the block. Danny, of course, but it's not really going to be a call out here, but let's take a look at Eco Fraggy, because kind of in these situations, you're a new player, first kind of LAN, especially your first ESL Impact LAN final, you kind of need to lift up the ego. The best way to get a boosted ego is get those eco frags. So during the online season, right at the tippy top of one of my favorite things, it's scatter graphs, you have Danny over there, right at the tippy top. And what this kind of represents here is how much he's increased in opening duels as well as ADR going into these rounds. Looking at the opening temps, she's normally averaging about 23% in normal gun rounds. But in ecos, when there's ecos on the line, it jumps all the way to 41%, nearly 50% of eco rounds. It's Danny right in the mix, as well as the ADR just gets boosted up. So that's just kind of a boost of ego, boost of confidence. That's what you need so early on in the tournament, especially not having this LAN experience. So hopefully Goddess can actually kind of activate her a little bit more, maybe give her some eco frags. But we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be eco frags on the table going up against NIP.
Thank you so much, Newt, for that insight into Danny, who is actually, MacMate said, is a player that he's going to be keeping his eye on. And we're looking now at the Vito. NIP, massive amounts of experience with Vilga at the helm, Hanka.
Yeah, for sure. NIP got way stronger with Vilga on board. Like guess why, right? Vilga is such an experienced player, but like we're seeing Inferno right there, like, which is kind of surprising for me. I didn't expect that much. It's gonna be shaky for MIBR, I think, to be honest.
We know that Vilga loves an Inferno. Exactly. She loves to call an Inferno. That experience might just come into play here. Let's find out if that is the case as we go straight into game.
Thank you so much once again, Desk. And yes, I think that we in particular are very excited for this matchup. It's Vilga, it's the team that she is fostering versus an MIBR that we've kind of watched grow throughout the regular season, having covered a lot of South America with some similar storyline in Goddess now fostering Danny as she did Poppins. This really does feel like, yes, there's a lot of young blood and there's a lot of youth, but there's also a lot of experience that's really helping to build the foundations.
Yeah, Vilga is definitely a favorite for everybody here at the show. But I think these teams as well, both of these teams are a favorite. Like the NIP squad, I think, is a great fit for Vilga. I think it's what she didn't know she needed in terms of the players, and they're definitely what she needs as young talents in the space. And MIBR, again, these two teams coming together to form what is now this MIBR squad is so promising. But again, they just need to break through that glass ceiling. We're hoping they would do that in the online area versus Furia. Did not quite happen. Again, Furia adapted very quickly indeed, as they often do. But this is such an interesting matchup. I wish this was a best of 5, honestly. These two teams, I think this is a great matchup with the tools that both these teams have. So I'm super curious for this one. Gabby, my favorite player in South America. Naomi holding things down in... Oh, Vilga, she's caught out in the middle of nowhere, running out of the bullets there, making it a 3-on-2. No one in the pit now for the CTs, and this retake's going to be very difficult. The T's turn to have that crossfire, as we've got two coming in from that long library area. For Ninjas, they try to retake control of this bomb site. Poppins gets popped in that pit. And that will be a retake secured then for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Vilga and Naomi do a great job of slowing things down. And even though Vilga does kind of get caught in no man's land with no bullets, she had done a ton of damage to like multiple players. So she can call that and say, all right, I've like peppered them. You know, they're really low. They're 1. And all you have to do is a little bit of cleanup. So it works out very well for her. She loses her life, but she helps the team secure the round, much the same with Naomi. An important one for them. But of course, MIBR with the bomb plant means that they've got that extra bit of cash available to them. We'll see if they can use that to pivot themselves. This could be a really dangerous round. You've got 2 Mac 10s, 2 Tech 9s, plus a Galil. So there's a lot of explosive power here. And of course, South American teams, explosion is sort of the name of the game.
Stockholm was a very rich environment for this young NIP team to learn from. So I'm very curious to see what lessons they have learned and how that plays out on the server. But also, like Vilga's previous team and how she used to play, especially on the T side, very aggressively, often around Banana. I'm curious to see if that looks the same now or if there are other people picking up those reins and she's doing something else. But I know that she very much has a good read for the game on Inferno and is always ready to take some decisive action. That'll come later, of course, as they're on the CT side, waiting for MIBR to make their play. See a smoke on the roof, so there will be a gap from what they had in mind here. Ramzin waiting for someone to show their head, but have a look at that swing from Danny. She didn't see anything, and then she was decapitated. This becomes very awkward then for NIP. 3-on-4 retake. They've got some tools to isolate some fights, but even if they put like a smoke towards the pit or something, they will still need to clean that area out if they are to secure this round. This is very awkward for them indeed. Vilga stuck by the truck at the moment, and there is nothing doing. I didn't see anything else happening, honestly, with the positions they had on that retake and how many Ts were still alive. They were kind of doomed at that point.
I think a lot of that comes off of MIBR going util, whatever, and they just run straight through it. They took so much damage on that exec, running through mollies and whatever else was being thrown at them. They're so dangerously low, and NIP are kind of hoping, okay, we've thrown down this utility. That should maybe slow them down a little bit, give us time to rotate in. MIBR are like, nah, nothing doing. Get in onto the site quick as you like, and that will be a full economic reset, which, of course, after that first round, MIBR couldn't have asked for better.
Even though one of their smokes for the MIBR squad didn't go in the right place, the flashbangs were on point, which allowed them to take out Ramzin at close quarters. And we see shenanigans now for NIP with a smoke at the bottom of mid. Nothing really doing, though. Again, this is such a good matchup. Deserving of a big series. But hey, perhaps we'll get that later on. For now, it is the best of one. So painful on the CT side when you win the pistol, lose the anti-force buy, then force buy and lose. It just puts you in the bin, waist high, just standing in the bin.
Yeah, the force was high risk, high reward, I guess, but I feel like the risk really does outweigh so much because, as you said, right, they're going to have very little into that next round. And it does put them in a very uncomfortable position, whereas MIBR, you know, the previous round they kept 4 alive. This round they'll keep 4 alive again. So their reinvests are really small, if at all. I mean, look at how much utility they still have left, right? So you just kind of topping up a little bit. You're not putting a lot of money into these following rounds. So with NIP not keeping it nearly as expensive as they kind of need to, it just continues to perpetually be an issue. But on the other side of this round, there is a light. There is possibility. They'll have a buy back in hand and they can start to claw their way back into it. But for MIBR, look at how much cash they have after tipping out, filling up, essentially. Just getting the util back up to 100, making sure everybody's got a good gun, and they're still absolutely loaded.
Yeah, this has given MIBR all kinds of momentum at the beginning of this one. I found it very hard to decide who I thought had an advantage in this one. I was kind of leaning a little bit towards MIBR, which is kind of easy to say now, although Vilga has something to say about this as well. And with the smoke down by the Ts, that allows the CTs to collect those rifles. Very hard for the Ts to do anything about it at that point, though. But they don't have the positions to kind of take control of A at the same time either. So this is just so awkward. There's no really good spot for MIBR right now. Look at the numbers up towards top mid as well. All in plan. Told you Vilga on Banana was dangerous. Didn't even get to that T side just yet. So Chiara has been dropped.
All right.
There's still 2 rifles here though. for these CTs. And they've left that smoke up on Banana. Oh, Vilga's, I think she went over to collect a smoke grenade from a teammate. Still showing presence towards B. Look at the time on the clock as well. This could mean dire straits. They're going to peak top mid. They're going to peak top mid, and they've got that rotation coming in. I told you, Vilga loves herself some Inferno. Has she bought herself enough time, though? I think it's Naomi. She can go for a spray through the smoke. She can run distraction. Everyone's looking the wrong way as Vilga just kills them more time now, and they've desperately got to get this bomb planted. Naomi has a chance to stop it. They'll get all the frags at the very least. Again, that was crucial timing, that rotation, I think, to collect utility and having the teammates spray from CT, everybody looking in the different directions. Wonderful work. Nothing is guaranteed in this match.
I mean, that round is Vilga from start to finish. And okay, you might call a little bit of talent bias there, but it is. She starts off the round with a double kill, which allows them to pick up 2 rifles. And then she has the presence of mind to make sure that she's got a bit of util because she knows the potential for a re-hit is there. The smoke buys her so much time to reposition, to get into like a cheeky ratty spot. And she again continues to buy time for those rotations to come in. It is a massive round from the IGL. And, you know, we kind of look towards more of that as this goes on. But now we look to see what is the response from MIBR, because, of course, I mentioned that they had all the cash they could possibly need after rebuying into that round. So they're still going to have a buy into this one. We're going to have a proper rifle round now. And there's a moment of respite, a moment to just kind of talk through this, because MIBR perhaps needs to figure out what that game plan is going to be. Or maybe you just need a moment to recover from how ridiculously that round kicked off, to just kind of keep your head in the game a little bit and not allow yourself to start stressing about such a small thing.
I feel like one of the maps where Vilga is at her absolute best is Inferno. Just the way she moves through the map and the things I mentioned before. And maybe we're seeing teasers of that. Again, it's not just the individual play, but the spatial awareness, as I also mentioned. And I think we saw some of that. And I think to be able to give that wisdom to this particular set of girls on her team is great for all concerned. Really a fun team to watch in Ninjas in Pyjamas, but of course, MIBR are another team we also get excited about covering the South American region. Wonderful talent on this team. Again, both teams fighting tooth and nail early in this best of one. So, Banana presence taken, and also the T's have presence in the apartments towards A as well. Pretty good start for a default. Very good map control with a minute 10 on the clock. Leaves it, makes it difficult for the CTs to know where to put their personnel. Top mid has not been taken though. You can see MIP ready for a rotation of a third person towards B should it be required. There'll be a slow creep which suddenly gets more urgent. Will they be in position to deliver some util? Some flashes maybe, as Vilga will be traded. Naomi trying to do what she can. Kiara dropped as well. So it is retake time. Naomi still with an angle. Got to be real careful though. 3 versus 4. Do they throw everything at this or do they slowly back off? Rams in post up with AWP. Okay, 3 on 3, but again, there's so much work to be done. Do they call it there? I think they have to. Suicide mission to try and retake this B bomb site. And it will be Rams in only to escape this round for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Another expensive one for them as MIBR take the lead once more.
Keeping this so back and forth is going to cause some serious issues economically if it continues on this streak. For MIBR, obviously, they came into this with still quite a bit of cash left over, so that's not going to be the hugest concern in the world. But, you know, if Ninjas in Pyjamas win the next round, things start to look very, very stressful in that department for both teams. I do love how MIBR take advantage of the fact that Ninjas in Pyjamas playing very dynamic. So we see them take some you know, slightly more aggressive banana control. This time around, they're playing a little bit more passive. They're playing back towards site. You know, they don't want to become too telegraphed. And MIBR are like, all right, well, if you're going to give us the space, we'll have it. Thanks. They're able to push in onto the site quite nicely. Good little set of util that allows Gabby to get that double kill. Bombs planted, and at that point, what really more is there to do? Kind of slowly hemorrhaging CT players. MIBR will grab another round for themselves. And now Ninjas in Pyjamas in another tight spot.
This is where Ramzin needs to come alive. And Inferno especially, it's a special map where you've got a hero AWP and you more or less do. You want a 5 versus 4 early if you can find one. So this is where I would look to Ramzin to get some work done. Vilka and Naomi have taken heavy damage at the beginning of this round. Trying to secure something on Banana. And now he's got that orb creeping as well, but again, MIBR, the match is just so good. You're not going to get an orb angle for free. You see those mollies coming in over the wall. But Ramzin's still trying to creep, although she is being waited for. But so many T's cross the angle first. Younger doesn't get a chance to see. That timing was absolutely brutal. Surely she was done for there, Ramzin. But just a busy line of MIBR players heading towards top Banana. That's a frustrating one.
I love the rotation as well. They were 3 strong B. They get that kill. They're like, it's probably a rotation, so they reinforce A. This is such a good read from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Ramzin's creeping as well, although I don't know at what point you call that rotation of the 4th person towards A, because you don't know what's around the half wall, etc. But here they come, stuck, all bunched up together. Kiara, Naomi, and Mia will take care of them. That was a frustrating round for MIBR. Too many players in front of the AWP on Banana. Then all bunched up, not quite making it onto the A bomb site either. And that might be a sigh of relief for NIP. A bit of space to breathe. That was an unfortunate round from the MIBR point of view. I don't think there's much you can do about that Banana situation. It's just one of those things, but, you know, it did somewhat cripple their plans there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were right. I think that Ramzin's probably done for if Younger has that line, and it is just that really unfortunate timing. Looked a little bit like a dance, you know, everybody crossing the stage.
It was brutal.
It was
she was
rough,
waiting for that play to be made.
Yeah.
She was just sitting there waiting for it.
And again, just a really good read in that round for where they needed to reinforce the site after getting that first kill, knowing, all right, they're unlikely to continue to push this. Let's move our forces back over towards A and make sure that, you know, if they have rotated, we've got bodies and we've got people to hold the line. And it's perfect. It's a spray down, and it brings us once again to an even kilter. Round for round, MIBR finally looking a bit worse for wear in the economy department, but Ninjas in Pyjamas not comfortable either. You still got
Hold on a
Vilka and
second.
AP9.
Keep an eye on the T's here. There was so much ordnance thrown down Banana. I wonder if... I'm thinking MIBR have a read as to how many players there were over towards B, and they've got a chance to seize some map control towards A. That's exactly what they're trying to do, but it isn't working in their favor. Do they still have the numbers to trade these positions, though, as Mia is creeping around the bomb site, becoming quite the problem now as Goddess goes down to the AWP in the clutch, switching to the M4. 1 versus 2, trying to do what she can, but the NIP players keep on coming. There were 4 players towards Banana at the beginning of that round. You could see they understood how many grenades and other crap was being thrown down. They were like, these guys are all on Banana. We can try and charge towards A, and still NIP were able to somehow hold on.
And a lot of util used by MIBR as well, and it almost feels like they were trying to pull something. Like, all right, there's bodies here. We'll make it look like we're going to fight this and then see if they rotate over. But Mia, the last hope of UK Counter-Strike, absolutely massive on the bomb site there, and allows that rotation to come through. And for the first time, round 8, MIBR onto an eco round. Ninjas in Pyjamas firmly back in the driving seat. But I love how back and forth it is.
Yeah, it's exactly what we expected with these 2 lineups. Naomi is in need of help, though. They've opened the right door here. I don't think she survives this situation. Can she delay for long enough? Maybe she can. Oh, the flash was coming in there, but just a little too late. Question of damage now for Poppins. How much more can she do? All kinds of junk coming her way. No bomb plants, at least. They denied a bomb plant, which is a lot of money that the T's would otherwise have. So that is a plus for NIP. 3-2-5. There's been so much action. I feel like I'm in the second half already.
I know, right? This is another one of those scenarios, a bit like the Fast and the Furia, but apparently this must be the sequel. We're seeing similar crazy aggression round after round, and I think that Poppins, there's a chance for her to get another, but obviously as the HE explodes, there's like a bloom of dust and you can't really see anything. That's a miss, Molly. That's okay. Throw the smoke up. Nobody saw.
Poppins finds a way. You can have the map control. That 5v4 is worth a lot more with the time on the clock, 1:30. And again, it'll be a lot of weight on Vilga's shoulders now as she tries to control this banana situation. Pop flash, but no AWP fired, no information. And that can sometimes be what it's about. Try to bait a response, but Ramzin, arguably the tallest person in Scandinavia, does not fire a shot. And that late resurgence, as you can see, she's having a look down mid and seeing absolutely nothing. So it has to be the B bomb site. There's a small chance it could be apartments, but you'd want someone to deliver the flashbangs as well. No rotation just yet, though. Vilga falling back to the B-bomb site. She has an incendiary, which will only buy so much time. Kiara on the way also, but she's got no util to offer. No flashbang as Vilga falls back to the site. It'll just have to be the gun, and she's there like the cavalry, just in time. Keeps Vilga alive, allows more rotation. This is done so well by NIP. That was a nasty little burst from Vilga, which leaves Gabby and Younger with not much to do. The bomb's been lost at the front of the B-bomb site. If they still had that, at least, then the rotation would be on.
That's a beautiful coordination between the players as well. Like communication on point. Vilga had taken an aggressive position into Banana, and a little bit later she'd already kind of rotated back, but a Molotov came through from MIBR to flush that because they realized it had been a long time. So Vilga's like, all right, cool, there's a bit of utility there. There's a possibility that they're going to push this. She holds on to that Molotov. She throws it a little bit late on that, and one of the players is able to slip past. And the fact that she's able to pull out her gun, still get that kill, slip away into the night, give the information over to Kiara. As soon as she realized that something was happening, Kiara has already started to rotate. They can set up a crossfire in the perfect nick of time. A flash is thrown out, so Vilga is able to follow up on that. Like it's perfect symphony. All the pieces just fall into place, and MIBR get completely overwhelmed. It's beautiful to watch.
I think Vilga's worth her weight in gold when it comes to Inferno and Banana. And you can see the read for the game is just so strong. I was actually on a gun range recently that was invaded by a chicken.
What?
Yeah, literally. I think I put it on my CSGO channel. No, but we had to abort the shooting until it buggered off to wherever it came from.
Damn, that's crazy.
3-6 in favor of the Ninjas. That HE deserved more, damn it. Now, is a take of mid on the cards for MIBR. Ramzin forced off her angle, forced out of the apartments. That's a lot of map control lost in a very short space of time. And look at this wrap around long as well. There are so many women on road here. Where are they headed, though? Ramzin's got some good angles here. As she will fall, they can pick up the slack with the other player in that pit position, but Naomi has been left. Oh, that's a nasty frag from her. 1 versus 2. How does she solve this issue? She could make some space for herself with the smoke grenade, but she'll go for the HE first. Unsolvable at that point. Gabby delivering the goods, and MIBR keep it close.
It's a bit of a weird one, it feels like, in terms of how much space was just given over. I know, obviously, banana control is the big thing on Inferno, but to have played so far back towards Library, I think a big part of that is obviously how much damage Ramzin took early on in Apartment. So she's forced to fall back. The fact that she survives there is pretty big, but because she's forced to reposition, that really throws a lot of their overall positioning kind of out of whack.
Yeah, the fact they lost position in apartments and all of mid at the same time was brutal. It's not just the frags with the AWP though. You have to look at the mid to late rounds where Ramsden has been creeping up towards top mid, getting that information which allows them to rotate towards B and have that help for Vilga when they need it. Also very important. Classic info play late round on Inferno when you've got an AWP towards A, often up short. A 3-2 setup for NIP in round 11 then. Oh dear, what happened there?
Huh.
Team kill.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate timing for MIBR. Heading towards 40 seconds. And there is a long smoke for now, but that will soon be gone and Kiara's hiding behind it. Ramsden spotting one. There is rifle support as well on the other side, so MIBR could be dismantled here like pieces of Lego. Have a look at that. Mia, the queen of beans, dropping Danny in the apartments, and that is a relatively clean round here for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
The queen of beans. Yeah, a bit of an odd one. Obviously the smoke is up and maybe that's causing some chaos. You're kind of spraying through hoping you're going to catch an enemy, and maybe the comms weren't as clean as they needed to be. I don't know, but that is not the way you want to kick off that round, and everything just kind of falls apart after that. Last round in the half now for MIBR, very little in the tank to make this a 5th for them, so staring down the barrel of a 4-8 half.
Ramsden's got a fallback. Oh, again, the rifle support is here. Perfect bait. Now give her the space to re-emerge as well. Mia keeping control of the pit. NIP have got the numbers to secure this. Good angles as well. Mia wide swinging around that molly. And here they come for a very strong retake before that bomb's even planted. 8-4 at half-time. NIP lead by 4.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar, vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá. De lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré estos chiles. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela.
We return to Inferno, where Ninjas in Pyjamas lead by 4. I think Vilga on the CT side was instrumental in some of those B holds. I mean, again, like, history will show you how good she is on that banana position. Also can be very dominant on the T side, which is more what I was talking about, really. And maybe we will see that unless MIBR have something to say about that. I don't know that the score tells the whole story here if you're joining us late, because it does feel like a well matched up fight here. MIBR versus NIP. Map choice was a surprise to some. And MIBR, well, we'll see if they can come back. Poppins has got 2 guns, but no headshots to her name, unfortunately. Had a rough one in the first pistol round, and the same will be true here, as here come Ninjas in Pyjamas. Remainder of MIBR nowhere to be seen. Vilga playing silly buggers, hiding second mid, looking to cut off these rotations with her Glock. So far, so good. Very good is Vilga. That will leave Gabby versus 5. Trying to isolate the fights, but there are just too many girls on road.
5 alive. Very well done there. Very rough pistol. Uncharacteristic, I feel like, for Poppins to have the dualies and to just not get anything. It felt like one of those moments where your brain just kind of, you see 2 people, you split the difference. Perhaps she was a little bit flustered, getting overrun by so many players, but unfortunately in a situation like that, you can't really afford to be flustered. So unfortunately, that's going to be Ninjas in Pyjamas getting the second pistol, if I remember correctly, and MIBR now looking to replicate the forced win.
A nice combo. However, the CTs are still standing, still running down banana, still causing problems. The first half was very back and forth of the early rounds. A lot of low health MIBR players here. Bomb still in the hands of NIP. Kiara's on long, so she can deny that rotation. One half of the Ninjas in Pyjamas twins. I was watching her stream the other day, actually. Learned some new grenades for myself. We had the pleasure of watching some matches at the last Impact Finals in Stockholm with the whole NIP squad, which are a really fun team to have a chat with.
It's always nice to get to chat with the players themselves. I feel like, you know, we get to do the interviews during the regular season, but it's fairly limited in how much we can talk to them and how much we can ask them. And, you know, it's dependent on whether you win, because we don't generally interview those that lose a series. So it's really cool to have those opportunities to hang out with the players and get their insight and get their understanding into the scene and into their own team and all of the other teams that are involved. Oh, all right, Danny. Very nice. We'll take that every day of the week. So a 3-person save there, 2 MP9s and 1 rifle. So they'll be feeling not great about how that round went, but I think that was one of their best case scenarios. The problem is that now 6-round deficit, double digits for Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is where MIBR really needs to step up. Unfortunately, it's starting to look like a foregone conclusion. And even with those saved weapons, how much can they get done?
Yeah, I think bearing in mind it's the best of one, so you've got mad vetoes to do. Inferno may be one that they end up regretting, picking that into NIP. I'm not sure how much they'll get to play it after this if it continues in this way. I would imagine that the vetoes are going to come flying in versus other teams, depending on how confident they feel, of course. Got to believe in your own game.
It's a big kill from Mia.
Okay, we've got some trades. We have some trades. Hold on a second. Gabby with 12 HP. Close enough to be shoulder to shoulder. They will deal with the threat and eliminate. Ninjas in Pyjamas having a very good showing of themselves at the beginning of this tournament. Their first game is promising so far. We've seen some good comeback attempts already. Let's see what MIBR have in them now. Younger will have the AWP. Plenty of utility on the rest of the squad. Gabby's very strong on a CT side. That's why I became such a fan of her play in the first place. But how much opportunity will she have to show that in this half? NIP's turn to have a lightning fast round, taking long in seconds. Look at this execute. The timing at which these smokes are going down is beautiful. Younger barely gets to fire her rifle. Poppins is on an island, and that island is sinking fast.
You mentioned how scary Vilga is on T side, and well, calling a phenomenal game on the CT side, and that just continues here on the T side.
I don't know what's left here in this round for MIBR. I don't think I'll be standing at the end of this one. It's a tough decision to call it, but really, they had like, what, 7% chance there? Very frustrating situation for them, but NIP were gliding into that bomb site. Frictionless round from them.
Mia had a really slow start to the map, it felt like, but she's really picked up here, particularly kind of towards the second half. I think she's sitting at 14 and 9 at the moment. So she's really like picked up massively. And I was asked to please glaze the UK CS contingent. So, you know, she's glazing herself right now, just showing what a fantastic performer she can be.
Queen of beans, man.
Queen of the beans.
Ask her about her food cupboard.
I don't want to, that sounds scary.
Younger just hasn't got the engine going. She hasn't been allowed to by NIP. The confidence, the growth we've seen in this game from previous NIP plays is kind of what we were looking for. So far, so good in that regard, but this round is not done just yet. Those confidence plays bode well for the future, though. The team of ducklings at the last LAN, being led by Vilga. Definitely grown since then. Gabby holding down the bomb site for now. Last two steaming through. Now they should go for the frag, so she try and hold position for the retake. The teammates are on the way up banana as Naomi is clearing the church area. Bit of pre-fight from Gabby. Very nice snap from her. And the cavalry is here indeed. MIBR are not done with this one just yet.
Giving themselves a bit of a stay of execution here. And what a time to do it. On match point, give themselves a little bit of breathing room. But, I mean, this is just step one of so many steps that are still required. And we've seen some really good comebacks, right? We had an 11-1 earlier today that got incredibly close. So it certainly feels like it's doable, but when a team is already on match point, that pressure continues to mount, continues to be a problem. And it's not like in the first half where winning a round gets you basically a broken economy for your opponent. We've had so many successive rounds for Ninjas in Pyjamas that it's not going to be a huge issue for them into this next round. They're still going to be comfortable. They're still going to be feeling confident. And for MIBR, every single round has to be perfect. They can't afford to make a misstep. And I feel like that round, a lot of it came down to punishment, where, you know, Ninja Pyjamas a little bit out of position, maybe not where they need to be, maybe not watching the angles they need to be, feeling like really confident, and Gabby takes advantage of that. Well, a couple of really like aggressive swings, of course, but that feels like an outlier. And actually, color me wrong, they've kept these rounds so close that, in fact, this is a Tech 9 round. Like, this is certainly doable.
I've got to give 10 points to the Observer for showing us the rescued AWP at the end of that round. I see you. Well done. If they can execute, there are executes where you can win the round. You can design a round for these Tech 9s on Inferno, absolutely. And they have a lot of utility as well. This might be a good spot, though, for Younger to dismantle such a play. Because I feel like if you're coming out of the balcony towards A with some smokes and flashes, charging with Tech 9s, you can zip them up quite quickly. However, MIBR may be well positioned to deal with this, but you gotta land your shot. Younger may only get one opportunity. My blood pressure is rising.
Brother, tell me about it.
Oh, they've gone out of the boiler instead. Mia will get dropped, but Goddess is holding things down for the time being, as is Younger. Nice work. That really went the other way, like the fire exit. I wanted the main entrance.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. And as you said, right, like the tension that just continues to build, and credit where it's due to MIBR for not kind of freaking out, not getting in their own heads, not feeling like, oh, well, we're not seeing anything, so we need to do something crazy. They stand their ground, and that really does bode well for them. Now, Ninjas Pyjamas, still not a full buy round, but we've upgraded from Tech 9s to Mac 10s, and this remains a scary proposition.
Well, this could be a full send. Is there time to land this HE grenade? I'll do a little damage, it'll slow them down, but we do have a triangle of death here from the CT side. MIBR being careful not to over-rotate as NIP hit the brakes. Now, do they just cut noise and go again? Or do they use the clock? They have 2 smokes and a HE left. No flashes. But good map control, good presence towards Banana. And Naomi can still ask questions with one of those 2 smokes later on. They can use this time to understand how much information the CT side might have, as now they bolster defenses towards A. Here we go. Numbers game. Will anybody make it to the bomb site? Off the balcony like lemmings. Get your Game Boy Advance out. Naomi will be the last one to fall as MIBR move to 7.
This is getting very stressful, I feel like. For anyone who's an MIBR fan, and even for me, because I'll admit I got a little bit of bias, because they were one of the teams we followed throughout the regular season. But the tension is mounting, and you can see that even Ninjas in Pyjamas are starting to feel that tension a little bit here. Maybe not to a massive extent, because they know that they've still got a big lead, and it's just one round that they need to win. But they are losing quite a few rounds here, and they can't really afford to lose too many more, but that's the perfect opener. Danny taken out.
Battle AWP on the T side is what you want on Inferno. Can't be passive. Got to get in there and bite people's faces off.
Graphic.
Problems for MIBR now. Ramzin will be dropped though on Banana. Naomi still there. Not for long, however. MIBR stabilizing, finding a confidence on their CT side. Now scrambling back towards A. Poppins is in the apartments, not hearing much of anything though. But for now, it's guesswork for the CTs. Almost caught rotating. What is the read of the info? Kiara spots 1 rotating back towards A. I think Mia might have a sound cue there towards the pit. If she has an idea that Poppins is to her lower right, well, never mind. Poppins is quietly rotated. Feels like a stalemate which is about to change in dramatic fashion. 3 remain for NIP. Such a hard choke point to push through. Potential crossfires. Goddess tagged to 11 HP. Younger with the angles, 30 seconds on the clock. Kiara desperately waiting for someone to show themselves. Finding Younger. Numbers are even now. Poppins has played her hand. She'll get traded. 20 seconds to get this bomb planted. And where's that last player? Gabby in the clutch. So strong on the CT side. Beautiful commitment to that frag onto Kiara. Down to the 1v1. Onto the pistols. You can't quite find it. And of course, it's Vilga to get that last frag as NIP take the game.
Oh, what a way to end it as well. I mean, what a beautiful recovery in that round. It was looking like MIBR were going to give themselves more room to play with, more potential to bring us into that overtime. But they slow it down, Ninjas in Pyjamas. And as I said, Vilga has been calling a fantastic game. And she does it in those final moments as well. Continues to make sure that heads are level. They slow it down, get the pacing right. and they shut down the last few players of MIBR. And again, the scoreline belies how incredibly close this was. It was so toe-to-toe. Yes, there were a few rounds where like NIP were really running away with it, but there were so many close rounds, so many rounds where it felt like MIBR were in with a chance. And again, just further proof of the talent that we have in ESL Impact.
I would love to see those teams play again. I would love to see them play a best-of-5 exhibition, to be honest. I think they're so well matched against each other. I think the more often that those two play each other, I feel like they'll just make each other level up. Maybe they'll play again later on in the tournament. I certainly hope they do in a longer series, because I think they both have a lot to show on the server. And again, that back and forth was really interesting. It was great at the beginning, but I think that Inferno was the map for NIP there. Again, Vilga, such a strength there as a player, but also mentally moving the pieces around, getting the timings right over towards those B-bomb sites, so her teammates came in to save the day. And again, MIBR weren't allowed to show their strengths really, especially in that second half. Anyway, it's over to Heku with the tallest person in Scandinavia, Ramsey.
I have Ramsey here by my side. I don't know if the desk could actually hear everything that was happening between the two halves, because Vilga was giving a monologue. How can you even remember all the things that she's saying?
I mean, she is very like straight to the point with a lot of things, and we've talked, you know, everything through, just like both in prep, but also when we had like our huddle and everything. And I mean, it's just a big like confidence boost, knowing like we need to know that we're better than them. We need to know like we need to have the confidence and, you know, play with some balls and everything, which is what we talk about a lot, like just play with confidence, balls and everything. And yeah, I mean,
you can't imagine how loud she was, because I was on the other side of the arena and I could hear everything that she's saying. Do you think it might be a chance that your opponents also could potentially hear it?
I mean, I hope they could.
They could?
I hope so.
One last thing that I want to know, why do you have a Rubik's Cube like here on the table?
I mean, it's a kind of lucky charm. I've always liked having it as like a preparation for my brain before every match, but I learned to do it when I was a kid from my dad, so it is like a thing that I just have my dad with me, kind of.
I see. Oh, that's like really nice. All right, then you have the cube, you have the team, and you also have a win, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go to the desk.
That was so wholesome about the Rubik's Cube there. But I think what I do want to touch on is I had a chance to work with Vilga on Dallas Impact last year. And that was a very polite way of explaining what she was saying, because she swears more than I do. And she has absolutely no problem using some very descriptive words to get her points across. And I think if she was telling them to be aggressive, Hanka, there was a couple of F-bombs mixed in there, right?
Yeah, of course, it's a fair point. I think Vilga is made for it, for this team, basically. The players she's playing with, they need to hear it constantly. They need to be, they need to know that they are better than them, exactly how Ramsey said it. And it was the point that I highlighted before the match, that we want to see NIP really confident, because they play the best game when they are super confident and like cold-blooded. And I think this is what Vilga wanted to prove them, that they are capable of winning even against MIBR, which is pretty strong opponent already, that they are ready. They are just going for it.
Yeah, and look, overall, like micro-wise, MIBR were doing fine. It was the macro that won NIP the game. You're looking at, in terms of the kills, in terms of the impact from everyone here, highest kills was Kiara on 17 and lowest kills was Younger on 10. But even for NIP Impact, it was like a 5-kill deviation. Who was it at the bottom? It was Naomi, the other twin, on 12 kills. Like 12 kills at the bottom, 17 kills at the top, and a 20-round game. Like that's everyone showing that they are capable, everyone showing that the reason that they're on the team and that they deserve to be taking this W. The other thing I want to quickly talk about too is just the Inferno. There was one incredibly excited individual called B-Dog backstage. Not sure why, but when NIP was winning, when NIP was doing well there, they were thinking, you know, why have we gone to Inferno? And I usually think Inferno is a place where Brazilians can succeed relatively easily just with that aggression. But today it felt like NIP were kind of the more thought out and even sometimes more aggressive team.
We don't have a lot of time to talk about this because we are getting into all of the action, but we are going to get to focus on NIP a little bit later. And I have so many questions for you, Hunka, about this team and their progression through ESL Impact. But for now, we're going to focus right in on our next matchup, the favorites of ESL Impact, an undefeated Imperial Valkyries going up against Flyquest Red. That's coming up right after this.
Damn, how did you get yours so like...
So loud?
Yeah.
Years of experience.
Damn.
Years of experience.
That's actually like, I don't want to get on your bad side.
Hey everybody, we are back in Dallas for another episode of Sip and Spill. Let's talk about your friendship with Goosebeater because you've been friends for many years. You were here at the first ever Impact. Then you had a little break. We're gonna talk about that a bit later, well, what you were doing during that break, but how exactly did you come back into the team?
That was like very just right place, right time. I was just finishing my stint in Valorant. It was fun for how long it lasted, but you know, I was kind of burnt out. So I was at my last tournament of the year, actually in Dallas, up at the Complexity facility. And at that time, she was like, "Oh, like, hey, like, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm chilling." And I was just thinking, you know, if I'm not playing Valorant, I might as well pug. I haven't played CS2 or CSGO since I left.
Yeah.
So me and her were pugging, and it was really fun. And around that time, she wanted to make some changes to the team. And she was like, and I was like,
so she was like, how you doing?
Yeah,
what are your plans?
And I kind of, you know, I was keeping up with, you know, Flyquest and their tournament runs
Supporting
and stuff
NA.
like that. Yeah, and, you know, I did see there was some stuff that, I mean, she would just want to have some changes. And then at some point, started playing with the team. It wasn't very, okay, this is a tryout. It was basically just, hey, this is Emmy. And then we started scrimming together. And I guess I just kind of, you know, joined the team at some point. I was like, okay.
Yeah. But this is like actually like the fourth time that we are here in Dallas for Impact. And you were at the first one. How different is like the scene? Like how much did it change?
Oh, girl. I mean, we used to all kind of know each other pre-COVID, but now it's, I came into the CS2 scene, haven't played the game, and I don't recognize a lot of the players that are playing. And it is kind of, it's not as tight-knit as it was before. I think now NIP, they're great, very close with Vilga. The Imperial team, always super nice. We always talk whenever we were at events and stuff like that. But the rest of the girls I've yet to, you know, talk to. I want to, you know, make our community like tight-knit again. And so that's probably the biggest change when it comes to Impact is coming back and not recognizing a lot of players.
One thing that like no, actually not me, like production, I found out that you have a motorcycle?
Oh, yeah, I do.
So is that like your main way of transportation?
No, so a friend got me into like motorcycles. She got a motorcycle too, just to commute from home to college. And a lot of my friends just around me were getting into motorcycles, and I was just like, okay, I mean, I'll try it. I unfortunately did not bring it down to Texas, only because the roads here are crazy. You get onto the freeway and it's insta like 80 miles per hour.
That's actually fast.
And it's sitting in storage at home, so when I go up, I'll be able to ride it.
It's waiting for you. It's like a little baby who's like, please come back. All right, but do we have now a plan for Sunday?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. We're not gonna show that, but we will definitely have a plan for Sunday.
It's tea.
It's tea, exactly. Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you, Haku.
No problem, no problem.
Welcome back to ESL Impact Grand Finals. Coming to you live from Dallas. The big matchup of the group stages is now here. Imperial Valkyries up against Flyquest Red. Let's not beat around the bush. Imperial Valkyries are undefeated in ESL Impact. They are more than likely going to make the grand finals. So let's talk about Flyquest Red, because at the start, many years ago, this was the team that everyone thought was the potential dethroner. But season on season, their form has dropped, their results have dropped, and now Hanka coming into the finals, they're not even the top team in their region. What is going on?
Yeah, I think it was a really big thing for them, falling to second place in the region. I think that they kind of stopped their development at some point during the whole seasons, because I don't want to say never, but it's so hard for them to perform good on LAN. Of course, NA region is like pretty dominant, but like two teams. But EU and like different regions are going further all the time, LAN by LAN. They are getting better. I didn't see it from Flyquest, to be honest.
Well, look, they also lost their IGL going into this season, which is, you know, generally a huge hit. Someone else has to take the leadership role, and it feels like, you know, maybe that burden was shared by multiple individuals, because you've got some of the heavy hitters maybe not being the star carries anymore. You know, maybe that's BBN on your screen. Her stats have significantly dropped off since, you know, the last couple of seasons, but maybe it's because experience is a factor. She's been releasing a lot of content and just under like theory of Counter-Strike as well, which has been really enjoyable to watch. But everyone around her as well, you got to believe that, you know, that's what they're learning. They're trying to adapt and learn together and succeed as a team. And I feel like that's what we have to focus on here, is how well they can do up against Imperial Valkyries, because they are going up against the biggest dogs straight away.
Well, that's the thing, right? So we keep talking about how their form is dropping off, and now you're going up against a team that is undefeated at ESL Impact, and it is very difficult to beat. So I suppose the question needs to be posed to Newt. How do you beat Imperial if you're Flyquest Red?
Thing. Looking at all the stats, everything just points to Imperial. So, like, what can you do? But I found one. I found a chink in their armor, so to speak. Yeah, a single stat. Literally just one. We'll be honest, it was just one. So these are the round win rates, and depending on Imperial's bar type compared to the opponent team. So when a better bar situation, they have the better bar against the opponent, equal bar, they are on the same playing field. But the worst bar situation, this comes a bit interesting. So I'm going to throw this question to the desk. Out of 28 rounds that Imperial has been in a worst bar situation, how many do you think they've won?
20.
20?
30.
30 out of 28.
Don't worry,
25.
Okay.
Maths is not my strong point either, so I'm not even going to try.
Well, it's 2.
Oh.
They won 2. 7% win rate in worst bar situations. Compared to the other teams, it's about 30%. So this is a vast difference. So I know this is going to be a difficult situation for Flyquest to even get into that predicament when they would have the better bar and Imperial will have the worst bar. But this is their best opportunity. So they're going to have to capitalize on these worst bar situations, because those 7.1%, they have won 2, so hopefully it's not against them.
Holy hell, that's depressing if you're Flyquest Red. So basically, like, you have a very small chance of beating Imperial. That's where we're sitting.
Yeah, I thought the narrative of that was going to be completely flipped the opposite direction, but it was just so dire. So 7%, that's not a lot.
Wow, that is how I get to throw it to the commentators. We have new casters on the table. Wow, it's just hopeless and sad and depressing. Lucy B-Dog, I'm so sorry that this is how you get introduced to the grand finals.
All good. No, we'll make the most of it anyway. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Flyquest Red are in a spot above her. And Imperial, look, we always knew that this was going to be the team to beat. If Flyquest could somehow do it, that would look amazing, but it is probably impossible.
Well, you know, probably. That's the critical bit, Brandon. There's always a little bit of hope. And in my and Mac's hearts, there's always hope in Vivian's in the server.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see this new iteration of Flyquest Red on LAN. Obviously, a lot of changes since the last time we saw them. Dallas is their stomping ground, and
is it?
Well, you know, it's their home turf. It's their country.
Yeah.
Mirage is the map that we're playing on. I thought this was really interesting when it just came up, because this has been Imperial Valkyries map pick for the entire year. It is their go-to map. What Flyquest Red cooking, letting it go to Mirage?
Look, it's the conversation of you got to pick your strong maps, you got to play maps that you feel comfortable in. Flyquest Red are picking Mirage an awful lot, especially with the addition of Marie. And I feel it's really interesting as the desk was highlighting, and especially Hanka was saying, look, this team has gone through a lot of change. It feels like they've stagnated. Bringing in a player from Europe is looking to remedy that, the same as they did with Kaede. The issue for Marie is, again, this is her first LAN final. And she is young, but do you really want to bring inexperience into this team? I wonder.
Yeah, I definitely had questions around the moves and the fact that you've imported an international talent into kind of the more supportive elements of the team, right? Normally when you import talent, you're going for kind of the more star positions.
And she doesn't play those. Like, on Astralis Talent, she was the entry, right? That's exactly what she was brought in to do. It's her and Ismo. We were hyping up so much how aggressive they were, how much space they could generate. And you take her in, and it feels like she's been given this opportunity. She says, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, and I think Emmy's going to be one to be keeping an eye on as well, right? A lot of conversation point there around taking over the AWP role coming into this year. She's been doing really well domestically. But, you know, we know that's not necessarily the best litmus test for Flyquest Red. You know, they've always dominated domestically. Well, always. There's a big asterisk now because they haven't done that this season. And in fact, went very close against some teams they probably shouldn't have. And there was a real chance we could have been sitting here casting Black Mold instead.
True. Look, you got to give credit where credit is due, though, for Flyquest Red, because outside of ESL Impact, they've made playoffs, looking at it to be in advance, looking really good there. So, I mean, it does look like they are trending in the right direction. Obviously, as well, they've got Shake, who was the analyst for Flyquest Red, has now moved into a more permanent coaching role after Munster left the team. So there is a little bit of stability here for Flyquest Red, but the issue is you're facing that woman across your screen and the 5 talented women of Imperial Valkyries who are looking to make a statement here and again just go through with ease. Couple of best of ones, skip a day and just have fun.
Yeah, obviously, you know, we don't need to completely rehash the Imperial Valkyries story, but we know how much they've been playing towards the top level. They've had a lot of opportunities playing some of the best teams in the world. They've had lots of scrims against the best teams of the world, and that's kind of been their focus for this last season. Like, that's where they've been putting all of their effort into. And yeah, you know, there is going to be a bit of a shift for them coming in and playing in this event because it's a very different style of Counter-Strike you're playing against. And yeah, it can be a little bit more loose, can be a little bit more lackadaisical at times. And I think that this is where I think that Imperial, part of the reason they have struggled sometimes at some of the big events is because they get away with a lot here that they wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah.
And I hope that we see the Imperial that, you know, I think that's been growing this season show up here and show those refinements where they are trying to evolve to be a competitor at the very top.
This is why I asked the question in the online season. I can't remember who it was to at Imperial, but I said, look, do you have motivational issues with this event? Because you've won it so many times. And the goal now, I think, when you're Imperial Valkyries is how clean can we win this to then get VRS points to look ahead towards the tier 1 competitions? Because that has to be the overall goal now for Imperial Valkyries is you've got to taste that competition at the top level. You're looking to improve upon it each and every damn time.
I think for Flyquest, you know, back onto the Mirage conversation, they've known that this has been their opponent for some time. Imperial actually coming through as the second seed, which I think is a little bit spicy, right? Because Furia have been playing a lot of domestic events and have actually grinded the VRS ranking a little bit. So that's kind of added a little bit of spice to the groups. Obviously, we have quite a stacked Group B, which doesn't feel great if you're Flyquest, but best of ones, good opportunity to try and pull up those upsets. And that's where I'm curious that, you know, you have to be putting a lot of anti-stratting into a team like Imperial here. There's so much paper now on them. And, you know, I think that's part of why when we first saw Imperial Valkyries playing Na'Vi, they were catching them off guard right at the start of the year. You know, I'm talking, you know, Na'Vi, the main roster, right? And it's the timings that Zaz tries to hit, those sort of aggressive moments. And that was catching teams off in the beginning because they weren't used to the play style of Imperial. But now that Imperial have been playing so much and, you know, for a team like Flyquest, they can study all of the tricks of the trade because Imperial plays so much Mirage. So, yeah, I think there's definitely some serious intent coming into this.
It's interesting because I feel like Shake Zula as well will just be that guy to just anti-strat and go along sort of that vein of thinking. The issue you've got, however, is going up against it in the server, because it's one thing knowing when it's going to happen, on what sort of rough timings it's going to be a part of. You see a few smokes drops. Okay, perfect. The thing is, Imperial, as you've been saying as well, Lucy, the fact that we've got these first couple of best of ones, I doubt that they're even going to bring that much tactical depth into it. I feel like they will come in here knowing that they are the best, knowing that people have got to try and stand up against them. You have to bring the fight to even challenge Imperial in the first instance. They don't have to go that deep into the strat book.
Here we go. Flyquest Red versus Imperial Valkyries. We're over in Group B with our last opening game of the day. Which team will be starting 1-0 and going on to play the winner match later, and which will have to battle out tomorrow in the elimination best of threes. We've got a T-side start for Flyquest Red. A lot of utility purchased early. Window smoke thrown out instantly. Goose is there with follow-up util, trying to feign a lot of mid-presence while the rest of the team creeps to B.
It has sort of worked, but Tori could immediately just shuffle over and help out Cat. And with these smokes, Anna's on a timing to also walk over here. Tori in ladder, jumps by Goose. Goose is ready for it and is able to catch off the first.
All right, nice shot, and Bibi will follow through onto Cat. That's the full side breach. Both players on this side removed, and to triple up in towards Market. Bomb gets planted. Zaz has smoke and kit, so enough to work with. They don't need to rush this. But they are going to be coming out of this choke point. At the moment, it is just onto Emmy, who's holding for this cross out. Bibi can swing off the contact in 23. Here's that first kill. Takes down 2, but Bibian at bench has laid down another. Vanessa chimes through, and the pistol goes to Flyquest Red.
An immediate anti-stratting coming in from Flyquest Red, because Tori loves this ladder position. She loves to get involved in it often, put herself in a position where she can not only help out short, but also help out window if there's a quick rotate. Also come over back in towards the B site. So by deliberately smoking that off and allowing one player to push through, you're already creating a pivot for Flyquest to activate based off the contact. And if it doesn't work out for Goose, at least you've got an overinflation of players over towards B apps. It's smart work, and both the kills come in instantly.
Got Force Spy coming through from Imperial straight up. If this aggression at ramp falls flat, then the round's done, because the other three are very heavily committed to B. Looks like Goose is just going to do a bit of info gathering in middle. She's seeing nothing. A smoke lands at ramp. I guess they just wait for Goose to see what she does. And she'll get a bit of info. That's one. She'll find a second shortly. And yeah, that should be at least a little bit of info. You didn't get info that there was a third player there, but now Vanessa removes Zaz. 20. What could she deliver from inside this smoke? A multi-kill required, takes down 1. That's going to now allow them to scale straight into sight.
Yeah, good work. And no flashbangs to get you back on site for Imperial. So that means you've got to move quickly, rotate in towards CT. There's another smoke that Bibian can just drop in towards CT. There should be no problem here.
Yeah, you imagine this will be a front plant as well. Or they just try and fight for CT immediately. Tori is tucked in. We'll catch off Emmy off guard, and bomb knocked down. The swing comes out. Bibian's delivered, and now you have the information on both. Vanessa finds hers. Anna's just got the door. Beretta's going to edge her way through. All this timing is ridiculous with the doorlies. Spamming away, but doesn't quite hit the shots. And again, it's Vanessa and Bibian. 9 kills between them, 2 rounds in.
Yeah, brilliantly played, to be honest, by Imperial for that first action. Because you've got to think about fundamentals. You've got to think about Flyquest Red and what they want to do. And the classic thing for structure is when you plant that bomb, you want to take space beyond the site. You've dropped a smoke in towards jungle. You never really want to challenge the stairs. You want to fight in towards CT. So it's a bait and switch from Imperial. It always makes things feel a little bit challenging. But between Bibian and Vanessa, as you highlighted, everything is coming up for Flyquest Red. And that was the force. They've got nothing into this Imperial. Flyquest can get off to a blistering start.
Well, there is one little thing there, Brandon. Tori's dropped an M4 to Zaz.
Okay.
And with 23 having body armor, there is kind of the potential to maybe get something going. But if Zaz goes down for free, Vanessa gets his kill, that's the round. She gets the kill. That's the round.
Yeah, and this is nice. And this goes back to exactly what you were saying before the match went live, just about the fact that you know that Zaz is going to push and pull. Imperial are going to play a little bit disrespectful. They're going to look for extremity pushes. It's really common, especially on the CT side of Mirage for Imperial. They leave mid open. They'll try and push in towards B-Apps. They're going towards Palace. They'll try all of these time-ins. And it's a shame that there's no pistol behind Zaz. She's doing all of that play by herself, because now this gun, completely irrecoverable.
Yeah, that's normally how you would set up a round like this, right? The pistol player would go first, enable then the rifle to trade, or at the very least you have an armored pistol player that can scoop up the rifle. The solo mission, yeah, not successful. Anna will go down as well. 23 is still here with the Deagle and armor. For a highlight, first kill clean. Second comes from Cat, but she's still back here all alone, and now will be Woolkay. Run down surely. The nade doesn't quite do it, but the bullets will. Pistols do sting a little there. And you think if they hadn't lost Zaz immediately, that round could have been a lot more deadly.
Yeah, maybe. I think what's cool here is just looking at the player cams so early for Flyquest Red, and what they're doing is not letting the occasion get to them, and they're also understanding that the individuals on Imperial will hit back, and they will hit hard. You will suffer losses. No round is going to be clean. Every single one of these is going to be grindy. It's going to be challenging, but ultimately your game plan is working, and that's the most important thing, and that's what you can't lose sight of, especially when we come into this first buy round.
A lot of players in towards the apps.
It's cool if they go quick here.
They only have 3 present currently. They are very progressed, so it does feel like this is where it's going. Emmy's got a bunch of utility. I think she's going to set up some late, maybe mid-util.
Yeah, between her and Goose, they can simulate some control. Goose can maybe go in towards connector, hold for the rotate, but this ultimately is ending B. And that one smoke has kept all the rotates contained at A.
That's nice. Now they start to go. Cat needs to be careful. Marie's copped a HE. Vivian, though, just spams down Cat. Tori still present. We'll remove Vivi on the entry, so keeping the advantage here for the moment. They haven't quite scaled out yet. Goose is still hanging out in towards middle, and these 2 players stuck in towards the apartments. Anna removes the lurk. Now it becomes quite one-dimensional. Scaling out, Emmy tries to jump down, can't descend, and Anna will send Vanessa packing. So Imperial get on the board.
Yeah, and it's really readable, as you say, one-dimensional, because Goose's timing of her play-up connector is just so late. And she makes a decision, okay, I'll go in towards jungle, but at the same time, the players in B apps are not making progression. And if you go silent for that long, after you've exploded, you've got the initial kill out B, you know there's going to be a lurk. So Anna's got a good presence of mind just to go back and look at that. But if Goose just sits in con, she's able to activate a little bit earlier. After the 1-for-1 trades come through, that round goes a whole lot better for Flyquest. They were relying so much on that timing on mid, and it was missed.
It's going to be a palace pop. You can see more utility being set up by Emmy, and the rest are going to try and pop out. Zaz is here ready to receive them. Smoke will land. I think Anna's on the line too, moves in towards triple. 23 tucks in towards Ninja. Good setup, but Anna falls back by the flashbang. Smoke start to land. 23 not cleared, and she's ready to activate. Will swing out for one. Anna finds hers in the scaling player, and it's all a bit of pandemonium on the bomb site, and nothing is going Flyquest's way. Emmy, who set up all the utility, just forced to sit back and see what damage she can do. Teammates just falling flat on the bomb site. You can see those crosses all laid to rest in the very middle of the bomb site. Should be dealt with as well, so clean round for Imperial.
Yeah, mitigating and actually just creating a little bit of chaos. The fact that 23 is in towards the cubby corner, you've got all the contact being taken by the deep players, and 23 can also communicate that they've gone deep in towards CT, so Zaz can just jiggle rather than hard committing to that swing, and it sells the idea more for 23 to not be in that bomb site. Great work between all of them. They now get a harder reward. The lack of bomb plant in back-to-back rounds, the money's going to be dwindled here for Flyquest Red.
3 AKs as well, and they're going to make this one quick for us. Again, another pop play out in with Zaz's position under Shadow. She's good for, well, enough. Has the support from her teammates. That one, blink and you miss it. 3-3. Like I said, we'll be purchasing again. But since the guns have come out, Imperial have looked very solid.
It's interesting how much util that's been invested here by Flyquest Red, and especially in these low buy rounds, because it just means you've never got the option to go into the AWP. And maybe the game plan is we go for punchier gun rounds to ignore Anna. We never let Anna be in a comfortable position where she has a one-on-one fight with Emmy, because let's be real here, you kind of want Emmy either setting up the play with the util like she's been doing, or being just within the packs to guarantee the trade, because I don't think an Emmy versus Anna AWP head-to-head is ever going to go Emmy's way.
Although I am curious to see it. I'm also curious to see if we get any Kriegs come out from me.
Oh, I hope not.
Did make its appearance through the online stage. A bit more of a mid-fight now coming through for Flyquest. Anna is here in COD. Smoke will keep them safe. She doesn't see too much, but Zaz has a poke out of the clear and again, just firing bullets off into the void. Very cognizant of the presence in middle. Although Zaz is the only one that's kind of responsible for this area right now.
It's interesting because early, obviously, Flyquest have held extremities and have punished Zaz pushing, for example, with the M4. So Imperial are reluctant to go and get info. So instead, they're sitting back. They're just fighting utility with utility, but they're giving a lot of ground here to Flyquest in mid.
Gonna try and fade onto Zaz. She realizes the timing. Will fall back. Is she going to get set up for any sort of swing here? No, 23 will actually be the one that takes first contact, try and maybe bait her in, but Bibian gets that kill. This is going to set up Zaz for success, but Marie will remove her. So 2 opening kills towards his A bomb site. Likewise, Red in a good position to pounce.
Are you ready for Tori, though? Because Tori's always the short player normally. So the fact that she's now under Balk, I don't think you're going to be ready for this. Never mind, a spam and the hard commit on the clear. Bibian is prepared.
Yeah, Bibian's on one today so far. A lot of impact goose on the lurk and yeah, draws the attention. A lot of diversions going on here in this round. Very well crafted from Flyquest Red.
Yeah, I really like the way they played that because as we were just speaking about, Imperial were giving them a lot of this mid control. And the biggest question you ask when you play T-side Mirage is, right, we've got all this control, now what are we going to do with it? And the problem that teams fall into more often than not is you either telegraph your mid control and then you don't do anything for 20, 30 seconds, and it just means an over-rotate can come in, players can be set up for these crossfires. There, 23 and Zaz weren't really set up in a crossfire. And it's so obvious that if no one's peeked initially from connector, one's in stairs or jungle, Bibian and Marie clear both after dealing with 23 on site. Crossfires were not there for Imperial because Flyquest activated early.
I think a conversation, again, around Flyquest for me this season has been some of the role changes in this team. Yeah. I was a little sad last season that Bibian was kind of given a lot of these anchor roles and they're not really the positions I personally felt she thrives in. And now with Marie in the team, this has freed her up a little bit to be more active. And I know she plays like short, for instance, now on Mirage, which is much better than B-Anchor for a player like her. And I think we're seeing a lot of her high impact entering so far in this T-side half.
Yeah, it is still surprising that Marie's being sort of then funneled into those anchor roles because that's just not the player that she is. But if it works for this team and if it works overall for the chemistry to being able to potentially free up Bibian, to free up Goose a little bit more, then hey, if it works, it works.
No one wants to be an anchor, Brandon.
True.
Anchors are made, not born.
I feel like that timeout was taken by Bubble just to say, look, don't be afraid to go fighting and go searching for kills, but just make sure it's set up with utility. I'm expecting more ramp flashes. This time you got Anna taking a really aggressive line here in middle because Flyquest, they've gone back to this deliberate mid round. Rather than Goose being underpass and the sole player looking connector, it's 2, and Zaz just destroys them.
Yeah, that was a little whack, wasn't it? Anna on the line will be flashed off, but I don't think that's going to deter her. No, swings back in to remove Goose. Vanessa will stand one back, but now you know where Emmy is. She do. What she's dealt with, not a great deal. So it's been really interesting, these gun rounds. I feel like they've all been incredibly lopsided with one team kind of dominating the other.
So the reason why Zaz is able to peek under there is because Anna's taking this deep line on towards short. And it's because when Flyquest have gone for these late rounds in towards mid, they're never flashing top middle. They're trying to do it with contacts. They're trying to have the illusion that they're not there. They're just dropping util. They're getting set up for a fake in towards mid. But Anna's there. So Zaz goes searching for more info. You never push Anna off the angle, which means Zaz never turns around, and there's just no trade in under.
Here it is, Brandon. The Krieg's out.
Why?
Well, let's just see. Goose gets that first kill. She's looking for more. Brilliant multi. Tori and Zaz removed instantly from the mid fight.
It's crazy what that AK can do.
It's another one of these rounds where Flyquest in towards middle have found a double opener.
Yeah, they're really good at catching Imperial off guard. They're really good at getting themselves being prepared for the fight. And that's the whole thing. Sort of when you watch Imperial at Impact, at these tier 1 tournaments they've been recently featured in, if they take the fights on their terms, they're going to win it 8 times out of 10. But you flip the conversation, Flyquest being ready, being active, that's where they're doing their best work. Great movement from 23. She catches off Goose.
At least now Flyquest will be aware of this compromised position, but it makes it so difficult because Anna's now crawled out from CT on a perfect timing too. Although just unscopes as the player falls back. 23 will now swing out and she'll take down 2 more. From a 2-player advantage. Looks like there's nothing else being found. Marie was on a late lurk. And this slow walk into the A bomb site is straight into the crosshairs of 23.
They got stuck there. They got stuck, and I think there was a miscomm of what they wanted to do. Because by the point at which 23's gone deep and cleared out Bibi in Goose in Palace, you got to make a choice. You go out ramp, you go round in towards Sandwich, and you take the fight instantaneously with one player always holding in case 23 walks back into that line. Or you go loud, you just try and swarm the site, and you overwhelm the CT rotate that you know is coming in. They decide to go with the former, they get out towards Tetris, and then they go back, and they don't commit. It's really bizarre why there's one idea going forward, then another idea is presented, and they just stay in the middle, and they don't do anything.
I wonder also after you get these 2 kills in middle, is if it's worth just accelerating from that point as well, depending on who you've taken down, like Tori, Zaz. Does that give you then space just to go in towards B?
You could definitely maybe just spin it into a mid to B, sure. But I guess the conversation point maybe for Flyquest in that moment is you've got 2 opening kills on Riflers. Where's the AWP? The AWP never fired off in towards jungle, which means Anna's either ticket or she was going for an early fight in towards B app, so you don't have knowledge on that. So you try and split the difference, you reset back in towards mid because you know there's probably going to be another Rifler there because you've killed 2. There's a really good reaction from Imperial. 4:23 to go up in towards Palace and push that extremity.
Yeah, it looks a little too easy for her, doesn't it?
Yeah. She shouldn't have got 3.
Well, this is the sort of thing that Imperial does, right, when it comes to so many of these events, right? They can just get away with these individual moments where you just have one player that has that big round. Catches their opponents off guard.
That's such a rough one to lose as well, because the economy wasn't good anyway, and we'll take a look at it afterwards. But if Emmy's buying a Krieg, that's $3K. I think she had $300 left in the bank account. It makes me think that they don't have the most amount of money in the world.
I can kind of gauge it. Marie saved, so she has $150. I think the rest will be, yeah, just around that kind of 2.5 point. So it's probably likely a hero rifle into this.
So what have you done when you've been on low buys? You've gone for a pop A, you've gone for a pop B, there's been nothing really out middle. I wouldn't mind just this explosion in towards mid to B. I really feel like that could be a good idea. Here we go. That hero rifle, as you mentioned, that was saved over. Everyone else is rocking not ideal weaponry.
Yeah, P50s for 50 and utility. Operation set up Marie. That's aggro, and this is the chance will fall off, and that utility should signal the second player is here. They're going to try and overwhelm. Great flashbang. Is the follow through here? Not quite. Bibian will take down 1. Cat is still standing for the moment. Bibi picks up the M4. Has done good work with it. Marie did go down though, so it's a lack of armor. And bomb still not okay. Emmy, there's that head-to-head you were asking for. It's not exactly the way we thought it would pan out. Recovered AK, domes Anna. Another short play comes to Rizaz, spotted. A boost up too, both players in towards short. This is information that's passed over. Looking for the headshot lines. Lack of armor on any of these Ts. Bibian's boosted. Keep your eyes on that, because Goose has fallen. The swing from Bibi comes in. It's on to 20. Bibian descends, and Emmy's just being a nuisance in the apartments. Not giving any space for 23 to find these kills. Bibian is just slinking around the corner. Smoke will go down, the backstab comes through, and it's a quad kill from Bibian with nothing but a pistol.
Yeah, really good work there from Emmy. Just getting the kill on towards Anna, obviously, but staying alive. And I was worried at first when she was jiggling. She was committing to these fights in towards short, but what it did do is two things. Firstly, enables the bomb plant. Secondly, enables Bibi to go up on the boost. And Imperial was so locked in. They were so worried about the B apartments push. And Emmy, but they completely dropped the ball. Bibian at the helm of all of it. Who needs armor? Not her. Who needs weaponry? Not Flyquest Red, because that hero rifle that Marie saved actually did nothing.
Yeah, there's an Imperial round going back the other way.
Have that.
Well, we got technical pause, Brandon. I know we've been watching along with the game so far in the green room. What do you make to the results today thus far? I know you were hooting and hollering.
I'm 3-0 on predictions,
ago.
I'm just saying. Like,
Really? Did you put forward the Supernova Comets victory?
Yep.
Okay.
Said it yesterday. Didn't want to type it in the prod chat because I'm not predicting on the day.
That's true. That's true.
But I tell you what, the Taylor CT sides. That was a fun game to watch, and then obviously NIP, never in doubt really.
Furia DMS was an interesting one. What is a CT round?
Who knows?
Pace. Oh, okay. Almost.
No
Can't
trade.
there. And Zaz looking for a follow through. Spam does a lot of damage onto Goose, and at least Emmy will get that late trade.
Look at B. Look at B right now, because Cat's coming over to help out Zaz. Great molly from Flyquest Red. Zaz now tucked in the corner. You got to start activating on B here, because otherwise Zaz will remove you. Finally, there will be resistance on B for Flyquest, but they're moving really slowly.
Yeah, they really just need to go. Come on. Anna's rotated now, and they're still not out. It's just taken far too long, but it's not the collected shot. A leg onto Marie. She still stands. Anna is the only one here. There is a player in short, and the opportunity's been allowed to get out. Kat, that was a little messy, but she does convert. Vanessa has to be the deliverer in this round. She has some utility that can go out, but it's just Vanessa versus the world. Want to swing into this orphan? She will. Headshot onto Anna. Getting run down now behind her. Another player. Vanessa has connected, but there's simply too many players to deal with. A nice try. Imperial will get 6.
Tell you what we saw in that MIBR NIP game was the amount of missed util from that T side. And look, this isn't missed util by Flyquest Red, but they mollied themselves off the balcony. Should have just jumped out the window, but they wanted to be careful. They wanted to make sure they had the right read. The issue is you're receiving so much flak, so much resistance in towards mid, you got to take that risk. And because they didn't, Anna was there, suddenly Tori is there, suddenly the whole gang of Imperial Valkyries are there, and you can't get on the site, you can't do anything.
The first round on the T side, we do get the Emmy AWP. So better late than never. With a mismatch of weaponry, a couple of MAC-10s. B has been a heavy focus from Flyquest Red.
I'll tell you what's exciting, though, is the fact that I'm like really critically evaluating these rounds. I'm like, Flyquest Red could have won that round. They could have done this. They could have done that. 6-5 is looking really good for them, especially on this supposed punish pick of Mirage.
First comes out, Vanessa being set up out the palace. She's not being given anything, though. Finally, it's Anna that reveals herself. The real here's coming in B. Again, it's a distraction. But Tori in from short, removes Vivian, and so Emmy has to get her boots on. Goose is all alone over here. Be able to plant the bomb, no utility to deny that. Emmy removes Zaz. Suddenly gets a lot more interesting. Anna's holding for the peak. Emmy can't extend past this line.
And the good news is that Goose's smoke means that Goose doesn't really need to move either. Here's the shoulder jiggle, here's the Tori collection, or maybe not. Goose will find her, Anna will at least trade out Emmy, and Goose thrown into this 1v2. The most experienced player of Flyquest Red trying to deliver something, trying to equalize things. Bomb now becomes a problem. 23 dancing around the pillar, but Goose is steady, but not good enough. Imperial will have this slight advantage. They need 7-5 at the half.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Tomorrow we will ride.
A compelling half of Counter-Strike from Flyquest Red. 5 on their T side. Now that was with the pistol and the win against the Force Spy. The gun rounds a little bit more rough around the edges, but it could have easily have been tied up. There's a few rounds there, including that very final round that definitely could have gone the way of NA's heart and soul.
I'm just going to say it like it is. If Marie gets 2 or 3 more kills in the half, this could easily be the other way around. So definitely confidence to take from this, especially when you're on your CT side. But it feels like Imperial on the attack, their tempo, that's where they do the most damage.
All right, well, let's see what this B defense looks like for Flyquest. Marie and Vivian called upon to deal with it. Vivian boosted up. We've seen her do wonders from this position already. And, well, doesn't quite need to fire off immediately. Will now deliver the distraction, the knife. She runs out of bullets. Cat will deliver onto a double. Looking for more as well. Cat has taken down 3. Cat is all alone and has to just be Cat. Falls back through the smoke. Has the information, looking for the headshot, can't quite connect. It's Goose Breeder that delivers. And that's both pistol rounds for Flyquest Red.
Oh, and breathe, because that looks so scary when Bibian's missing all the shots, runs out of ammo, has to go for the knife, and Cat's able to adjust. But fortunately for Flyquest Red, they've got all the other kills, so they make it a lot easier. They put it into bite-sized pieces, going up against Cat. They can't kill all of us. And that's a 1-round game. It's another force back in for Imperial. And that was without the bomb plant.
True. Yeah, so we're talking Tech 9s. We're talking 1 Mackie for Cat, who did get that collection of kills. Gonna have another one of these B plays. This has just been the focal point for both teams. Marie falls off, drops the smoke. Vivian by her side, flashed off, not cleared immediately, so she can step through. Both players deliver. Yeah, will be run down, but now the rotation should be on their way. Marie's just gonna tuck, and Goose will be run down. Zaz flies around the corner. Marie was hidden in the smoke. Brilliant play to hide and find another. A 2v2. Tori's low. Emmy and Vanessa edge forward. It's a tap on the bomb, not the commit, and Emmy will use that timing to perfection. And it will be Flyquest Red dealing with the Force Spy once again.
I'm really surprised that they weren't aware of Marie, because it felt like Zaz was always sort of cognizant of the fact that Marie is going to be in that smoke, but she just tucks herself in so perfectly, and it works out favorably, because it did look like she was baiting a little bit, but she wanted to make sure she could guarantee that kill, and that was enough to give space for the CTs to rotate over towards Market. And that's a round where you normally like an Imperial to win those sorts of rounds. Those are the Imperial BSE rounds, is what I will say. And so with these on the Deagles, is what Newt was saying about the stats. The thing that is dangerous, really, is the fact that Imperial look lethargic coming into this. It feels like we're not watching the same Imperial. Like, if you take the HUD off, I wouldn't be able to tell you which team is Imperial, which I think is a really big compliment to Flyquest, but is a lot more damning towards this Imperial. And the fact they're not getting away with these rounds that we so normally associate with them with, it's 7-7, but it's still a little concerning.
Yeah, it's early days, but I do wonder about the pressures of the season and that impact on the squad. Can you imagine a Flyquest victory? I was taking a look and I was trying to dig deep. I didn't do great. Maybe... Okay, hold up. Hold this for a second. I think it'll be fine. Oh no, Zaz has found another. Emmy's just been spammed down. Okay, she'll get at least that kill and a double down. Okay, Emmy has alleviated the problem. Zaz almost causing issues, but there wasn't armor on the rest of the players, so... Yeah, I was taking a look. I don't think that we've really ever seen Flyquest Red ever play Imperial.
I suppose they always could get knocked out and dissipate.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe Newt can double check that and deep dive for the post game. But maybe COG Red did play Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Yeah, that does feel like a matchup that's definitely occurred in.
It was
in like
there was a
first
2-0
season.
and there was a 2-1.
Yeah, okay.
If memory serves.
But these iterations.
No.
And this Flyquest Red very different to the COG Red of old, even if some old parts have been refurbished.
It sounds silly, but again, there was another round where that can look really scary. It puts the economy in a little bit of a wacky mood, and it still does in theory because you got a lot of kills, but you didn't get the round win. This is very promising for Flyquest, and as I said earlier, all these rounds are going to be challenging. They are going to be difficult. First gun round now on the table here from Imperial.
And it's all prioritized as well. A drop down from Goose. That's insanity. And yeah, well, the result doesn't feel great. What? Okay, hold up. Viviana slid down. And, oh, the adjustment comes through, Bibi. Staying alive, just about. She's in a lot of trouble, and she cannot get out. Maybe we should just wait half a second for the smoke. Add a bit more cover, and Emmy dry peeks in. She goes down. Vanessa feeling the pressure, and they're coming from every angle. All right, Brandon. What was the drop down all about?
I don't know. I think it was maybe a case of she was going to throw a flashbang for under and jump, but even so, that is so reckless. Out the window, and that's unnecessary, and that's sort of really annoying to watch as a spectator. Maybe like Hanker can give some more insight into this one, because you've done all the hard work, right? You've won the pistol, you've won the force buy, you won the eco, and they've been troubling. You go into your first gun round, you decide to jump out a window.
It's crazy.
Under. Like,
you don't have the money either. Look, it's reset them.
The worst bit about that is what that kill is untradeable. Then Bibian goes in towards the window, sure, gets Zaz on the adjustment, doesn't allow that lurk in, but what does it promote? An untradeable kill as soon as she gets found out in towards the window. Every single one of those kills that Flyquest Red offered up were 1v1s to the point where they couldn't get a kill back. And it's those types of rounds, it's those sort of macro mistakes that is going to lose you this game, especially how hard you've worked. And that is why I sound annoyed, because I am annoyed, because you've worked so hard to put yourself in that position. And you go, do you know what? Screw it. Doesn't matter.
Can we see it back? I don't know if that's possible. Okay, no, we're into the next round. Don't stress. But I just want to know what caused that to happen.
It wasn't even like there was a flash under.
Yeah, like it was like it's so odd to do. Geese move in mysterious ways.
It's just like migrating for winter. But firstly, it's May.
Wrong season, Goose.
All right, come on. What we got? Fast play. Goose being very loud, and Zaz and Tori just get to work on the AKs. In fact, everyone from Imperial is chiming in. Didn't expect much on the eco round, but at least we got the confirmation that Imperial are not messing about, and they're taking every single one of these seriously now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Imperial would just like lock in and they're just like not going to concede another round.
Yeah, wouldn't
that would be
me.
very typical. But I do want to see Flyquest continue to be competitive. Marie has a mad dig. Got a bit of a taste of it there.
She's recovered a lot in this CT half, it's got to be said.
Absolutely.
Especially playing a horrible spot such as B apps, where you just jump spotting, where you barely get any action.
Well, to be fair, the first like 3 rounds were very B-centric.
Yeah,
so
she survived all of them.
Yeah. Great
Anna
work.
AWP. Has Emmy got an AWP? Doesn't look like it.
No. She might even be on a... Okay, she dropped the M4. No utility. There's a dearth of utility across the board for the CTs.
Daft Mike. They really want to fight this mid-control. Flashbang, brilliant. Triple swing, exceptional. And no kills back for this CT side. Tori 23 make quick work of it.
A couple of players left wounded, but that was devastating for Flyquest. Flashbang was brilliant. It did feel like Goose had good spacing up towards middle, and the fact that the flash is kind of that far up that it catches her as well is brutal. I don't know if she would have fared much different had she not been blinded, because 3 players swung out on her, but certainly didn't help affairs. And now the remaining CTs lie in wait in short, so not anticipating too much more action in this round for Flyquest Red. This will be a 10th for Imperial, as they find double digits first. And a runway to get onto 11. Loss bonus is starting to build up, but with only 2 players surviving, if they are allowed to, doesn't really encourage too much of an investment into this next round. And if you now lose these 2 players, which you will, because there is a lurk in Zaz, who is about to swing out. Oh no, she's going quite slow. But Vanessa's days are numbered. And Zaz. Oh, okay. Maybe Vanessa will get this kill. No. Oh my god, these timings. Oh. Ah, full 3. Someone on the team's yelled it out. Who's playing native? Well, anyway, 10-8. What do Flyquest need to do, Brandon, to get the CT side back on board?
Play a bit more passive. Feels like the game plan has been very much similar to what we discussed on the T side, where Flyquest want to take the initiative. They really think that by going through mids, they can have this control, because they can get the tempo of the engagements. And by fighting on the front foot, you're taking away Imperial's sort of menace. But the issue is that Imperial have adjusted to this immediately. Every round has felt the same out of Flyquest. They're doing exactly the same util. They're not even layering flashbangs up towards the top of mid. One flashbang over towards that sandbags on the right-hand side. That round's completely different, because it means that Imperial can't swing off their flashbang. It means that Goose is maybe alive a little bit more. But instead, because it's the same util, it's so easy to read, and Imperial can just be ready, set up. Oh, they've thrown this flash. That means we've got a 3-second window. 1, 2, 3. Here's our flash. It's so simple. And they just need plan B. Push an extremity in the mid round. Don't be so aggro.
This round, well, there might be a chance for some actions. We do have a stack on A. And this is where Imperial do look to go. Bibiang with the 5-7. And this is going to be a straight A commit. There's no lurk in play to get info elsewhere. They're just going to go straight into this. What damage can the pistols do? Bibiang not going to be able to do enough. The AK demolishes the unarmored pistols. And so look like there'll be any casualties. They don't even really fully get out. So well handled by Imperial. Good Molotov to force those players up on the balcony in towards Palace. And get a 3-round lead for Imperial. Emmy will get the AWP out on the CT side. This has to be a point of difference. And I think particularly whenever you're playing Imperial, your AWP can be a point of difference, because Anna isn't necessarily the most aggro player on the T side.
That's true. Where does she look to take it? I like this, not immediately in towards middle. Instead, going to try and lock up A. Imperial are running this same setup. They're just dropping the mid util to then go in towards this A site hit. It's a good read here out of Flyquest, but how good's the info? Because Vanessa's just been flashed into ramp.
Jiggling, and she'll drop that smoke off. Seeing that player spotted, Zaz actually comes up and gets that kill. Now a crawl through will be punished. Emmy also removing 23, so advantage for Flyquest. Cat plays around the edge of this smoke. See if she can get this kill back onto Goose, who is low. Flyquest mostly in towards CT, and there comes that peek, a missed opportunity, the drop down the ladder. Cat will now extend forward. That molly in towards CT is going to be super disruptive. Bibiang still has the line. Further utility comes, nope, just flashbang, not flame, so she'll be okay. And if Imperial just completely ignore CT, are they going to walk through this? They are going to plant 4 con. So this threat from CT nullified.
Yeah, this is nice. Emmy's been leading the entire time to set Bibi up, but Anna's holding. And now because you've walked through this jungle smoke, you've already got proactivity on this after plant. Anna just keeps on swinging. Flyquest players keep on dropping, and you can't get by the AWP Queen.
Yeah, not necessarily the opener, but when it comes to the closing, that is where Anna shines. And that is a beautiful triple just to completely bring that round back for Imperial. Find themselves on map point. And game point.
Such a perfect reaction from Imperial just to go through the jungle side, because they know that the Flyquest defense is somewhat limited. You've killed a player stairs, you killed a player towards default. Okay, well, the natural reaction is we're hearing the AWP sound off at CT. So that's probably where the rotate's predominantly going to come in for. They take the risk, it pays off. Superior game knowledge and a fast play to maybe end the map.
Oh, Marie feeling the pressure, but Vivian has alleviated in from short. She's doubled down. Maria looked like she was about to get run over, but she's bailed out by her teammate. That's given them a chance into this. Tori's got the AWP, picks it up off of Anna. Doesn't quite find that player in short. Vanessa is on a very, very late lurk. Her flank's going to come through well after this bomb has been planted.
Your short players need to go here because the B apps will just look at B apps because there's been no response anywhere else. You still got the smokes up. Cat tries to make a move, gets punished. Hopefully that means that B apps that can work.
Yeah, now you just start to move. Tori has dropped down. She's looking for that kill onto short. You might not be ready for the second player. You should be though, because Bibi is still alive and it's only Tori. Left back side, she's getting run down by the MP9 and Bibian converts her 3K. Flyquest Reds stay in the map.
Yeah, and Cat feels like she's got a little bit of a time in there because the molly is about to extinguish over at short. You know the short players will have to play. So if you take the space away from market, that's where Imperial can conduct most of their afterplant. And that also means the players that potentially can be flanked from B apps can just rotate and reset in towards the site. So it wasn't the wrong play for Cat to make. It's just unfortunate she gets caught out.
Yeah, and when you're in a 3-on-4, you do feel like you have to make some sort of play like that as well. And if you can get that control of market, your post-plant suddenly becomes so much more powerful. So a critical fight won out. Vivian really the hero of that one. A leg shot, Emmy. Oh, okay, that is unfortunate. Anna gets legged and still holds her ground. And 23's just walked up and cleared Vanessa on that angle.
Look at how much more respectful it's been for Flyquest in towards mid, where they've been knocked down over there in so many rounds. They give the space. They then set Emmy up to try and get that fight, but it doesn't work. And then as soon as the contact comes in, that's where 23 walks out ramp. It is brilliantly done. And now they just reset into mid control because this is the space they've been given initially by Anna. But check out Bibi.
Yeah, this push could be huge. Depends on the timing of it.
It's rough because they probably just go con, especially with the space that Zaz has now got in jungle.
Yeah, but Goose is holding for this, and she'll win out that engagement, so...
It's even worse now, because that incentivizes you to go short, and Bibi's under.
Okay. This is now... She's got the info, so the rotate can come over. Goose is going to move. Needs to be careful, though. They're already on your side, and she'll get that info now on the wide swing. Tori spotted, trying to fight forward. No use if she can remove Goose. That's the way in. Bibi is about to get the timing onto Anna. Actually just misses it, but maybe can just crawl around. And oh, there was almost a chance. But Vivian swings through for 2, and it's just his final player. Vivian puts her down.
Great work. And I tell you what, that luck did work out in the end, as convoluted and as weird as it was, but you got to shout out Goose Breeder. And again, you got to shout out this game plan that has been put forward by Shake. Because the fact that Goose is ready for a Zaz lurk. And it's the communication, look, we can play deep and passive. Even if Vanessa's dropped off CT, we'll hold for the cross towards short. And that means that Bibian's flank can just work. She never has to worry about going back.
She's back. 23 and 14.
Issue is where Imperial have won so many rounds in a row. Every single round before OT is a gun round.
This one's going to be A.
But this is the correct read. Look at this. Although it was, there were 4 players over at A. Did Goose Breeder spot anything?
Well, the info comes through as the smokes do land. Pretty clear the hit's coming in. A defensive smoke deployed just to be disruptive. Vanessa will spam out Anna through it. So a great opening pick, removing a huge threat early. Zaz will continue to scale. Really wants this CT control, but Vanessa has fallen all the way back. So they concede the control. They've got the player advantage. They want to use the numbers.
They've got to go together, though. It looks like they're, again, being one-dimensional. Maybe Goose can play a little bit later. Flashbang's being set up, but Imperial are playing anti.
Oh, if Tori sends that flash into CT, it could just be devastating. Comes over the top, and, well, Marie will come out over towards Zaz. A 3-on-3. 23 still low, and Marie has found another. Trying to run through, Vanessa runs her down. It's all onto Cat and the bomb. It's not for her, and it's going to be every single round needed. A flawless retake.
Yeah, really good retake, and it gets a little bit touch and go when you see that flash being set up, but it went way too high, and it means it gets the players up close, but it doesn't get them deep. And because you've got 2 or more players from Flyquest rotated in towards CT, it just all works out. Imperial don't have the knowledge, and where they kill Goose, they don't take the space off the back of it. They are constrained to that site, and Flyquest make no mistake.
This is exciting. Flyquest Red forcing potentially OT against Imperial on day 1. No one would have called this.
Now, the next conversation piece, and the question, I suppose, for the desk when we go back to them is this Imperial looking bad, or is this Flyquest looking good, or is it just a marriage between the two of them?
It's definitely a Flyquest that's come in with a lot of anti-strat prepared,
yeah.
a lot of prep, and an Imperial that comes in confident, but maybe not quite the plethora of pages of strats against this team.
Now, you look to Tori, right? Okay, what's the call? To prevent OT.
Run it back. Up on the line, misses the chance. Vanessa is tucked in, she's flushed out, removed. Opening kill comes through for Imperial. Zaz has taken down Goose and she's on a tear. Not slowing down, this one is Zaz. She's taken charge. She doesn't want overtime. And it looks like she's probably done enough. Emmy and Marie, 2v5. Coming in from CT once more. Anna's on the line, the spam comes through and it's looking done. Marie, last one standing, swaps to the AWP to try and remove Anna, but Tori's the one that takes her down. And it's an Imperial victory. It felt inevitable, but 13-11, that's a good showing from Flyquest.
It absolutely is, and I tell you what, the fact that Imperial have to rely on going back to the book and saying, look, let's enable Zaz, let's get her on this entry path, and she does all the hard work, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Flyquest Red, because now they're not just a team that's going to falter. They look a lot more scary in that elimination game.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Flyquest, yeah, I'm really excited to see how they go into that next game. We know this group is the most stacked, but MIBR earlier didn't look the most, you know, as dangerous as they can be. And this, I'm going to say it immediately off this first game, is the most dangerous Flyquest I've yet seen.
Imperial Valkyries does what we expected. They take the victory, but we do have to talk about that North American team who we built up in the pregame that this is a team that is not delivering on land. It may have been a loss, but damn, it was close. They came in prepared. I think Lucy mentioned it. They looked like they had all the anti-strats ready, and they put up a big showing there, Mac, against the team that is the best in the world right now in this league.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that was a spectacular performance straight out of the gates. Maybe Imperial Valkyries got a little caught off guard in that first half. There are a lot of rounds where we probably should have seen more trade or better trades coming out of them, where last year we would have definitely seen that. But it just goes to show that Flyquest, you know, Sheikh Zula maybe putting this plan together along with the girls to make this one work spectacularly. Also, BBN, I was saying that she kind of had gone missing during the regular season, but first performance on land for the season. And my lord, that was a sight to behold. Some crazy plays. Also, that bloody 4K from short to keep them in the game. Take it all the way to the end of regulation. And all my mind goes to at this point is we could have been in overtime if that 1v1 was won at the end of that first half.
Yeah, for sure. Like we saw really good T-side from Flyquest Red. I believe they had really good game plan. Everything was working. 7-5 is like insanely good score in my opinion. But on the city side, something was lacking for me. Like I felt like the longer Flyquest gonna wait for Imperial, the bigger chances they have to win the whole thing, right? But they started going to them. Like they were jumping out of the window. They were trying to go fight on mid when it was not needed at all. And I think if they waited longer for like Imperials to commit eventually, it would make them look better at some point.
A little bit of patience, maybe a little bit of controlling the pace needed from them if they wanted that victory, but still a better showing than what we've seen from the Americans in the past.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Americans in particular, like you're looking at Emmy and Vanessa, those two who look, Emmy's been around for a long time, but it feels like we missed her for a couple of seasons there. But Vanessa as well, coming back and doing a spectacular performance. I feel like she was someone who was crucial in that first half to get a lot of those rounds on the board. So yeah, just like the rifling core was doing so much work here. And for Imperial Valkyries, it just feels like, yeah, they just weren't getting the trades and they just weren't finding the impact in that first half. It was all Flyquest red, everything going right. And arguably, when it went to Mirage, we were all a little bit confused. We were thinking about Imperial Valkyries, you know, this is one of their best maps, if not their best map. And maybe Flyquest red were just coming in saying, hey, they're never going to expect this. And it felt like they didn't.
We speak so highly of Imperial Valkyries, and obviously for those that follow ESL Impact, they know why. If you follow the women's scene, you know why. But maybe there's someone that's just tuned in because their regular season isn't on and they're watching for the first time. I mean, Hanke, break it down. Why, as a player, is it so scary to go up against this team?
I think nowadays it's not that scary to play against Imperial because now scene got way more closer to them, in my opinion. It used to be really scary because no one know how to counter them, how to play against them, because they were like 3 levels above everyone basically. But now with the more data we get, it's way easier to counter them, like prepare good game plan. But in the end, I think it's also about like individuals, and there's like small details that like players gonna bring into the game. I think it's lacking the most in like female scene, like this kind of confidence about like individual plays. Because in the end, like Stratboot can be huge for the team, but in the end, it's players playing. They see the gaps. Maybe it was never written like this, but they see that it's gonna work and they just do it.
And they just do it. Now Heku is with Kat to find out how she's feeling after that victory. Let's find out.
I'm pretty sure that she feels really relieved because that was a close series, an opening series. Kat, why do you think it actually went the way how it went?
I think we could have closed it much earlier, but I think it's just a first game, and it's always like this. Like
You're just trying to warm up because of all the air con that is happening here?
Yeah, but it's not happening. It's really cold.
It is really cold. But the thing is, for example, you know, it was really close to going to an OT, and in the last round, there was like the action from Zaz. Was there someone specifically that maybe called like for her to go in, or was it her initiative?
No, we had a call, like a coach helped us. Yeah.
Was it basically like Zaz go killed? Or something more complicated?
No, it wasn't that simple.
It was not that simple. All right, but this means, you know, you have like the standard situation of you winning the opening series and going for the next one in order to have like a day off and to play the semifinals, which also means that it is going to be an IP that you're going to be playing today again. Were there any kind of already preparations before, you know, coming to the event?
I will not tell you that.
You're not going to leak it?
Why would I?
All right.
I need to keep them guessing.
That's true. That's true. I mean, you keep on making me guess. Maybe also the desk wants to try to get at least like some kind of information from Kat. Desk, what do you want to know?
I'll give it a crack. Hey, Kat, big fan. How you doing? I want to know, were you expecting to go to Mirage today? Because I feel like everyone's been a bit confused that Flyquest took you there.
Yeah, it was expected. One of the maps we expected.
Well then, that's it from me. Other than that, yeah. Other than that, keep killing it.
Thank you so much, Heku, Kat. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you during the course of the weekend as well. Well done on the victory.
Thank you so much.
It was expected, Mac. That's what I want.
Maybe I just didn't do enough homework.
That's my Hanke, you're here now between Mac and I. Let's have this conversation.
Oh my God.
Some days when it comes to player interviews, you guys, it's like you guys are trolling us. Are our questions just not good enough?
It's us trolling you, basically.
Okay.
It's like just, you know, I mean, it's up to the player, but I saw many players just like typically trolling you just for like fun. But it's still fine, you know, it's like...
It's because you said you were a big fan. She was like, I got him now. I got him.
Yeah, screw this guy.
Yeah.
I hate compliments. Why would he do that?
Well, there you go. Imperial is the favorites. They've taken the first win. They go into the winners bracket. Let me explain how this now works. Is obviously there is going to be 2 more best of ones today where our winners are going to face off from Group A and Group B. Those winners of those best of ones go straight to the semi-finals on Saturday. Everyone else who's lost their games today are in the lower bracket. They're going to be fighting it out tomorrow. And those who lose in the winners bracket later will also go down to that bracket. You with me still? You got that? Okay, good. We're going to take a quick break so you can comprehend everything I just said. And then when we get back, we will start our best of ones in the winners bracket.
It's
You're watching ESL Impact. It is our season finals from Dallas. Twice a year, the best women players in the world descend to land to battle it out from across the different regions. And we've already seen 4 best of ones today to kickstart this tournament. We've seen some winners. We've seen some teams drop down into the lower brackets. And now, 2 more best of ones remain before we have our first 2 semi-finalists. This is it, an opportunity to skip out today, tomorrow, and go sightseeing and be one step closer to walking onto that big stage for the finals. Furia up against Supernova Comets. That is what is happening right now. We're getting ready for all of the action. And before we get into this, I do believe Newt, our statistician, I've never been able to say that word, and I knew I couldn't say it, but I tried anyway, has some insights into this matchup. Newt, you should start speaking, because clearly I don't know how.
Well, to be honest, I can't say that word either, so I'm not even going to attempt it either. But we already had a bit of a test of what's going to coming up in this next matchup between Furia and Supernova Comets, because we've seen them both. But I'm anticipating a bit of multi-kill madness going on in this matchup, because these 2 teams rely heavily on multi-kills in their rounds, because that's kind of their win factor going into things. So we look at Furia, 80% of their rounds, they have at least 1 multi-kill. And then you go to Supernova Comets, they have actually got the highest multi-kill round percentages at 81.7%, so that's about 82%. But it is a bit different between the 2 teams, because going on the side of Furia, all of the players here are all contributing in some way at getting these multi-kills into the rounds. When we look at the side of Supernova Comets, it's kind of obvious. 2 players stand above the rest, and we did see them in their first game. It was Empathy and Forks, and they're represented here again. This was their online group stage results, so it's kind of, well, are the rest of the players going to be picking up the rest of the pieces and helping out with these multi-kills, or is it just going to be Empathy and Forks? Because right now, Fury have 5 players that are heavy hitters, so hopefully Empathy and Forks are up to the task.
Do you want to have a little bit of fun?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this, that was a very South African response there. You're beeping prawn. I wanted to say it another way, but I can't. You have that cool little pen thing. So let's have a little bit of like a Pictionary game. I would like you to draw the image. I'm trying to think of something really difficult. The image that best describes Furia, and it obviously can't be their logo, in this game.
Oh, okay, that's going to be interesting. Let me go here. So I've got a clean slate.
Oh my gosh, this gets even fancier.
Yeah, I've got the tools to pay the bills. Let's go. Okay, so Furia, what do I think of Furia? But like the thing is, I think of a Panther because they are indeed Furia.
That's
but
the easy way out, my friend. Define their game style in an image.
Well, I kind of alluded to this at the beginning. I'm not going to be good at this.
That's why I'm making you do it.
But this is a very, very fast car. It doesn't look like a fast car. I think this is a Lamborghini or Ferrari. If we can get some like fire flames going on over the back here. Yeah, I think that's going very, very fast. So that's kind of my kind of look at Furia, because they kind of very fast paced. They do not slow down for any sort of aspect of the game. I think, yeah, a car represents them best.
Okay, so now let's define Supernova Comets gameplay.
Ooh, that is going to be a bit of a toughie, because Supernova Comets, it's kind of like the same thing. They are a bit fast-paced, but later on in the tournament, I might actually talk about this, because they actually are a bit utility-based, but it's very late round. So they're kind of talking about the clock. So they like, well, this is not really a clock, but that's a clock. They like to keep the pace in their kind of standings and actually control the game a bit more. So that's kind of their aspect. They're trying to elevate their own game. So kind of the timekeepers, so to speak.
Okay, so now, final one, just because this is way too fun. One that doesn't look like a clock, my friend, but it's okay. Now, imagine if myself, Hunker, MacMate, Lucy, and B-Dog were in a team. What would the image be that best describes our gameplay as a team? You know our personalities well enough to figure that out.
Gosh. Golly gosh. The best image. I would just say, how am I going to draw this? I'm not very a good artist. This is like, well, it's also a bit difficult with this. It's like a little dog sound. It's just a little doggy. Because I know that B-Dog likes to control the round, so even when like he's playing with Vulgar...
Does he?
Yeah, he plays with Volga. And the thing is, Volga's not RG Elite, it's B-Dog. So I think he's going to control the game, so everybody's going to be his dog. I
Nice.
presume. Oh no, he's
Sounds
getting his
really nice.
microphone on, he's got to start saying something.
Basically, he called us a bunch of puppies.
How lovely is that?
Well, it's like a pack mentality kind of thing.
Don't try to defend it. You called us a bunch of puppies.
But B-Dog's the
I'm
alpha.
playing with the words here so much. I hope you're picking it up at home. We're a bunch of puppies, B-Dog. They're not even letting B-Dog talk because they're worried that he's going to probably insult Newt. All right, you know what? That was fun. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot like that, Newt. A little bit of entertainment before we move into our winners bracket, which is where we are now. Furia up against Supernova Comets. We've actually got some highlights from both of these teams and how they played during the earlier stages of today. So we'll showcase that as we start chatting a little bit more about what we expect from both of them. Furia, Hanka, we said it at the start, we'll say it again, they're actually considered to be one of the teams that will probably be on the main stage.
Yeah, I really like Furia because it seems like every player has like perfect profile for like a role they are playing. Ideally super efficient, Op is doing her job, Anchor is anchoring, it's just everything is just working together. And it's not that it's really unique, I would say, in teams that every player suits the role. So it's something to highlight, and I think it's going to be working pretty well in this matchup.
Do you believe that, have you heard, like, there was that discussion going for a while, I can't remember who brought it up, but how players, their actual personalities allow them to play better in specific roles as opposed to others as well? Do you think Furia have that going on as well, or do you not really know them on a personal level?
I know that they're really hardworking people, so in my opinion, there is nothing that... For example, I've been anchoring, I've been star rifling, and it's only about how much effort you're gonna put into the role. So I'm sure that they all are pretty solid players, you know, on like every profile.
My question to you is from a fundamentals point of view and the setup. We obviously got to see them on Anubis. What did you think of how they played that particular map?
We saw already Furia having really good times on T-side on Anubis. I think they're gonna show it again. They've been struggling a lot on city side, so I'm kind of concerned about their city side right now. They need to step up with like decisions and like individual decisions, taking map control, I think. On the other hand, I see Supernova Comets as a pretty strong contenders on this map, like not gonna lie. They showed really good city side, which is pretty awesome on this map. So it's gonna be basically real battle.
Well, we don't know what the map is yet because the veto hasn't come up, but I'm presuming, because both of these teams played Anubis earlier, a best of one is always a handshake, right? So they've already handshakes on Anubis in other matches. They might just do it here as well. So
yeah, we have only this data from today, basically.
Yeah.
So it looks like it. I would love to see Anubis, to be honest, because we only have confirmation that this is gonna be crazy match.
So what did you think of the two teams in their Anubises earlier on, Mac?
I'd argue like a little bit shaky, but that's kind of what you expect when it comes to best of ones. You don't get your best map, you don't get your worst map, you sort of get one of those maps that are kind of in the middle. And yeah, I feel like they've had a little bit of time to sort of tighten things up. So surely they've gone back and spoken about what was going wrong for both teams earlier, and you can clean that up. You know, you've got an hour. Like Hanka, when you were there playing like the best of ones last couple of Impact lands as well, what would you do in that hour and a half between your first best of ones?
Like, I think you will not change much. It's only about like being super aware what was not working and trying to make it work somehow. So now it's only about mistakes, and both teams made a lot of mistakes in general. So both teams need to basically step up to like win this match, in my opinion. So they had to do this task in this meantime when they were waiting.
We're waiting obviously for the veto to come in because we are just presuming that it'll go to Anubis. We could be wrong though. It is a best of one, so yeah. I'm not going to put too much power into the map pick here. I don't think that's really going to be the win factor. Here it is. Let's walk it through and see how this one plays out, Mac.
I think you are on the money. I think I'm on the money. I think everyone's on the money. It was Anubis. So look, if you're... I don't know if Furia was expecting to play Supernova Comets in this game or if they were kind of thinking Zerance would be the team to make it through. But that being said, both teams have shown their game plan on Anubis earlier, and it all goes down to exactly what you're doing in this one to try to get that edge, maybe make a couple of adjustments going into it to at least have stronger CT sides, because it felt like, you know, at least for Furia, their CT side was lacking somewhat in comparison to their T side. And then if you look at Supernova Comets as well, they were arguably a bit stronger on the CT side. I think they got 8-4 at the half before they flipped it around, and that's when things started to go wrong for them. So it'll be an interesting matchup, and I hope we get to see a bit more firepower from Supernova Comets, because arguably, look, they're this sort of up-and-coming lineup with a lot of heavy hitters in the lineup, and Furia, they've been around for a while. So Supernova Comets being the more unknown team and wanting to make NACS great again, I think they're trying to make it happen.
Very, very different opposition for both of these teams. Also, we've only had 4 games today, and we've seen Anubis. We will be seeing Anubis 3 times now. So there you go. Clearly the popular map pick. One of the comments that we made at the end of the Supernova win was that they are very reliant on Forks and Empathy to kind of go kill, right? Which was a game plan at the end there. Kind of like those two go off, you do the shooting. Against Furia, does that work? Or is Furia experienced enough, do you think, to shut those 2 players down?
I mean, it has to work. Otherwise, it's going to be fast win for Furia, I guess. But I would love to see Supernova like playing equally, because it would matter that the whole team is kind of composed together, and I love to see it in teams. I'm not looking for like superstar. I'm basically waiting for like super good team play, and I hope we're gonna see it.
Yeah, I think on paper we should be getting Too Fast, Too Furia in this game. Maybe later on we'll get Fast and Furia, Tokyo, whoever they play next. You never know. At this
leave
point,
the wordplay to Newt, my friend. Leave the wordplay to Newt.
I will try. Look, however he can figure out to make the third one work, good luck, mate, because Tokyo Drift, it's a banger.
Is it fair for me to say that neither of these teams looked as good as I was expecting them to look on Anubis?
Yeah, exactly. Like I think this map is pretty risky to pick, at least in my opinion, in best of 1, because as I said, this map need to be played in a way. You need to get moving around the map all the time. You cannot stay still, and it's really demanding map. Like you cannot make mistakes, which these 2 teams did to win it easily.
What do you think is the best game plan? If you were leading a team on Anubis, Hanka, how would you go about strategizing for this one?
I think it's really T-sided map, so I would start from T for sure, and I would start with some conditioning over the map, because it's really easy on this map to just move opponents with only conditioning. So I would use that for sure, and in the end it's only about numbers. Like we need to have numbers on T side, committing to a side. Splits are pretty strong, but it's only about execution. I feel like even going on site with like when it's like 3 cities on the side. For T's, it's still doable and it's still good to commit.
I think Anubis, like the meta where it kind of is at the moment, you want to see CT sides changing up that defense by turning it into a bit of an offense, because Anubis is one of those maps where you can make explosive CT plays, and we weren't really seeing that from any of the teams earlier on Anubis. So Furia, if anyone, seems like the team that should be, flashing some teams out A main, crunching from con A main, drop off bridge, you name it. There's multiple ways to go and take that water control. And I just don't think we were really seeing it earlier, so maybe that's an adjustment that I'd love to see.
I think it was a bit concerning, because if you are someone who only watches sort of grand finals and group stages, right? So you don't watch the regular season. If you came into the broadcast the way we were talking about Furia, and then you watch them against DMS, it looks shaky. You would go, well, hold on. This is the team that they're saying is going to make the grand finals? And it did feel like if DMS had the pace down and controlled Furia's pace, Furia didn't really have any answers. I'm worried that is something Supernova Comets can do.
Blue.
Yeah, for sure it's like something Furia need to think about right now, because they had really strong start, but it was pretty hard to finish it, and it's really big deal. Now they need to for sure come more confident and like put it to the end. That's it.
That's what they got to do, right? So far, what have we thought about the level of competition that we've seen here at ESL Impact? The first group best of ones completed.
Closer than expected, for sure. Some teams, some of the big dogs almost getting taken out in the best of ones. Some of the big dogs getting taken out in the best of ones. So fortunately, no one's going home today. Everyone will survive until tomorrow, and then that's when, the fun starts. We get to qualify teams to the semis. We get to send some teams packing out of Dallas. But it's overall, the level of competition seems much closer this time than last season, for sure.
What have you thought about the level of competition, Hanka?
Like it's going higher and higher with every season, and to be honest, I love to be proved wrong. Like when I say that this team gonna win and I'm just proved wrong, it's just fantastic for me. Like I couldn't feel happier because it only shows that like it's so hard to predict, and teams feel it also inside of like they are just playing. They might think that it's gonna be easy match, but in the end, wait, like they are super prepared, super shooting hard. So it's really entertaining to watch, but it's also entertaining to play because you need to higher up your game style all the time. You need to react real-time game to everything what is happening.
For sure. We've had very close games here in our best of ones on day number 1, and now we find out which team is the first to make it through to the semi-finals of ESL Impact. That is what is about to take place. Supernova Comets facing off against Furia. Let's get straight into the game.
Yeah, not exactly the game that I thought would be the winner's game here. I expected Furia here.
Yep.
Didn't expect it to be so close for Furia versus DMS, particularly with how that first half went.
11-1.
Yeah, right. Dominant T side. It was actually kind of the opposite story for the Supernova Comets game, right? It was their CT half which really put them in good steading, right? So it's going to be, I think, for Furia, we need to see a lot more about that CT half because that was not good versus DMS. And it gets me worried here because Supernova Comets have some serious firepower.
Yeah, they do. On 2 of their players. That's the big conversation point, because I've been watching Supernova Comets quite a lot in Thunder Pick, the North America qualifier number 1, and their fundamentals are really good. Like, their structure is very decent. I've been really impressed with the way that it's been sort of shaping up to be with the Supernova Comets. And the biggest thing is the individuals, because we know what we're going to get out of Forks. I think Forks' step up in level has been unbelievable. We know that Empathy is always going to be this player that is going to be providing frag after frag, like the high-octane kills. But for Furia, they can do it over every single player. They are a lot more consistent. Will that structure that I've been seeing out of the Comets be enough? Or are Furia just going to bulldoze their way into the semi-finals? It is a best of 1. It is Anubis. For both of these teams, they play 2 maps of Anubis, and potentially one of them is in the semi-final.
Yeah, for Furia, definitely common ground for them. They have been in that semi so many times. Grand finalists in the last ESL Impact. Rounds away from lifting the trophy, the first that could have dethroned Imperial. They look to try and do that this time around. Supernova Comets, for most of their players, their first time here on LAN, but it's on home soil in Dallas. And they've already hit the ground running. Let's see. Going to be a T-side start for Furia. And I think that's part of this veto decision that probably came into it. They did get as the highest seed the last decision. So they get the T-side start. Supernova Comets decided the map. I don't expect another 11-1 half, but hey, if it's anything as effective as the T-side we saw versus DMS, then Supernova Comets are really going to have to bring their A-game.
Yeah, and this is where I get worried, especially on that CT side, because, yeah, Supernova Comets went 8-4 coming up in their first game, but this is different. This is Furia that is going to be accelerating. We've already heard it from the desk, we've already heard it from Hanka. Early conditioning, early fight for Empathy, but not finding anything, but at least seeing Bazinia drop down into Con.
Yes, the classic drop down, and it's the double setup to deal with this, but first part's removed, no trade available. Zinnia finds that first kill. Empathy rotates over, but it was never the full drop. They kept players present in middle. They're going to root through now. Empathy comes back, spots the bomb, and she's slung on by 3. So now it's a free run into this A bomb site. Zinnia is holding back the rotates, and this is looking flawless.
Played it brilliantly. I love this because you're so often expecting a drop-down mid-play to be accommodated by a fast B split. And instead, they just reset themselves. You don't want to give over these kills, though, especially to Forks. Bomb's now gone down. Would have to be the ace.
It would be pretty phenomenal, especially as they know exactly where Forks is coming from. P2K in hand.
The flank as well.
Oh, there is a flank and a flash, so that's going to delay things further. No kids, so yeah, very difficult in Furia. Showing composure, not going to overpeak this, and Gabs will swing off that contact at the half wall. So just those 2 casualties in the end. Furia starts strong.
Yeah, I came into this thinking, look, Supernova Comets, Their structure is going to be good, but I think Furia, after that scare against DMS, after it's 11-1 on your T side, and then you nearly let it slip the whole way, they will not want that in this BO1. They're going to keep going. They're going to make sure that everything is meticulously crafted, especially in mid-rounds. I think this could be quite quick, I'm going to be honest.
Okay, that's a bold claim. I'm curious. I was so caught off guard by how good they looked against Zerance, who I thought are a really strong side. Granted, that was with some players going a little absent that have been superstars before. We've got a stack here. Empathy is being a bit of a nuisance, and we have a whole squad on the plat, but they're getting mopped up. I like the stack, that's a fun one. I think the creativity points for that, but unfortunately that does not result in any actual real-life points, which is much what your childhood can be like sometimes.
Yeah, creativity doesn't earn rounds. And it was the Doom view model for Raven, and that was pretty foreshadowing of what happened in that round. No kills collected for Supernova Comets. A really heavy buy, like not investing in Mac 10s as well for Furia, which I think is really cool. They've just gone, do you know what? We don't care. We're just going to have all the AKs, we're going to have all the Galils.
Yeah, 2 Galils and 4 players that head armor, so it's a heavy investment into the riflery here for Supernova Comets. In fact, it's Forks of all players is actually on the FAMAS. And Zinnia's just spammed out empathy. Yeah, trying to get aggro just all by her lonesome through the window. I don't know if there was a flash to try and set that up, but Furia go into a slow default to start the first gun round, and they're ready for that peak.
And this is the issue, right? And this is what we saw all Anubis, to be honest, between both Furia in their game and also Supernova Comets in theirs. And it was, you go aggressive in the wrong parts of the map. This is a good reaction here to take B main, but mid is just wide open. So for Furia, it's one of these where, what's the reaction? Well, either comes through B main and we've got no one there, or it comes through middle. We haven't had anything towards middle. We got the kill in towards A. They have to push B. This is really good mid-rounding from Furia.
Yeah, it's only Forks here and so isolated because this push hasn't continued. It's only one player that's pushed onwards. So there will be some reinforcements for Forks, but it's probably going to come a little too late, and it's going to be 5 Furia players bearing down her doors. Here comes the execute in. Flames at both sides. Smoke blocking off everything. There is the potential for a swing out through that camera smoke. Forks is maybe calling for that possibility. Smoke dribbled forward and Forks activates. Good first kill. Spots out another. Gabs has been brought low. Definitely still on as that HE comes over. Gets the trade back. Forks is doubled down. Putting it to the 3-on-3. Forks has found another. It's all Forks coming up. Raven falls. The 2-on-2. There's Kit in Forks' back pocket, and still a player playing close. I don't know if they're aware of Bazinia's position, but it will be cleared, and it has to be every kill for Forks. The FAMAS not quite connecting, almost, but not the weapon for the job. So Furia will stave off Forks.
I'll tell you what, Furia, their mid-round is really good. They've got a really good understanding of what's going to happen. They get the punish pick on Empathy pushing towards mid. They get in towards A, and then they try their best to lose that round. They should never be going in that way. It should never be that close. And it's one of those where you get caught off guard at the first instance, but then you keep swinging and you keep swinging, and it just feels so redundant. They eventually lock in for that 2v3 disadvantage in towards the afterplant, but it's those sort of mistakes that you need to get out of your system now, because they will not fly later on in the competition.
It's always interesting to me with the A site takes us to whether T's decide to push through to heaven or not. In that round, Furia decided a more, I guess, tepid approach to taking the bomb site, where they just get the bomb down, they isolate the angle so they can secure that plant, but they don't want to scale further.
Well, they never got any contact. And if you get no contact after you drop your utility in at camera, in at heaven, that means they are probably more than likely in heaven. So you do not need to fight it.
Okay.
Going in towards the stairs is so risky there, because all it takes is a quick crunch on from camera.
Flash out. Flash is great, but the weaponry for the job is looking for this kill. We'll run down Raven. Forks is still playing around the edge here, and a couple of players are low. The P250 comes out, and almost another massive multi. Forks has definitely retained form from that first matchup, but, well, avert your eyes from the rest of the scoreboard if you're a fan of Supernova Comets. Okay, a little bit of something back. At least another player gets on the board.
I'll tell you what, that was a bit scary there as well, because the 1D looked like it was good, and if it was, that last player of Furia was very low HP. So a couple of rounds, a little bit touch and go, but ultimately Furia are overwhelming. They are playing against the odds. 4-0. AWP out for Car. AWP out for Forks. Considering Forks has been doing their best work just on the AWP, on the rifles. It'd be interesting to see this sniper head-to-head.
There's that spawn for Dark. Oh, Car's on the outside there, and it's an off-angle peek. Oh, did she see?
No.
No, okay, so Car will step forward.
Can't see that.
No. Aye! Almost. The flick up. What a standoff. Well, at least you get information on both sides.
I'll tell you what, I think this is the early conditioning that Hanka was talking about, because in both games, again, mid was so open. So here you put the AWP over there, you then drop the util, you then go in towards A main. Mid is so open. Look at how good this is from Lulatens and Bazinia.
Yeah, now you've got Empathy on an island who is low from the earlier engagement. Gonna fight forward, but will be dealt out by Bazinia. Lovely little swing with the HE to follow through the bump to scale in. And you've completely circumvented this AWP.
Yeah, fantastic. And again, you're playing a bit more disciplined here. You're not really worried about taking this heaven space. You're more worried about the safety in numbers. 4v3. And Car is going around the world in towards mid. Bomb planted at the corner of the fishtail. Bazinia to take the first contact.
They're going for this, so... We smoke on Cam, it's all in from heaven.
And where's so quiet? You want to be ready for this retake.
Good line though from Bazinia. First kill's free. Forks is continuing to scale forward, but they're not giving an inch. And with nothing offered up, the 2v4, you got to scramble out of there. Littleton's already looking to chase. Can she remove this AWP? She does. And looking for more as well. Might just hunt down every single weapon. Brutal for Supernova Comets.
And look at how much they've learned in those last 2 rounds. Really nice. And this is exactly the afterplant that Furia wanted to implement a few rounds ago. Same position, jump up on towards the top of the stairs, tucked in the corner by the half wall. And the reason why you can do that a lot more freely this time is because you came through camera. And because you came through camera, you can clear out heaven when you're scaling towards the safe site, which means the afterplants are a lot more locked in. 5-0, AWP does nothing. In fact, it just remains in the spawn. It can't be reinvested.
Good to see Bazinia having a great start. She was the highest rated player of all of South America last season. Brandon, across 14 maps, her average rating,
Yep.
1.52.
It's pretty good.
Lulaten's 1.44.
It's better than Donk.
Gab's 1.39, Car 1.30, and Izza a really disappointing 1.28.
That's so horrible.
Danny is the only non-Furia player that's kind of broken through into that top 5.
Sorry for that, Furia. No flashbangs again for Supernova Comets, so you can't go into something a little bit faster. In the next gun round, I want to see the B main control or the A main control being taken a little bit quicker. We're sort of like venturing onto that 130, 125 mark where you should be looking to take that space if you hear nothing. And I love that Furia are leaving nothing to chance in rounds like this. Everything guided by util. Everyone on the same page. Good collection on the MP9. Will give over an AK, and Empathy is here with the D.
Yeah, but Bazinia isolates the fight. Empathy's D does connect. Can't get the follow through though. Now bomb to be planted, and it is just this dig for Forks. Serendipity does have MP9, and that's going to be it. Sidebar, very cool, Nick. Serendipity and Empathy, like what a combo. And unfortunately, both fall. And so Furia doing 2 Supernova Comets, what they did to DMS only a few hours ago.
This looks better than the T side against DMS, if I'm being completely transparent, because it feels like you've got everything aligned when it comes to macro and micro here for Furia. All the correct decisions are being made when it comes to the game sense point of view. Everything's being made correctly when it comes to the afterplants as well for the majority of these rounds. It's been really just fantastic to watch. And if this is the gameplay we get out of Furia, this is why the desk is speaking so highly of them. Missed shot. in towards mid for the AWP. At least Forks is allowed the luxury of living.
Yeah, looking for that opener, desperately trying to get an advantage for Supernova Comets, who have been on the back foot throughout. Feels like this really is Furia dictating the pace there, the entire half.
This is really cool as well because they dropped the deep A main smoke. They also dropped one outside B because they're waiting for this reaction. They have to give a reaction, and Furia are controlling all of the tempo of the round.
Carl gets that reaction. Serendipity flashed back in a second time. Carl's just holding for that exact play. Is playing a disgusting off angle if Raven does decide to swing out. Flash thrown forward. But you definitely don't want to peek this. A lot of eyes on that prize. It's going to be a B split. There are 2 players here. Empathy's pushed out. This timing is actually phenomenal. Could not have been better. And we'll get the backstab onto Izza.
They'll change plans as well for Gabs, because she now moves in towards middle. Bazina gets rid of STX, and now Raven tucked in the corner. Presumably would be unaware, but Bazina just flicks her. Left, right, good night. The AWP has to go save on the beaches once more.
Bazinga. So sorry. Oh.
Jeez.
Oh.
It's day one.
I might just leave.
Yeah. Do it. I'll solo cast her around. That's fine.
Yeah, I feel like Fox is being nullified, tries to go for that opening fight, and as soon as that's missed, just doesn't really have another opportunity. And, oh, okay, maybe get a bit of a showcase of mechanics, but no, Lilitans will put it down, and the flawless streak continues.
Love the coach's body language there. Just the elation of it doesn't actually matter how many players we lose to that AWP. The important thing is they don't have the AWP. And up until Empathy pushes, which is a really good mid-round reaction from Supernova Comets, I'd actually argue that play from Furia, the way they orchestrated that round, that is the best round of Counter-Strike we've seen on day one.
High praise. But deservedly so, and Supernova Comets in that flux of buy, half buy, half buy. And the Flames could not have been more perfect. You can see they really want to get aggro, and it's Gabs instead that puts the aggression on, and yeah, a little shot into the back of her teammate's head, but takes down 2 on the way in. It looks so simple, doesn't it? Empathy will try and burst through, but they're already ahead of the util.
See you in the semis, Furia.
Yeah.
It's just so brilliant, and I will keep glazing them because look, here's the reaction. You've gone out B main, you've seen nothing. If you're Supernova Comets, you tried to fight in towards water, it hasn't worked out. You've had car on the line, you've had a rifle on the line, continuously applying pressure and pressure and pressure. This round, Furia don't drop the deep A main lurk smoke. They allow Supernova Comets to think, oh, we've got a bit of space here. This is different. Yeah, it's all by design. It's to bait you into that trap. 2 quick kills. You take over the A bomb site. 5 alive again. How many times have Furia had 5 alive?
Yeah, they're loaded. Even with expending players on hunts, it's not been too costly. Now, you do have to put that little asterisk. Just their CT half was, well, it was a combination of not being particularly great. You know, Hank, I think, did a really good breakdown on just how static it felt at times. Yep. It just wasn't that kind of info gathering, and DMS were able to play with those rotations so much. And, you know, I think that if Supernova Comets can recover, I mean, at this point, 3 rounds, they can still be competitive in this second half, just purely off the virtue that Furia's CT half looked dire earlier.
I don't think... The thing is, though, again, I'm going to use Hanker's logic, so I can then counter you with Hanker's logic.
God, I'm being out-hankered.
You're being out-hankered. She said, in between best of ones, we take a look back, we don't change too much, but we try and rectify the mistakes. So it's quite clear, if you're the coach, and you know we all watched it, we saw that Furia's defense was static. So okay, what do? Okay, we're just going to be a little bit more confident. We're going to take some more fights.
Be that fast car, as Newt like to illustrate.
I feel like Furia really sort of gave a lot of respect over to DMS when they didn't need to.
Yeah. Hey, listen, everyone demands respect.
True, fine.
An attempt for some aggression in A main, but it falls back.
So here, what you should be doing, because you've now dropped these nades, you've acted as a bit of a counter. Empathy and Forks maybe should have re-aggressed in towards middle. Because you've got this lean over towards B based on what info? You have no info to rotate the AWP here.
Xenia feels like she's got a good position too. She does Sentry throw past, and so she knows that she's got a good spot and she can just hang here. It doesn't really matter where the round ends. She's in a power position no matter what.
Tell you what, Fair Player just commented the fact, okay, why you brought the AWP over, but it looks like currently the round is ending towards this B site. So finally, Supernova Comets have got the right pieces in the right places.
Is 3 pieces enough? That's the question. A double up in dark, and it is only one player there at the moment. There is going to be this final rotation from Gabs.
Oh, they're going to go really late here. Brilliant from Bazenia. And that probably should force a rotate. Yeah, the push through in towards Con. And Izza just tucked on the corner. Not even needed. Brilliant reaction out of Furia. Punishing Supernova Comets. Forks gets a leg shot. Can she find any more? No. It's done.
Yeah, I mean, you have all the pieces here, but what's 5 pawns against 1 queen, you know? Furia just fragging them out the server.
What's really cool is they do this extra little bit of util. And what it does is it enables all this mid space. Remember, Empathy never pushed. And we spoke about 40 seconds ago, if Empathy and Forks had gone together in towards mid, if they'd gone for a contact play, cleared it out, used the AWP for long range, use Empathy to get these close corners, suddenly Fury don't have this space, which means they can't actively fake A. And because you've never pushed B main, you've never pushed Con, you've never pushed A main, and Furia know that because, hey, guess what? They're holding the entire time. You can just anchor these players on the bomb site. You can force a reaction. The fact the mid player goes as the lurk, turns it into an entry is phenomenal.
Yeah, when you're playing in the dark like that, where you don't know kind of what site is more reinforced, Xenia having that brilliant timing. She's 14-1.
Yeah.
She wins that round off that 1 kill. I mean, well, maybe not wins it, but definitely causes the domino effect.
Take it one step further. Supernova Comets have 14 kills as a team, and Bazenia is 14.
Oh, no!
Bazinga.
Well, Supernova Comets going out with a big bang. That's a double-layered joke for all you comedy enjoyers out there.
We're here for the next few days. Sorry. We built the pyramids. Hopefully there's some more clay. That's a James Bardoff shout out.
Yeah, and we're on a Nuvas, Brandon. There's so many layers.
Not in this round, but at least Supernova Comets have made the right decision to push B main. Now they'll get a jump on the fact that Furia are ending A, but it's against the full exec. And you've got limited weaponry and util.
The players are here. That's the key thing. Empathy can rotate in towards middle. You got this fast push through from STX as well. And Forks hit the deck. Gabs is double entried, and she's triple entried. So all the players are there, and every single one has Gab's bullet through them. And now you've heard that spam in through camera, so you know exactly where the final 2 are as well. The FAMAS and M4 sounding off through that choke point. Fury have a chokehold on this game.
Didn't think the level 1 half could get better, could be improved on, but maybe it can.
Can you imagine? Furia.
Oh. It's a shame because Supernova Comets, they've actually made the right reads in a lot of situations where it comes to not being static and trying to take the map control. The thing is, they've done that when they're on the worst buys. How about we do it when we're on the guns? How about we do it when it matters a lot more? And you're playing because you feel a lot more reckless because there's only MP9s, there's only pistols, doesn't matter if we die. You feel a lot more valuable in the stock that you have in towards the AWP, which has been limited, in towards the M4s, which come few and far between. You've got to make the most of it.
Here we go. We've got flashbangs to set up an aggressive mid-play. Empathy is going to get this fight because Bazenia is really close by, although it will dial back immediately. MP9 swings out, and, well, that's about the outcome you expect. The Flames force Raven forward. Militants punishes that aggression in middle. Bazenia's on cleanup duty in middle.
Gosh.
Yeah, well, we are going to get another 11-1 half, and... it might...
get worse.
It might get worse.
I'll tell you what happens here, and because, again, look, we've got different conflicting ideas. Because in one breath, I've said it's really good that you need to sort of be static. You need to not be static in CT side Anubis. And you're like, okay, Brandon, well, look, 3 players are push mid. You then got the con swing, you got the B main swing. That's the issue. Because if you're pushing mid, if your team is communicating, we're pushing mid as 3, the players need to live on the site. Because the minute you give over a 1v2, a 2vx, it's just redundant. It's redundant you pushing 3 in towards mid because you've lost your extremity player. So all these ideas are conflicting. All these ideas are now getting jumbled up because you're 11-0 down. And remember, this best of 1 can put you in a semi-final. The pressure is building. The pressure is getting too much for Supernova Comets.
It's an explosion, isn't it? Some aggression has come out over towards the B bomb site, but it's off the back of a whole bunch of utility.
But again, look at mid again.
Yeah, there's full space being taken by Bzinia, and
You're even holding for it out of Lula's hands.
there was maybe a chance there for the multi. Okay, has found one on the lurk. A flashback through and signs of life. Bzinia will get taken down by Fox, and it's Carr, who has not had to do anything this half whatsoever. And she will need to find 4. Supernova Comets, they want this round so badly. You can't get 13-0'd. They're not going to let it happen. They give Carr the respect, the space, but not the fights. With 30 seconds left, there's just no opportunity. You may as well kind of do as much damage as possible, given you've not got any monetary issues.
Well, it's last round anyway.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. That seals it. 11-1, Furia go back-to-back on their T sides.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I
Well, if I had $1 for every time Furia got an 11.5 on the T side of Anubis, I'd have $2, which obviously Brandon isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice in back-to-back games.
They love their Anubis. Supernova Comets remind you, they got 8 rounds in their first best of 1 on the CT side of Anubis. And that got compounded down to 1, which isn't ideal. Fox and Raven look to maintain contact over at B main. Meanwhile, there's a push for Furia, a triple setup. And Izza has now spotted that it's going to be a B crunch. Rotates need to be on the way here for Furia.
Yeah, they're kind of just sitting over in A. They're not pushing out, they're just chilling. So they're relying a lot. Oh, that timing. Oh dear. Smoke lands down. They'll fall back. So they've allowed the space in towards Dark. And now the swing comes out. Lulitins will be removed. And Izza can't connect the shots. So player advantage. Now that fast bank comes through. The dual Berettas put down. Empathy hits that headshot. Xenia doesn't reveal herself. Now there's 3 players on the other side she has to deal with. And she is swung on. So pistol for Supernova Comet.
Don't do this again, Furia. Don't do it again. I'd love an eco here. Just get the guns out as soon as possible. Maybe feeling a little bit of what happened to you against DMS in the back of your mind as well. That was, I think, just insane timing. I think the jiggle from Izza didn't actually spot anything in towards water. She falls back, then here's the util. Not as clean as Furia would have hoped for, but for Supernova Comets, it's a little bit of a sigh of relief. And now an extra little bonus is that Furia will be ecoing.
Yeah, you had to save face a little bit. And DMS did a great job of saving face earlier. 13-10, when you look back on that, if you just look at the face value, feels very respectable. What can Supernova Comets build up on their T side? They're playing this so safe, and
Yeah,
you were too.
Yeah. So if I'm Raven, I just go into a bomb site. You've got the Mac 10. You're the most expendable. No offense, it's just because you're on the Mac 10. Like you go in, you go, oh, it's a stack, or oh, it's not a stack.
Yeah, they're actually doing that with Serendipity over an A, so they will get that information, and I'm surprised they're still facing here, but
maybe they'll just fight.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters at this point. Anyway, you've got the better weaponry. You do lose 1, but 1 is good because it means Raven can pick that up. And even better if she finds this kill into Xenia, who... Oh, well, not the Mac 10 frag, but only 1 casualty. Rifle not recovered, and it's no biggie.
All right, come on then, Furia. Let's see what you got. Let's see if Hanker's advice is going to resonate with them. Be a little bit more mobile on this CT side, not allowing Supernova Comets to have sort of any essence of control in the mid-round. Let's see a bit more out of Car, because look, she wasn't needed, but we miss her. We still want her to do something.
Yeah. It's just, there's just so many aggressive riflers that were just winning every duel that she just wasn't needed. She's decided to get aggressive, although Izza charges on ahead of her. So immediately on the outset, Furia go for a very aggressive play. But look at this creep and crawl. They're going to split through the smoke. Flashbang comes through from the CT's Half-Line's Car, but she'll still find that kill. And then Izza comes out as well. And Car's pushed through behind them. So she'll walk back into the smoke eventually. This feels doomed as the bomb gets denied. It's Forks alone, and then Car does come back to that smoke. So first gun round comes through for Furia. They find that point.
What a brilliant round out of Furia. Because again, look what they're doing. Double pushing towards Con. You got the flashbang support out of A, and all the contact comes through the players in water. And yeah, they get all the advanced info. They say, do you know what? It's not going to be this hit. They walk over. They hear the lurk smoke. The best counter to that lurk smoke is just smoking off B main yourself, because you get so lost in all what's going on. And you can see really good counter util, not only the smoke but also the flash. Furia were there just in time.
Yeah, really nice to see such a proactive play out their very first gun round as well. Already can see those, well, appears to be the ramifications of that loss earlier. Being a lot more proactive with this substantial lead they have. And now 9 chances to close. Fox has gone all in on the AWP. Feeling that pressure to deliver. 15 kills for Fox, so certainly just finding all those kills, but not quite having that second player kind of beside her that was present in the first opening match.
Yeah, just any of them as well. Like we looked at Empty as a reliable source of that, but only with 7 kills. SDX and Raven, Serendipity all been struggling as well. Gabs takes a forward position outside A, and I don't think they're going to be ready for this. The swing on from Carr goes 1 for 1, and now Gabs is set up, but Serendipity is still looking at Rugs.
No one's actually on A though. This is slightly concerning, and yeah, Furia want to fight forward. Empathy gets that kill into the low HP Bazenia. And yeah, Gabs is in a great position to catch off Serendipity, but oh, they're actually not committing into A. Gab's position suddenly becomes a whole lot more interesting. Or maybe it doesn't, because they're not going to cross paths. She might catch out Serendipity.
Serendipity's aware of it, like looking for it just in case. How far do you extend? Do you clear this close angle? It feels like she will. Meanwhile, Furia have now gutted out A. Overlooked is Gabs, a 3v3, and all the info known.
While the Gabs sits there for like a minute and gets that kill eventually. Patience rewarded. Bomb to go down though. Focus in the post-plant with the AWP. Good post-plant positionings as well.
Gabs is the only one with util, and now that's been removed. So you have 1 smoke, and that's it. 1 player in Lulatens.
It's a bit odd, wasn't it? It was just all very disjointed. Luten's set to clutch and had a chance there, but Empathy with a quick headshot down long range keeps them still chugging along. Yeah, I'm surprised Gabs just decides to go up through Dark there. It really felt like she could have just waited a little while for her teammates to arrive.
Yeah, before going, because I agree she has to be the first point of contact. Obviously, she's the known entity after Serendipity spots her out by the stairs. But you can't go immediately. You need to wait for your team. So now an eco, Carr can be set up for an AWP. Gabs can loan her that for the next round. And for Supernova Comets, it's again about sparing blushes and not getting eco'd.
Yeah, just a stack in middle. It's going to move back as there's no early aggression. They're going to relocate towards the A bomb site. This is a fun one because you can layer so easily without needing to get on anyone's heads. You get this fun little conga line of players. SDX is going to be in for maybe a little bit of a rude awakening. Slowly edges forward and... Come on, peek this corner, get the info. There it is. 1 kill, and now you just go into B.
Yeah, I mean, you can save the Galil. You can maybe just even use the Galil to get even more exits. Furia are hunting pretty proactively. The more damage they can do, the easier it will be to close the game. Nice shot out of that Galil. Bazenia just keeps on firing. Nearly a free KD for her. So Supernova Comets will get that 5th round. And now the question for Furia is, how's your nerve? Because you've been in this position before.
Love to recover this AK that's right there in the entrance. Keep Supernova Comets as humble as possible. Yeah, that AK's scooped up. And Luton's on some spam. I think Empathy was still... Actually, maybe won't get away.
It's fine.
Okay, it does. All good. So yeah, AK and Galil recovered. That'll keep the money flowing.
Yep, and remember, Gabs is going to drop the AWP over as well. So it's going to be a pretty comprehensive buy here for Furia. The one thing you don't want to give this Supernova Comets team is momentum. Obviously, never allowed it in that first half. But in the game that they played against, I want to keep saying Prototype Blaze, but it's not Zerance. They had momentum and they rode with it. And that's what was able to get them over the finish line at the very end. This team is a very confidence-based team. And sure, 1 mistake is all it will take. As Dua Lipa once said.
And we often reflect upon the words of our Lady and Saviour.
We do.
Mid looking to be the first destination for Supernova Comets. They creep forward, and Sentry will be disruptive, forces them forward. Bazinia's heard this, then goes for the swing out, and, well, if she had anything but the Galil, might have found success. Her teammate goes down by her side as the AWP nullified. Gabs steps in, looking to try and get something back, but Empathy's had around. 2 big kills in towards middle, and the acceleration into the A-bomb site.
Save. If you're Lula-10s, if you're Izza, don't go for this, it's not worth it. You really need to keep your money in check. And what I really love there is the anticipation for Supernova Comets. They're ready for that third player. They're ready for that re-aggression of Furia. It's their playstyle, was what we've been talking about on the desk all day long. Get out of there, play for exits. There is no need to throw all these weapons in the bin.
Especially because they did manage to save over a couple last rounds, so Bazinia's still got some money there, and yeah, Furia, they need to thank their lucky stars today that their T-sides are so damn good.
I mean, this round's really interesting because you had a really good molly set up by Bazinia, and it acts as an early warning. And then it's fight or flight that kicks in for her. She's obviously going to fight. She's 21-9, but hasn't got the support. So there you go. Another one-on-one isolated kill. You then have the support trying to swing in from mid, but again, it's a little bit late. Another isolated kill.
Yeah, Car was kind of there at camera, had a really good line to try and support her, but she got deleted by Empathy. She has the AWP in her hands, and Empathy removes her. So not how that AWP wanted to roll. Now, I mentioned Forks on 15 kills. Actually hasn't got any more since then, but Supernova Comets have still managed to rack 2 rounds since.
Yeah, Empathy's caught up.
Empathy is catching up.
And what a difference a couple of saves makes. Look at this, Carl reacquainted with the AWP. The save-in riflers can drop over because of all their loss bonus. This has to be it now for Furia, though, because otherwise we're starting to raise our eyebrows. We're starting to ask a lot of questions if this goes any deeper than 13-6.
Fox is hunting, and good HE. 2, in fact, thrown out onto different players and doing almost the same damage. First through by Gabs. Doesn't even dispense with her her smoke. Just hold on that as long as possible. So the Comets go through a bit more of a default into this round.
Better out of Furia. Because again, you're feeling the pressure. The timing that Gabs drops her smoke A main, as you mentioned, held it for a few more seconds to get the info out of B main. And now a third player that was on B is now moving to mid.
And Luton's can just jiggle for the information. So now they have a good read. This is going to be the A finish, but they actually only have 2 players on the site itself. Zenia's rotate position is deep in CT, so she'll get nullified by this smoke. Has to move around.
They haven't really got much block utility either. Gabs has just picked up another smoke, so she can drop it, but throws it at camera rather than at A main.
Yeah, okay, that might actually help out though. A break on it and a burst through attempted. Gabs disengages and the swing comes through. Bazinia delivers and this is done. In a blink of an eye, everyone has fallen and it's just Fork standing. Car will put her down. And Furia, it's Bazinia leading the big bang of Supernova Comets. They go out with a little bit of a whimper.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Furia straight through to the semi-final. How good is that decision? Rather than A main, put the smoke in camera. It gives your AWP a wider sight line, and it obviously nullifies that split. They're ahead of it. Furia, a much better CT side. And a much better appearance for them as well, because normally they've been slow starters. In Dallas, they get the job done, but it is a little bit touch and go. And yeah, their CT side against DMS wasn't great. Here it was marginally improved. And I feel like they can be a lot happier with how this day one has gone.
Yeah, I mean, you can't not be happy when you've had 11-1 starts on both of your maps that you've played here today, both best of ones. You only needed to get to win 2 best of ones. They needed 4 CT rounds, Brandon. It's absurdity. The strength of this Furia side on that T side, that fast car, the pace they put forward, just unrelenting, and it feels like nobody can deal with it.
Yeah, and especially the consistency of this team. We're getting great games out of Izza, out of Bazinia, and that first map as well. You see Lula-10 step up. Every single player is now bringing a punch, and every single player is looking good in their roles, as Hanker is saying. This is the proof, this is the potential that maybe can dethrone Imperial.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because that's the storyline coming into this. Furia and Imperial, the 2 teams that we had in that grand final just 6 months ago in Stockholm. They both come through as favorites in their groups. Furia with the slightly better seed coming into this, in fact. And, well, they now go straight through to the semi-final. We have Heku on the sidelines.
Gabs, congratulations! A spot in the semifinals secured. We've noticed that in the A group, you are playing only Anubis. Do you think that might have been a mistake from your opponents to let you play this map again, since you played so much?
Thank you. Actually, Anubis is our the best map, I think. So when this map we play in MD1, we really confident. So we're happy with this.
And considering that you won 2 Anubises now in one day, do you think it's a sign for the teams in the semifinals to not pick this map against you?
Yeah, for sure.
And that means also that tomorrow you're gonna have a day off. Do you already have like some kind of plan for Dallas?
Yeah, not yet. I don't know. If you say something I have to do here?
Oh, no, if you have plans, because like, you're going to have like a day off. Tomorrow, you're not playing.
I think we are at Prague.
Prague. That is the right approach, because we want to see you not just in the semifinals, but also in the grand final.
Our focus is won this game, won this tournament, so Prague.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you very much, Gabs. Let's go to the desk.
Thank you. Bye.
Your first...
I have to go to the rest.
Your first semi-finalist is now confirmed for ESL Impact. It is Furia, making short work there of their opposition, and now they've got their day off, like you heard. So this is not what you're supposed to do in moments like this. In moments like this, we're supposed to hype up Furia, talk about how great they are, but something was said in that interview that concerned me. Anubis is our best map, but I'm going to pose this to our desk. Furia's CT side on Anubis looks weak. We saw in their first game today it got abused. And I would say we saw it a little bit there with Supernova as well. Is this their best map? Isn't that a bit of cause for concern, Hanka?
They've been always really good and strong on Anubis. And I would say also that it's their strongest map. No doubts about that. But they came to this tournament with some, I think, unexpected struggles. It seemed like they also didn't expect that they're gonna struggle that much on City side, but they definitely feel so comfortable, and then Anubis T side is way more important in my opinion, and they locked it pretty easily in both matches, so they need to basically mess around about like City side, make sure that they are on the same page, and they should be good to go, then it should be their best map still.
Yeah. I'm not supposed to do it, but they were impressive, so we'll focus on the good side here as well. I mean, you saw the standout players there, Mac.
Yeah, there was some crazy scenes going on. We already spoke about Lulitens earlier, and she had another great game. But Bazinia and Gabs both just phenomenal performance there, especially on the T side. So many moments where Gabs was just going in as the entry, and you even heard it in the interview. She was just innocent as anything. So it's great to see how fierce she can be on her entry pathing and just crazy half there on the T side. But yeah, these two individuals definitely a key to Furia's success today. The rifling core of this roster is so insane. Everyone able to do pretty much everything when they are really called upon. And it's just a matter of when someone's really going to test them. Yes, the CT side looked a little bit shaky. There's still some room for improvement, but everyone's got room for improvement.
I'm trying to create a cheeky narrative, you know, as we move into the semi-finals. So I've sowed a seed. Let's see if anything grows from there a little bit later. What is going to grow across is Furia's confidence, because now they get the day off to practice. Straight into the semi-finals they go. Their opposition, Supernova, obviously dropping into the lower bracket. Who is going to join them in the semi-finals? That is the question we're going to be asking ourselves. It is Imperial up against NIP, and damn, there is a story, there is a grudge here, and we're going to dive right into that after this.
Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment.
I feel like this year was like the toughest compared to the other ones, just because of the fact that we participated against like male teams, top tier teams, and obviously like the preparation is a bit different. I believe that we didn't have a lot of breaks. We practiced it like 24/7, and it was a bit tough because we don't want to have like this feeling of like getting exhausted or not feeling to play. So we tried as much to fill the gaps and to chill as well. But from outside perspective, I think we had a lot of stuff this year.
It's the grudge match you've all been waiting for. Imperial Valkyries up against NIP. Let me explain why you should be waiting for this. Because Imperial Valkyries was once known as Enigma Galaxy, and the team that you see on your screen was originally put together by Volga. She was the IGL. She handpicked these players. She formed Enigma Galaxy, and they started competing in Impact, and they were undefeated. She was removed from the team. They became Imperial Valkyries. They are still undefeated. This was her original project. She then moved over to NIP, where she's handpicked a selection of players, and she's trying to rebuild this project again. And while NIP might not be on the level of Imperial Valkyries, we have seen steady improvement from them time and time again. So let me pose this question to you, Hanka, because you've obviously now seen NIP play today. Have you seen the growth in this lineup that Volga's been able to build in the last few months?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's really good for the scene that Vilga is moving around the teams, because it's just so great to have like such an experienced player on the board. I see like really huge improvement from NIP girls, but I think it's most likely only about like confidence boost that Vilga is just giving to them, because they were always strong in like terms of like tactile side and like everything what comes with it, but I think Vilga was like missing piece for them as a development side.
Yeah, and in terms of the development, even from last season, it feels like NIP already, we've only got a small sample size with that one best of one, but just the dominance that they displayed, at least through the groups to get here, it seems like a completely different team. So this is going to be the true test, and we already have seen Imperial Valkyries get tested today. Maybe they're not playing in the best form, which means if they're not 100% and NIP are playing their best Counter-Strike so far, then there's a chance we could be getting an upset today.
There's always a chance. A very famous analyst called Yanko told me that. But I mean, how big is the chance here?
I feel like NIP need to play the best game so far they ever played on LAN.
No pressure then.
No pressure for sure. It's like easy task to do for sure. But they need to step up for sure. And as I said before, it's going to be about individual decisions for sure. Girls need to feel comfortable on the map, and they need to they cannot be scared to play the game. Like they need to just come to Imperial and like ask them, this is it, it's us.
This is it, it's us. That's what the desk has to say here on this NIP roster and the way that they play. But I know Newt's been deep diving into their games and getting some stats. So what do you have for us, Newt?
Well, I wanted to talk about a stat that really intrigued me, because it just kind of shows the evolution of NIP as a whole. Because I'm going to take you a little bit back in time to Season 6. Because in Season 6, I called NIP, not Ninjas in Pyjamas, I called them not into pistols. Because, to be honest, their pistol win rates were pretty abysmal. I'm sorry, they were the lowest out of the entire EU group. It was very difficult for them to get pistols, which made the rounds even more difficult to even concede and actually take in rounds and actually find victories. But then they reformed themselves. Season 7, Netasavix went into the kitchen and started cooking on their pistol strats, because oh my, they are the best pistol team we have in ESL Impact right now, going from 45.8% all the way to 75% win rate. This is absolutely incredible stuff all across the board. All the stats improving, like even especially kills per round. Nearly an entire team wipe for their team every single pistol round. So it's absolutely destruction from NIP. So I'm glad I don't need to keep calling them not into pistols. I can actually finally call them NIP, Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I love pajamas. Just wanted to put it out there. If I could wear them all the time, I would. Of course, the pistols are really important in MI12 because it can get you on a really good run. We're going to get the veto up very soon, so we know where these two teams are playing. Obviously, they're on the side of Imperial Valkyries. We've spoken enough about them. They're mad strong, super powerful team. You heard Anna saying that they're playing so damn much. It's going to be hard to beat them.
Yeah, I feel like, ooh, okay. We're on to Inferno. I feel like if any opportunity has arisen for NIP to take Imperial Valkyries down, this is probably their best chance they're ever going to get. On a map like Inferno, where they think and have been putting in the hard yards, doing a lot of prep, and with Imperial, I had a look at their stats on all the maps, but for Inferno, it's not looking great. They're single digits against a couple of teams that was in open competition, so maybe it'll be a bit different here. They might feel comfortable on Inferno, but I guess it depends on how comfortable they're feeling today.
Upsets are possible on best of ones. That's the beauty of them. This is an Inferno that we know Volga calls really well. Could this be it? Could this be the moment that an upset occurs? And could the original queen claim back her throne? B-Dog, Lucy, let's find out.
Brilliantly put, Sam, and I couldn't agree more. I think the desk have summed it up very eloquently. Inferno is definitely the best map that NIP could look to take this, because whenever they play, it's always really close on Inferno. The fact that NIP have been maybe putting this back in the locker, saving strats for the equivalent of our major, like we're in a really dangerous territory here for Imperial. Because look, I'll level with you, they didn't look amazing against Flyquest Red, and NIP looked brilliant against MIBR. And I've been right on every prediction today, and I even said that Furia were going to stomp Supernova Comets. So if it is anyone's time, it is NIP's to get in the semi-final. Come on!
All right, well, you've got me bought into it now. I was going to, offer some sort of snide remark, Brandon, about your NIP glazing. You're always building up this story, but now you've got me on board. You brought me in, you've brought the energy, and let's see if NIP can do this. They've had a bit more, I think, time probably to kind of prepare for this matchup, knowing that Imperial would be the team to beat in their group, knowing this would be an inevitability. So I think they would have put a lot of focus into upsetting in the best of one. They already showed a good face on Inferno earlier against MIBR. Tori's gotten curious and will be punished for her curiosity.
But it is a lot of info, and it still keeps the stack over at A, and it might get Zaz a little bit more interested to push into B, and that's exactly what Naomi wants. NIP, they take the kill and they freeze. The next move, it's on you, Imperial.
Yeah, it's a very passive setup at 3 on A, so Imperial, they're really hoping that NIP take it back here. And if it's a slow kind of walk-through approach, then that could be a concern. But something pacey, a bit more of a pop play, an aggressive play, that could be the way in. A flash comes out to set up Cat after she already finds 123 in the pit. We know how good she is in this position. But Zaz is punished. That's the pathway to B.
That's what they wanted. They wanted to do all this attention to get Zaz invested. And you know Zaz loves to fight. The difficulty is getting across here with no smoke. One player's done it, but the bomb has not. Has to be chucked over. And now the digits can be punched in.
Yeah, that's one way to get it onto the bomb site. Cat just comes forward, looking to try and deny and can't hit the shots, but Anna does. It's a little bit messy. Naomi left to clutch it up, and with low HP, it's really tricky. Needs the instant headshot. Oh my goodness. It's 23 that will find it, and the pistol goes Imperial.
I think she dropped and picked up another pistol. That's how close it comes, and it requires 23 to get a 3K. It requires NIP to invest a second player in towards that A hit to get Zaz to push down in towards that banana fight. But that is meticulously crafted by Vilga, by NATO. They were really hoping that they can prey on Zaz's overextension, punish her, get the way in towards B. It was not as smooth as they would have hoped for, and as a result, Imperial claimed the round.
But bomb goes down, they remove 4 players, they make it expensive, and Naomi gets out of Galil. And just sitting back at ramp. This is an incredibly passive start. I think they were really thinking Imperial is going to put a bit of pressure on. Zaz is going to be up close. They try and force their way through, and it's not gone well at all. But Naomi does offer up something. 2 clean kills. Gives the opening. You can see the smoke's already down. So she'll get to plant this bomb freely, and a 2-on-3. A chance in the post plant.
Gotta take space. Have to take space. Molly and smoke dropped now that goes beyond the CT smoke and in towards ruins. That makes me think that maybe they wanted to fight this, but no, a replenishment over towards CT. No boost for Imperial. They're going to wait things out, but they've got one flash to do it.
They've walked through. Naomi, I don't think she's aware of how close this is. Yeah, Tori is already right here and starts to scale in. Naomi, okay, she hears the jumping around, finds that kill the spam through Naomi. She is playing a brilliant round right now. Get almost every single kill, and she's done enough. 4 for Naomi, and 9IP get on the board. 23 is not even going to live.
Brilliant. And again, that's all on Vilga, just waiting and being patient. Naomi, you can play. Naomi, you've got the individual ability to find a multi-kill, and I'll be there for the close. Didn't even need to swing because time was such a burden for Imperial. And it's actually the allure of smoking both things off, pretending you don't have space, but actually having space.
Yeah, it was quite funny, actually, because they use their util like early to get the site, but then Vilga goes back, and there's just like utility all over these bodies. She finds another incendiary, another smoke, and yeah, they're able just to keep those choke points locked out. So ideal start for NIP, winning back the Force buy, but they do need to get past this Imperial reinvest. 457s and an MP9, and 4 players stacking towards top middle.
And this Imperial reinvest, when they were against Flyquest Red on Mirage, they weren't very good. They weren't getting the normal amount of nonsense that they're used to. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with this. AIM gonna just strafe out and get confirmation that at least 2, 3 players here will take the life of one, and immediately swaps to the sidearm, faster than reloading, and fast on the trades is Kiara. Zaz is all that's left, and you know she's a B player.
Yeah, should be nice and simple. Bomb will take a minute to get over, but they're already setting up just to make sure Zaz has no pathway to get anywhere near this, and Zaz has no interest either, wants to hold on to that MP9 for the next round. Vilga goes on a mission with her MP9. So no big loss if she loses that, but removing Zaz would just make that next round all the easier.
This is so cool, because look, we've seen NIP versus Imperial online. We've never seen it on LAN. You got to remember that Season 6 was the first time that NIP actually finally got through to a LAN. Looked good, got knocked out by European competition in Big, never had that chance to face Imperial. Now have the chance to face them early, and sure, it's a best of 1, but it still matters all the same. This is personal.
Yeah, this NIP core of the last, 2 years is taken 1 map off Imperial, a 16-1 record of map wins for Imperial Valkyries, but again, all online and almost all without Vilga. So it will be this full eco as Zaz was removed. Looking at a 3-1 start, and it's a charge up from the MP9, and that doesn't go quite how you hope it will. Now the molly and the separation, it's a cleanup for the twins. AIM getting 1 at the very end. And it's absolutely fine losing 2. 3-1 start, NIP, great way to kick off their T side.
Be interesting to see what the round looks like now for NIP, because in the back of your mind, you're thinking maybe we go a little bit faster. Pistol round was slow. Force buy was slow. Round after that, the eco, it's all been done really slowly, really taking their time. And now, look, you know Imperial have got everything. They're going to be prioritizing weaponry. Their utility might be a bit light. Suddenly, is this the one to go into another gear? Certainly is up banana.
Ramsden goes for the forward peek on Logs, cops a nade, and has a good line, but difficult shot to hit will at least force them back. Does reveal that AWP's in play. Anna has hers. Has that armor, so a bit more passive over at long.
Look how quick this is. Look at how fast Ramsden scaled completely up B. This incendiary, this combo isn't going to affect her. The flashbang will, though. So Cat gets an important opening kill.
Yeah, Ramsden really want to try and find that opening pick. Flashbang forward. Anna has rotated too. So there's a lot of players present here as Naomi looks to continue to knock at the door. Smoke will eventually land. They were kind of hoping they could catch up a player there. Oh, that's just unfair. Still goes on cleanup duty and she gets mopped up instead.
You need these top brackets players to find kills now, because look, Naomi's got to go all the way back to get the bomb. Kat can now start her rotate over towards this A bomb site. App's activation has to be prevalent, and at least AIM has dodged the smoke from hitting her. So there's no audio cue given up, but Cat's on a great angle to punish Long.
Yeah, smoke's got in really deep, so AIM has a great position to work from. Cat, it's a little messy, but she gets the job done. She will eventually get taken down by Naomi off that wall bang. AIM kind of looks like she needs to find this activation now, but it's going to come too late. She'll be punished by Tori holding for that creep out. So Imperial win their first gun round, and it's a good one. They only lose one player. And really, it's just that messy fight over at B that an unlucky kill through the smoke. Ramson getting isolated, and all starts to fall apart.
They play that really well, Imperial. Rotates were really good. The fact that Cat can come over to B, they take this advanced setup with the crossfire. So even if AIM has beaten this smoke over at Apps, they're still prepared, and they can still punish. Run boost doesn't work, however. Break on the smoke will also see nothing for Anna. This looks to be a little bit more faster in towards top bracket. Smoke goes on towards Long, and there isn't a nade to break open this one.
They're going to try and contest Long. This is a very difficult setup. Tori tucked in, and I dare say won't be clear. They almost remove Anna. The kill does come through. Anna forced back, and now it's all in the 23. Will drop one, but she's still in the pressure. They're running her down, and AIM just slides out. Look at the HP. Zaz flies around the corner, removes another. That was one of the low HP players. She's not slowing down. She just keeps on going. No one in towards the pit. In fact, they want to double up. They want to try and remove Zaz, try and isolate this fight, and Zaz is just staying alive, allowing Cat to play. She's walked out through the smoke, and she'll punish AIM. It's on to Kiara. Backside needs to connect these shots, and it's too difficult. They just never stop moving. And the damage that they took entering into that bomb site ends up being a liability.
Yeah, and ends up leading them to make that, again, indecision. We've seen it quite a lot on day one. It happens again here. Because Kiara and AIM, they think about swinging, then they second guess it, then they finally do commit into it. It's probably a call from Vilga saying, yes, go swing, take the fight. But by that point, you've allowed Zaz to be on the angle, and she's in control. Cat runs through at the perfect moment. We're all tied up. There's no money now for NIP. So as soon as the guns come forward for Imperial, they're doing their best work.
It's going to be fast up B, and the utility destroys AIM immediately on the outset. This is just some pistols, so a lack of armor definitely doesn't help things out. Vilga feels the brunt of that as well. Okay, good damage, good kills, in fact. Double down. Zaz and Cat fall. Are you expecting Tori to be here?
We find out in a sec.
We should be, because she got a kill with her nade. She'll swing out now, gets that one, and now swung on. So actually really nice, but the fast flank up from 23, and she's able to get one. Now swinging with her teammate by her side. It's again a really fast rotation that doesn't allow NIP to capitalize on those openings.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think even though there was a nade kill in the feed for Tori, they weren't really ready for her to be their backside. But it's the scaling of 23. It's the fact that you need to commit everyone in towards this B bomb site. NIP typically have been really good at leaving a player to hold the flank. Hold for Banana, because we know Zaz likes to get curious. We know 23 loves a push. But you can't do that when you're working with limited weapons. Nice try, good damage. It's made 23 be relegated and remaining on this MP9. But someone's now got to give with these rifles. Otherwise, Imperial will start to run away with this lead.
23's MP9 is getting aggressive, and the Absad's getting aggressive in the Banana.
She's ridiculous. Honestly, so ridiculous. There is that trade, though.
23. Oh my god, I can't believe she's a headshot there. Oh, what? Come on. Swear to god, these Imperial players, they just don't stop moving. Tori dancing back and forth, ready for the swing. Zaz rotates over. There's no easy way in. The bomb is actually on its own, and it's not going to over-peek. But Zaz will peek out, and Kiara was knife out moving, so she's punished. It's all onto Vilga, and Anna deals with her.
It feels like sometimes NIP have got too many ideas. And they got to take this timeout now. This is a really good moment to call this timeout. But here, look, Vilga's waiting at the bottom of T-ramp. You've got 23 that's finally been dealt with. You've got space in towards top bracket. You've had that space for 10, 15 seconds. No one's pushed Banana because Vilga would have heard something. Vilga would have seen something. And remember, Zaz did that at the start of the round. So that hasn't happened. Therefore, you have to expect that there's going to be a re-swing in from long at some point. It's either long or short. It's one of them. Just have your gun out. Just have your gun out. You don't need to pull nades. You don't need to pull your knife out. You're in a 3v3. You just hold. You're just patient. And it's this inexperience on these NIP players that costs them more than most, especially when it comes to the mid to late gun rounds. You just need to be a little bit more patient there.
Now again onto a half bias that Anna feels emboldened, knows there won't be an AWP on her peak, sees very little, so we'll now call for that rotation to move over, and Anna in fact will get the peak onto Ramsin. And again, the utility is so devastating over towards B. Some places you feel the pistols can sometimes overwhelm, but not with the good protocols that have come through. Hit them at the post, and now Zaz looking to play a funky angle.
This is wild.
Yeah, she's all alone, by the way.
Yep. We'll move off and we'll get support as soon as we comment on it, so fair enough. Just wanted to hold the line in case there was going to be this swing. And there will be. That's the bomb dropped on the silver platter. There's the reinforcement with the util. Her and Kat clean up everyone from NIP.
Yeah, nice and done. Easily handled against the pistols, which have proven ineffectual at this B bomb site. Well, it was almost the breakthrough when it came down to the 2v2. See why they want to try it again. We will have the reinvestment. Ramson's AWP. You can see if she can get active with it. We saw when it came out last time. She tried really hard to try and get that opening pick, but it's no avail. Found by great utility from Imperial.
And look, the game for NIP on Inferno against MIBR, everyone was being really consistent. It is sort of similar here, and you can give Ramsin a little bit of slack because this is the second time she's had the AWP, and it's T-side Inferno. That is a little bit tough. 23 just now swings. Imperial, once they have control of the game, they will just come and fight you, and they will be the masters at disrupting what you want to do.
Yeah, that's what makes them so difficult to play against. Anna just playing this tiny little angle. You're just not anticipating the AWP to be such a fine line. And she just goes back in for more.
That's very unlike Anna. Taking another fight, just walking back into the angle. Kiara now notices that there's a player over at truck, but it's double layered. That's why 23 is just more than happy just to take this swing, and as soon as that smoke fades, you know Kat's going to be on the line too.
Okay, what do you do here?
You go B and you hope you can kill Anna.
Yeah, that's easier said than done, I would say. Aim's going to give it her best shot, and well, we'll get past that first fired bullet, and Anna comes back in, and Anna will get removed by Kiara, so she does find one, and that's going to enable a bomb plant, and some utility scrape forward that's going to run at her. They're just going to try and take her down, and that could be deadly, could be dangerous. Because now she's put it into the 1-on-2, and she walks through onto 23. Kiara on for the ace clutch. And it comes down to the final frag. Tori lets her know her presence. The HE comes over, a tap on the bomb. Kiara steps out, and no, in that final moment, the 1v5 is denied. So damn close.
She played it perfectly. She played it so perfectly. The 2 kills, she's ready for them to run at her through the smoke. The adjustment on both sides of the smoke, then walks through it to her own advantage. That's so unlucky. That's so heartbreaking for NIP because you feel like that you need that moment, that individual moment to get you back into this half, get you back into this game. And look at NATO on this pause, barking out instructions. That 1v5 felt like everything for NIP, and then you pan your camera to Kat and she's just laughing it off like it was nothing.
It stings. 1v5. It's always that final kill, isn't it?
$7-5's workable. 8-4 feels like you're dreaming. 9-3, you might as well just consider it over. Those are the fine margins. And yet again, it's Imperial with another opening kill. It feels like every gun round we've had, Imperial have got a 5v4.
Yes, that's just taking liberties in Banana. 23 on this timing will actually just about avoid this. Might peek back in and, yeah, punished for that immediately. So at least it is put back into the 4-on-4. Tori now goes searching, and AIM has done well. 2 players found in the apartment and an advantage for NIP.
And that's also info given over to Imperial. At that moment, it was 2 players on the deep side of apps, which is why Tori just feels like she can just have a little bit of a peek. 2 players still remain, one of which is Anna over at default, but she's not looking at apartments. She's looking down over at short. Cat will find one more, but you feel like AIM has done more than enough. Zaz might swing on Banana and even take another one. This is suddenly a 2v2.
Yeah, but you know, you just ding Zaz, like, oh my God, Zaz. Playing with fire, and she's the one that's setting them alight. How has she gotten away with that then?
Oh, how else does she get away with rounds? Just insane. AIM does everything, absolutely everything. Gets 2 kills on A, gets the kill on towards the AWPer. You've even drawn the cat rotate, and then Zaz gets dinked and somehow plays around the smoke anyway, just because it's Zaz.
Oh.
This is the Imperial we know and love. This is the Imperial that we're used to seeing for 7 ESL Impact straight.
Just nonsense, isn't it? Now they're feeling like they can do no wrong. They're feeling like they are the Immortals. Could flash forward, but anti-flash. Naomi tucks away, dodges it. Gets off an AK as well, so Zaz goes down. And they do look to continue to accelerate. They're just going to go straight into this Cat backside. Plays around the defensive smoke. She's deployed, has that support, and more damage being inflicted. Tori will remove one. And in fact, AIM on that lurk has found success again. They don't know it, but A is completely open. And in fact, they are going to disengage and head that way. Anna misses the chance. And Naomi punishes the peek from Tori. So NIP will recover that 4th, no doubt. Anna, as good as she is in the wrong position. First kill is hers. Swaps to the M4, picks up a kit. The positions of NIP, they are not giving her anything. A smoke now lands at Moto. Rams can take first contact, or she might even just tuck. Smoke sure gives you a little bit of space to work with, but she's getting tapped out through the smoke. This is gonna be that 4th in a moment, and Kiara makes it so. So a slight recovery, but still a dominant half from Imperial.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen Salt? Cause there's no.
DE Inferno or DE Pression. I was really excited when it was 3-1 to NIP, but they find themselves on the back foot, 8-4 down, but at least they're on the CT side.
Yeah, 3-1 into 8-4 doesn't quite feel as good, does it? 7 in a row then, right, then for Imperial, so a very good showing. And AIM is getting very aggressive, has friends with her. A flash comes through, Tori gets a whiff of it, falls back, and has dropped her utilities. This has been very disruptive. The rest of the squad now starts to move up. They've smoked that off as well. This is the wacky races, and it's a race in towards the apartments, but the CTs are going to get here first. Vilga is ahead of this, and they're swinging out. Naomi gets the kills, but Anna doubles down. Ramsin will remove her, and then Naomi swings through. 23 on that lurk. Let's put it back into the 2-on-2. Bomb is in short. That's a difficulty, but they've isolated. And Naomi, where's that come from then? 4 in it, and NIP take the pistol.
That was one of the pistols of all time. The T's smoked off T ramp, and then they smoked off second mid to go mid. They thought they'd won the foot race. They hadn't. Sharp shots coming out of Naomi. Ramsey gets an important kill as well to break her silence after a drought of rounds without a kill. 8-5. No bomb plant, still the 4 spy, and this was the round that NIP were able to beat Imperial on.
Let's see how the shoe fits on the other foot.
Naomi's 18 and 10, by the way.
Yeah, there was a moment where both her and Kiara were 11 and 8, and I thought, oh, that's nice. They're both the exact same KD as Naomi has. Stepped a little bit ahead, and it's going to be a pop. AIM is going to hear this. Gun out. It's okay. Mid-air, and she adjusts for 2, and somehow still alive. Allows Ramsin then to chime in with one of her own, and the Tech-9s are undone. And in fact, it's only AIM that goes down.
Yeah, that's completely fine. That's only an MP9 lost. Really good. Remember, that's your 4 spy. So suddenly these MP9s can now be reinvested to make even more money in round 15. We've spoken a lot about NIP, we've spoken a lot about the twins, and sometimes the one shows up, the other one goes missing. We've seen good showings out of Kiara, we've seen good showings out of Naomi. It felt like online this season, it was both of them. We finally had that happy middle ground. Here, it feels like we need both of them to overcome Imperial, and Kiara's now stepping up alongside Naomi is exactly what NIP fans would hope for.
Yeah, Kiara's had a great season. Having that conversation about the two of them in the green room, and yeah, it's difficult to separate them at times, funnily enough, as to who is the better in the server, both really exceeding in their roles. Nice try, Anna. AIM will wide swing her, and okay, Tori with the deagle. That's a dirty kill. Don't let her get more. She's picked up an MP9, looking to swing around, and Tori has left AIM all alone. Rotations are on their way. Vilga towards middle, and she's offering that necessary support. Oh, thank God for Vilga. Now AIM feels a little less stressed. Zaz will creep forward and has found that kill, but the bomb was dropped in middle.
Still isolated fights, and Vilga, remember, this one's personal for her. You don't need to give it over, you don't need to swing together, and that's exactly what you've done. Zaz is removed, everything's fine, but that gets a lot more expensive than the CTs were hoping for.
Yeah, that was less of an investment in the round before. There was still armor and a few players there, so as soon as Zaz picks up that M4, she's got the armor, she's got the information on Vilga. You get a little bit frightened of the chance of that clutch, but again, it's Naomi that does deliver. Pulling her team through on these CT rounds thus far, but bringing us within 1. That's 3 on the trot, but now the guns finally do come out for Imperial in full force.
Rams on the AWP. Let's see it then. Starts over at Apps with AIM. Takes really aggressive space in towards the apartments. Imperial has set their sights on Banana, but Naomi says no to Zaz.
Yeah, it's a little bit of revenge, isn't it? There's a lot of loud footsteps out towards Long, and yeah, AIM fully aware that 23 taking that space will punish her. You need this rotation back to B now. No need to play this 1-4 setup when you've got a 2-player advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe we should drop the smoke now because, yeah, she needs that support. It's going to start to come over. They're going to burst through. Naomi, oh, is there anything she can't do? Another multi offered up, and Kiara there to finish what her twin started.
Yeah, Kiara says, no, you're not escaping that final kill this time. The failed 1v5, but then it's twin power to equalize the scoreline for Imperial, exactly as we foretold. And again, no bomb plant, and yet they're still going to invest everything into this. It's not going to be a half buy. Imperial aren't going by the book. They want to try and create separation here and now. They want to make sure that NIP do not have momentum.
I saw that, Cat. I saw that revolver. I've even got that on your loadout.
Grow up.
Nice pick from Ramsin. A little bit more emboldened now and knowing that there's no orb to face. Moves her counterpart. And okay, Tori shows that there are AKs in the feed, but at least there is a kill back from AIM and an attempted pop out ahead of the molly, but Kiara there to support. Kat has picked up this AK and will reveal her position. But Naomi's already pushing up towards middle, so looking to isolate. Okay, Kat gets that kill. Still another player, and Vilga needed that one. Removes the major threat. It's just Zaz. She can hit a banger deke here. There's a bomb plant available. I'm not going to be allowed. Mia just crawls out from the side, and NIP take the lead.
They do, but you gotta think about everything that now both Tori and Bubble are gaining information about this NIP side. Now, is they're really proactive on Banana. In all of these sort of Tech 9 rounds, Vilga is practically pushing all the way down in towards T-ramp for quick rotates. And it just means that Banana can be vulnerable, especially in the early to mid rounds. And also, think about AIM's positioning. Has got kills at the end of balcony, deep balcony. More than happy just to switch things up. But if she's doing this, and that means there's normally going to be another player there to support. What's the conclusion of all of this? Banana's the weak point here, if Imperial want to strike.
And we saw Zaz attempt that in the first full gun round and just got removed by Naomi instantly. So, yeah, we'll definitely need a bit more support to take that. And against Naomi, that is in crazy form right now.
Ramses is such a good spawn for it to be free B with the AWP, but instead it's going to be free riflers.
Okay. Yeah, Ramson throwing the deep smoke. So they might look to fight for this.
Brilliant.
Oh, the nade stack. Check that out. Vilga and Kiara, they collect the kills, but Naomi's nade does all the softening, and now the flashbangs come forward. This is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
They don't see a player, and they're down to a 2-on-5.
I've literally just commentated the exact situation of which Imperial will be going through their minds, and Vilga's one step ahead. What's the counterplay to this? We come over with 3 players. We don't fight Banana with raw attrition. We fight it with utility. Tori's got this time in on A. Will it matter, though?
The rotation will come back.
Look at the bomb.
Oh. Ah! Oh, what an adjustment. Okay, a chance here for Tori. But yeah, the bomb does make it tricky. You found these kills. But yeah, Naomi's found the bomb. Oh, well. That's not so great, is it?
This T-side has looked really flat. This T-side has looked from Imperial like they came into this 8-4. The game's done. The game is over. We can do whatever we want. NIP aren't going to give us a challenge. Every round on this CT side has been really well thought out, well constructed. And as we just said, Vilga is thinking one step ahead. Now you've got all this info that Tori's going to be here. Flashbang doesn't affect, but the headshot will. 10-8, double digits for NIP. 3 rounds away from a semi-final.
Insane. Insane. 1 map victory out of 17 maps played for NIP in this historical head-to-head.
Well, if you go back further, if you go back to the Enigma Galaxy days, NIP with Astra going up against Vilga, that was a 2-0.
Yeah, no, that's included because it's the same core all the way back then.
Oh, damn, okay.
So
I wanted to give it a bit more juice.
No, it's already pretty juicy, though. And it's extra juicy because this is on LAN and this is Vilga doing it.
I could be wrong here, and I need you to fact check me. If you're not fact checking me, Newt is. I don't think we've seen a single bomb plant in this second half. No, I don't think we have. No bomb plants for Imperial at all. They're not even been able to get on the site.
Yeah, getting denied before they can even get close.
And also because of that, and because, remember, they went all in, they got double AKs out as well. No AWP for Ana at all in this half.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of questions about this veto and why they went to Inferno. I guess they felt this was a low-risk map.
Yeah, they love Inferno.
Yeah, but like it's not been good for them this season. They only played it, I think, once during the online season.
And is it because they didn't want to pick into it, or is it because teams didn't want to pick into it into them?
I don't know. Definitely one they not had a lot of reps on, though. Gonna try and burst onto B. Smoke drop by Vilga. And they're just gonna burst through it ahead of that smoke, and that does not work out. Naomi just sprays down to Vilga. Will now come around to support her, and yeah, sure, you've gotten in, but the space is not feeling great. Up and over, Ana maybe looking to try and punish someone, but NIP aren't making the mistakes right now.
No, they're not. They got all the utility, they got the time, they've got the kit. And as long as you trade, that's the way forward. Good swing, but again, look at how patient this is from NIP. Deegs is out for Cap, Tech9 rather, doesn't matter. Outcome's still the same. NIP up to 11.
This is dominant.
This was 8-4, 8-4 at the half, 0 T rounds for Imperial Valkyries.
We already saw Flyquest Red put Imperial through their paces earlier in a map that potentially could have been Flyquest winning. It could have been the Flyquest NIP game right now. Imperial coming through off a long, hard season. And they are being put to the test from the outset. But closing games against Imperial has always been the difficult part.
Yep, that is true.
Ask Furia. Ask Navi. Ask Hanka.
There's that aggression again into a second mid. 23 feels like she's got a little bit of a gap, and they move away in the nick of time. 23 thinks about taking the space, but thinks better of it. Meanwhile, Naomi's applying the squeeze on Banana, this time punished.
Yeah, just the spam goes back the other way. Can't always be in your favor. 23, and I think AM is going to come around this corner and catch that lurk. Now you got the information. It's going to be B, and well, Vilga already fully knows this because they are in her bomb side. But at least with that kill, in the 4-on-4, with the money you have, you can definitely go for this retake.
Look at the lack of util for Imperial. They have one smoke, that's it. And that's just been deployed now. Break on it. Ramsey doesn't see anything. It's this elevated position over at Dark that could be the way back in. But these flashbangs are going to be oppressive.
There's so much utility for NIP. They can throw mollies everywhere. They can flush out positions. But Tori's just taken down two. Tucked in the second oranges. She lines them up and she keeps on going. Tori drags her team into their first T round off the back of Zaz's opener. Nothing is saved, but plenty of money still for NIP. Imperial finally get that T round.
And this is why it's so impressive. And this is why we were talking about the fact that Imperial can't get the bomb down. Because in after-plant situations, Imperial are lethal. I love the way they set themselves up there. You've got two players in over at the dark corner. You've got Tori on the off angle at second origin, just taking all the contact. And you've still got a player just tucked in around the corner at Banana. So you've got space intrinsically, but the only one playing is your person over at second oranges. It's brilliantly well crafted, and you didn't even see that setup if you're NIP. And now Anna's got the AWP. We are not done here. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That combo, the flash and the nade, gets Ana the kill and allows Vilga just about to escape.
Yeah, she'll get out of there, but yeah, they're back into a disadvantaged position.
And the reaction has always been for NIP to go for apartments. This time they might be leaning towards top middle, but 23 is taking a really passive line just in case AIM gets active.
Gyro spotted out, defensive smoke deployed, and NIP are going to move back. Once the apartment's control, the AWP's in the line. Oh, Zaz has just spammed one out. And Ramson, that's a leg shot? You're kidding me. And now 23 just strolls through. AIM is entirely alone, and 23 removes both the defenders.
I cannot believe that's a leg shot. Just hit a shoulder or something of the like. But 23 takes that time in perfectly. The reason why she's so passive, as we said, because AIM's reaction has always been to go in the balcony, try and take the fight. She goes passive, goes, oh, okay, well, she's not here. Therefore, I've got a time in. Punishes Rams in. It's the first time where the NIP defenders have really been isolated in a round. It's a one-round game. You've got to eco as well if you're NIP, because it's double stage loss bonus. AIM's got no money.
Oh, they might invest into it, you know, because Kiara can drop one.
I really wouldn't. Because you go all in and you lose, you're pretty much giving over map point.
Yeah, I suppose that is the case.
Whereas you go 11-11, you fall by. If you do lose that, you've still got your residual loss bonus, plus the Kiara money, plus the AK maybe.
Yeah, you can just bring maybe a couple of pistols and things into this.
It depends how high the priority is for the Rams in AWP.
That's true, yeah. I think they definitely do want it.
Maybe I'm going to pause to talk about it. I wouldn't hate that, especially where you've just lost 2 rounds in a row. It's a good break point to get NATO on the mic.
Yeah, success has come over at Banana. You highlighted it earlier. It didn't come, you know, immediately. It took some time, but they do start to find those entries off Zaz, off Anna, different variations with the same effect.
And the thing is, your question for NIP as well, do we give Banana control? Because then if you give Banana control, you're then taking away the only thing that's been working for you so continuously. This is the right decision, though. This finance management is the right decision for NIP.
Try the nade stack again, but there's not that early aggression this time around. They learned their lesson. Nade stack goes the other way. Oh, they're lucky one of them went a little bit awry, or that would have been definitely 1 kill. Where is Kiara? Currently
in pit.
In towards pit, so a decent position for her to be honest. And if the rotates can get here in time, maybe, just maybe, Kiara can be enabled. Also can be the wrap. She's ducked down. Now she'll put her head up and looking for the taps. Oh, what a shot from Kiara. And now this one comes through. AIM has found one as well. And Rams in 23, overwhelmed after 1, and it's all onto Anna. They burst through. Overwhelm. Kiara is not even necessarily the hero. Finds 2. But her teammates chiming in with the pistols, and Anna has to find the way out. This could be it, but no, Rams in. Straight to the dome. A phenomenal round with an AK and a handful of pistols.
Vilga, look at her laughing. They rotated everyone over from B. They threw 1 incendiary after the double nades, saw nothing on the jiggle and just left. And it was Anna that was holding a really passive line because of that conditioning. Because of all that conditioning, Vilga's pushing Banana, going by this smoke. Zaz isn't there to greet them this time. And on that jiggle, you learn an awful lot. And you got to give a lot of credit to Ramsin because she's had a hell of a slow game, gets 2 important kills that could define how this match ends.
That was not the one NIP were meant to be finding. But it's the round that's now got them on the precipice of going straight through to the semis. And the ramifications for that are huge because not only does it mean for NIP straight to the semis, it means Imperial, they have to do it the hard way.
Yep.
And they'll be against Furia if they do get through to the semis.
That is brutal. That's if we get there. Imperial can still force overtime. They've got enough money in reserve to have everything. Rams is still taking this really advanced line in towards top middle. Anna peeks, doesn't see her in short as Imperial escalate things in Banana.
Zaz behind the half wall. No contact. You can see very passive. No utilities being expended on the CT side at all. They've held on to every single piece. Finally, Vilga is going to throw the retake utility out, in fact, but they're ahead of this, so I think they're just going to fight forward. There's no way to punish this right now. Zaz is caught into the open, tucks in, but Naomi not swinging just yet. Now she will. The AWP is revealed. There's a lot of players over there.
Oh, miss flash. But Vilga still takes the opportunity. Vilga will still swing, and she takes matters into her own hands. Naomi will find a third. 23 and Tori fighting back on both extremities, but you still need to flush these players out the site, and you can't do it. NIP are 1 kill away from a semi-final, and Ramsey locks it in. Ninjas in Pyjamas have reached the semis.
Unbelievable. The upset of the day of upsets. NIP take down the reigning champ in this winners match. They go straight through to the semi-finals. Vilga goes straight through to the semi-finals, and Imperial are forced to do it the hard way.
And it's a missed flash from Naomi, and Vilga says, F that, I'll just swing it anyway. I'll take matters into my own hands. It's the double kill, and the entry is the securing of NIP's record against Imperial on LAN with Vilga 1-0 and a semi-final place booked.
And you can see from their reactions, it almost feels like winning the finals. That was the final boss that they've taken down at the first hurdle. Imperial come into today. Flyquest have them scampering, and then they go up against NIP, and that T side was empty.
They're up 8-4. They are up 8-4, and they lose the game 13-11. They lose the game to a half bye. Normally, that's the way Imperial find themselves back in the action, but this time it goes completely against them.
Unbelievable. A shocking result. I'm in awe of what we're seeing from NIP. This is only their second time here on LAN. They had a shaky one last time. Didn't even get through to the semis. You remember how close they became? They were struggling their very first appearance here. The nerves were evident. The stresses were there. They come through this time after dominating their group online as well, right? They had a brilliant run, 4-1. Looked like they could take down anybody. But we've never seen them this season play against Imperial. We finally got to see them on LAN take on the very best, and they made them look like fools.
I love how Vilga's just gone immediately over to the twins as well. Naomi, Kiara, key features. Mia as well. Aim was undeniable there. And Sam, that's NIP in the semi-finals.
To be honest. Oh, you didn't hear any of that, sorry. B-Dog and I just having a conversation. Apparently no one turned my mic on. Here we are. This is the big story that's really important, right? Vilga built Nigma Galaxy. She found these players, she put them all together, and she built this undefeated team. And then she got removed from the lineup. It was decided that there was better options available. She was forced out into the wilderness. Hell, she had to sit on an impact panel at one point and be an analyst because she couldn't play. And then what happened was she built this NIP roster. She brought all these players together, and this was her moment. And if it was ever going to happen, it was in a best of one. They are in the semi-finals, and the uncontested favorite, the undefeated champions, are now going to have to fight their way through the lower brackets. Hanka, what do you think of those apples?
Like now we are witnessing crazy scenes. It's just such a big milestone for the NIP girls. Like no one did it. Like I mean, of course Fluxo did it last time, but in this fashion, it's just so good to see energy from NIP that they bring to this match, to be honest.
And how personal it is, because we always like a little bit of a grudge match, right? You gotta enjoy that comeback.
I'm really happy for Vilga because for sure it means a lot for her. But on the other hand, like I'm thinking about Imperial girls and like what happened basically. Like it's not in like Imperial fashion, but we're gonna focus on NIP because they moved into semis basically. Crazy.
Yeah, crazy scenes, all things considered. And you're looking at the bracket here as well. So MIBR or Flyquest, whoever wins that first best of 3 tomorrow, get the prize of playing Imperial, which is
how lovely, right?
not a great way to try and make your way to the playoffs. Look, although Flyquest Red did almost do it earlier in the best of 1, that would have been a great upset to watch, but we managed to at least get one huge upset today, so it's great to see. And the way that it happened as well, with Naomi and Kiara both just fragging out the troublesome twins, just the amount of output they both had in that game literally won them the game. There was a point where Imperial started to get a couple of rounds, and it was when Naomi was just getting picked at the top of Banana. I said as a joke, oh, look, this round's going to be fine. You know, they're going to have pistols. Naomi's not going to die at the top of Banana, and they're going to win this round with pistols. It's going to be great. And then it happened. I was like, maybe it is just Naomi surviving, existing, and playing the best Counter-Strike we might have seen for her in a while. That got them that dub.
We'll have a chance to take a look at some of those highlights, but right now I think it's time to celebrate with Heku and Vilga. into the semi-finals. There you go.
Yes, we gonna see NIP in the semi-finals. Vilga, I am not a huge fan of this basic question about how are you feeling, but I think right now it is really, really appropriate.
I'm so incredibly sorry to NIP fans there. Obviously, as you know, we are in the Stockholm studio, and then we've got a remote team in Dallas, and that's a big distance apart. So we got a couple of technical issues there. We will hopefully be able to hear from Vilga very soon, I think. But before we get into that, let's talk about what they did on that CT side and how they were able to outcall Imperial. Walk me through what we were looking at and ultimately how NIP was able to secure the victory.
Like, I think on City side, they were just not making much mistakes, in my opinion. They were just playing proper CS, not giving much opportunities to Imperial girls to take away runs from them. And it was really like composure was like everywhere for like NIP girls, to be honest. Like, I was really surprised because they were picking after the flashes, they were using smokes in like right timings, they were using mollies, like clearing everything. Like, it was really enjoyable to watch.
They'd just been in the lab, just making sure everything was going on. And I think the time where we all in the green room sort of like clicked that this was just Imperial Valkyries getting completely outcalled was that nade stack and the timing of it, knowing that Imperial were going to go for the momentum shift, try to go for faster banana control, full 3-nade stack at banana, 2 kills out of nowhere straight in the first 5 seconds of the round. And then from there it was like, whoa, this might actually be happening. This is an upset. And it then started to go wrong. But they managed to make the right adjustments to get it again. So
it wasn't, yeah, I mean, it wasn't 8-4 half. So there was a part of me that questioned that start from NIP where they did look to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, like I think within this retake 4v4, it was kind of shaky for NIP girls. It was scored 10-11, I believe so. And in these type of situations, it's pretty hard to retake and even go for it because you can lose basically whole your economy, and it happened basically. So in this situation, I was kind of worried for the girls that they're gonna lose economy, confidence, and like everything. But they won the next round, which was basically the start of the finish.
We got a couple of standout players that we want to talk about. So let's jump into it. Your first standout, who are you talking about?
The twins, but mostly Naomi. Almost dropping the 30 bomb. She was shy of it in the end, but the amount of impact that she had in so many of those rounds that they managed to win, especially in the second half, was crazy. She was pumping numbers. There was moments where everyone on the team was just doing so much work, but yeah, Naomi in particular was the standout player, the player of the match, the MVP that beat Imperial Valkyries today.
There we go. And for you, Hanko, I mean, you're in agreement, Naomi?
I agree fully. She had crazy importance runs and she was popping off from the very beginning, so it has to be Naomi.
Fantastic. So there we go. Oh, now we get a chance to obviously see what it was that she was doing in game that made all of the difference.
There was heaps of moments as well, like this one that we're watching was that second round after they lost the pistol.
Yeah.
We thought that maybe she wasn't paying attention to Tori swinging on the back of sight, but managed to just perfectly wait there, patient enough. Someone else called for her, managed to get the peak on the right moment. And there were so many moments like that and throughout where she was multi-killing. Was that 8 multi-kills throughout that series? That's a lot. That's a huge amount, especially when you're playing at Banana. It's imperative on the CT side, if you are going to fight for Banana, that you win. Because if you lose that fight, things just go wrong real quick.
Fingers crossed. This might work this time. Apparently, I've been told we fixed it. So let's find out if we can hear from Vilga.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully you hear us this time because we must take this opportunity. We must make this interview because we are making history here right now. Vilga, I mean, we know the whole history. How does it feel for you to actually, not just go to the semifinals, but also win against your ex-teammates?
I mean, it's always nice to win against the ex, right? To prove, there's like still, you still prove something, you know? I've been like trying to give the interviews, answer the question about this revenge and all this, but maybe the previous season I really wanted to get this revenge. But in this season, I went with the head that like, I just want to make my team better. I just want to be a good leader. I just want to show good results. And it is how it is. Like, I don't have any expectations for this tournament. But of course, like aiming for the stars is #1 goal. But at the same time, like I'm already proud of what we have achieved together.
So you'd say, for example, like focusing on yourself and on your game kind of helped you in winning the series.
Yeah, honestly, because the whole game we felt so calm, even when we were losing 4-8, and then we lost. We didn't lose the piece around, but throughout the whole game we stay calm, no matter what. We had really good reads. I felt what they're gonna do. We had like, I don't know, just good reads, you know. We had good clutches. We had good initiatives. Sorry, just a bit uncomfortable. I can hear myself twice. That's why I'm like very slow. Yeah, and
running
also,
in your veins right
I'm
now?
shaking. I'm like as soon.
I can see the microphone.
Oh no! But as soon as the score hit 13, like everything I just felt relief, you know. Yeah. And I couldn't believe that, like, yes, we did it. We managed to finish this game. We managed to close it because they started to come back. And this is where, like, they become really dangerous. You could feel like Zas would just go forward. She's fearless, you know? But we managed to stop it somehow and close the game. So proud of us.
Yeah. And also, with your lineup, you kind of have, like, you know, you have, like, the hype woman on the end of one of the tables, Aim. She is really vocal. I wish you could hear it on the stream, and I wish the desk could hear it. Even though English is her first language, I didn't manage to understand what she was yelling, but she was really passionate. Can you tell us what she was saying to the team or to the opponents?
I mean, Mia is responsible for the mood of the team. She's British. She is very energetic. She likes to swear. She likes to trash talk. And from what I remember, she screamed like, "Did you eco too?" when we win, you know, when we won the round. Like, now you need a pose? Or stuff like this. Like, I love her. She's so good.
Yeah. You were there, like, leading the team. You had, like, the twins, like, fragging off. And she was having her, like, maybe mental warfare with the opponents. Like, everybody was doing their part.
She's the deadliest, but she's the smallest, but she's the deadliest.
Oh, she definitely is. She definitely is. But it also means you're going to have a day off tomorrow because, like, the plays are happening. Is it going to be a little bit of, like, relax or full-on grind?
I mean, I don't want us to overdo things. We're definitely going to play Counter-Strike 100%. We're going to prepare for the semifinals. It's shock for everyone. No one, like, everyone wanted this, but no one really believed this until it happened. So definitely pool. We made a decision that we're gonna do pool every day. So we're gonna do pool today, tomorrow, and the day after. Hopefully after we bring the trophy up.
Yeah, because probably doing the pool before the grand final will be pretty hard because that's gonna start pretty early. But maybe celebrating in the pool will be really good. But we still need to get there. Vilga, thank you very much for the interview. One more time, congratulations.
Thanks.
It's definitely really huge for NIP, for you.
Thank
Desk,
you.
any kind of final conclusions?
I would just like you to know that you said that no one believed this would happen. B-Dog believed, Vilga. He believed that it was going to happen. I know he used to say you weren't very good. We had those issues. But now he is a firm believer that Vilga is the champion. I'm being a little shit here, and I'm sorry. I'm so proud of you, friend. I'm so excited for the story you've created. Good job to NIP all the way through to the semi-finals. I can't wait to see what you'll cook up on Saturday. Enjoy your pool time tomorrow. Thanks, ladies. There we go. A little bit of fun there. So what actually happened, I'll give you a little bit of background because this is a safe space. Vilga, I actually don't even remember the story, but needless to say, when she came to work here and she met B-Dog face to face, she had some bones to pick with him about some of the things he'd said in casts. But after the event, he won her over, and now he's her biggest fan. But it was quite a lot of fun. So if you're wondering, that's where those jokes come from. So you're included on the inside jokes.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty exciting, though, right? Yeah, there we go. B-Dog is in there. He had to come and support Vilga. This is an exciting time, though, because we have had that upset. And I do think that this is an important thing for the scene, right? Imperial Valkyries, you need to see that they can lose because it's going to give a lot of hope to other teams, specifically the two teams who might be facing off against them tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all about the gap is closing. You know, it's kind of been a topic between even a lot of the top teams, especially since Counter-Strike 2 has been the game. And now it seems to be happening here as well. Imperial Valkyries seem to have this like early head start, you know, smacking everyone. But now it feels like everyone's sort of catching up, you know, even the British players.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of current state of women's scene, I would say. That, as I said, like gap is tighter and tighter, and like everyone feels it. Like girls from Imperial probably also feel it, and they need to over-prepare. They need to be ready for like multiple scenarios. But NIP girls, like I'm super proud of them because I highlighted from the very beginning that I really want to see them confident with Vilga on lead, and it happened. Like I couldn't ask for more today.
For sure. Now let's celebrate a little bit about what we've seen, the top 5 plays of the day. And we're kick-starting it with none other than Vilga and her performance on Inferno. Let's roll those clips back to back. Walk me through this particular play.
Well, this was in the first game, and this is when she had a 5-7, went huge, got the upgrade, and then held on to the B site. And this is where it started to turn things around. You know, they were down. I think they won the pistol and then lost the following rounds. And this was one of the ones that sort of brought it back their way in the first half. So contextually, huge.
Hecka, tell us about this 4th best play.
Yeah, basically it's just the Naomi thing. It's nothing special. She's just doing that in like every match. Basically, I love to see it.
And here at 3.
Yeah, this was the BBN 4K from short, which kept them into the game. It was a huge play that almost allowed Flyquest Red to pull the upset and stopped Imperial Valkyries for winning in the 2v4. So huge. And there's not many players in the world that can win a 1v4 scenario against Imperial Valkyries.
Biased analyst is biased. Talk us through.
And Naomi, like as I said, normal thingy, normal day in the office. Beautiful, really important round to be honest, because it was 1-1. After that, 1-4. So damn, like it was crazy, Naomi. Good job.
Now we get ready for our play of the day. MacMates, what did Zaz do?
One of Zaz's many fearless plays that she managed to pull off. Unfortunately, it didn't put them in a position to win the game, but it did put them in a good position to, you know, end the first half well. But look, yeah, Zaz really needs to be, had her praises sung because she was, I think she's 2nd best player of the tournament so far, doing so much work today, also putting them in a position to almost make it to the semis by closing things out earlier. So individually crazy, and that play in particular, you know, unfortunately didn't save the day for them, but it did save the half.
Day 1 of the ESL Impact Finals is now complete. Tomorrow, we move on to the best of 3s and we start saying goodbye to teams. We already have 2 semi-finalists who will be joining them. We'll find out. There's your schedule on your screen. Make sure that you put that into your phones. You set your alarm so you don't miss anything. You can see exactly who will be playing, when they'll be playing, and what you need to watch. We cannot wait to have you there. Standout match for you. Are we all in agreement that it's whoever needs to face off against Imperial Valkyries?
Yeah, definitely, but I would keep eye on also on Zerance and DMS match. I think it's gonna be pretty hard match in terms of like individual skills and just 2 teams from like Europe who were pretty strong, so it's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, I feel like out of all the best of 3s, we didn't get to see enough out of those 2. They were also right at the start of the day, so half of those games I've already forgotten, and I'd love to see them play best of 3s because that is where you get to see the top tier Counter-Strike.
Top tier Counter-Strike and the best of the best coming to ESL Impact tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early, but for now, we say good night. Go hang out at the pool with Vilga.
Bye-bye.
Press play. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off, I'm rocking, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the centigrade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree, I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away,